The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Hey, man, I think I figured out a way out of all of this. They can't keep us in here. Why can't they? These charges will never stick. They didn't Mirandize us. Miranda didn't happen until the 60s, you idiot. Go bang your head against the cell door for that one. I would, but that scary guy is sitting next to the cell door. I don't think he wants to move. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to antagonize someone who introduces himself as Jack the Chainsaw. Yeah, well, I guess we could just get on with this day in history. Yeah. It's April the 6th. In 46 BC, Julius Caesar defeats Celsius Martellius Scipio and Marcellus Porcius Cato the Younger, in the Battle of Thapsus. In 1652, Cape Colony, the first European settlement in South America established by Dutch East India Company under Jan van Riebeeck. In 1917, U.S. declares war on Germany, entering World War I. In 1994, plane carrying Rwandan President Jovali Habyarimana and Burundian President Cyprien Ntaryamira is shot down by surface-to-air missiles, abruptly ending peace negotiations and sparking the Rwandan genocide. Those responsible have never been identified. All of this seems like an overreaction to whatever it was that was going on. Can't exactly disagree. In 1889, George Eastman begins selling his Kodak flexible rolled film for the first time. In 1906, world's first animated cartoon is released, Humorous Phases of Funny Faces by J. Stuart Blackton. In 1974, 19th Eurovision Song Contest, ABBA of Sweden wins singing Waterloo in Brighton, England. In 1896, first modern Summer Olympic Games opens in Athens, Greece. American athlete James Connolly becomes first modern Olympic champion when he wins triple jump, then 2 hops and a jump. Later, third in long jump and second in high jump. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, presents from the 6th Ferrying Group Air Transport Command at Long Beach, California, the Abbot and Costello program. With the music of Pete Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Five, tonight's guest, Miss Merle Oberon, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you, Costello?
Hey, Abbott,
What?
I want to ask you a very personal question.
What is it?
Do you think I'm fat?
Well, I'd say you were on the plump side. Why do you ask?
Well, I was over by one of those big hangars. I was standing next to a blimp. All of a sudden, an officer points to me and says, "Look, they're making them with faces now."
Oh, he was just kidding. You know, there's nobody that has a better sense of humor than a flying man.
I know that too, Abbott, because I'm a flying man myself.
What do you mean?
I started flying when I was a 6-month-old baby.
You flew when you were a baby?
Yep. I flew out of my nurse's arms and made a perfect 1-point landing.
No, no. You mean 3-point?
No, 1 point. My safety pin was open.
Costello, I don't believe you've ever been up in the air.
Oh, yes, I have. I used to be a hostess.
Well, you walked into that one, my friend. For your information, plane hostesses are always female.
This was a male plane.
Tell me, Costello, when was the last time you were up in the plane?
Do you want the truth or my version?
Oh, no. I want the truth.
I think we'd get more laughs the other way.
No. Tell the truth.
Okay, I'll tell the truth.
All right.
I took my first plane ride today. Captain Dick Lassiter took me up in a great big plane.
Tri-motor?
Try what?
I said tri-motor?
Certainly we tried the motor. What do you think we did? Push it?
No, skip it.
I'm not going to get it up in the air and then try it.
All right, forget about it.
Forget about the motor?
No. The other thing. By the way, what kind of a pilot is he? Was he flying blind?
No, he was perfectly sober.
What a dope. Of course he was sober. Well, never mind that. You know, Lou, I wonder what these boys down here at Long Beach do when they go on leave.
Well, I saw a bunch of the boys down at the beach with their girlfriends.
Did they go down there to spoon?
Well, they didn't go down there to wash their socks.
Well, here's Ken Niles. I've been waiting to see you, Ken. I was wondering what your wife thought of the picture we made last week.
That's right, Niles. What did she think of my acting?
Well, I don't mind telling you that she absolutely raved.
She raved, eh?
Yes, they took her away the next morning.
What's so funny about that? Did you make that up yourself?
Yeah, out of my head.
You certainly are. I hate that guy.
Well, I know you do, but quit arguing, Costello. I want to hear more about the picture. Did you read any reviews, Ken?
Yeah, sure. The Druggist Weekly gave the picture 4 aspirins.
See what happens, don't you?
He's got the band framed up.
Certainly he's got the band framed. That wasn't a funny line. There was nothing funny about that, brother.
Can you imagine that?
Listen, Ken, I read all the reviews. And even Mrs. Roosevelt mentioned our picture in her column.
What did she say?
She said, "My day was ruined." That's the one line I don't know why they got it in.
Yeah, wait a minute, look. Lou, didn't we get any compliments at all?
Oh, sure. We got one cheer that I remember.
Where from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx?
You know, in Hitler's face without music.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we should give up the idea of producing our own pictures,
Don't you be silly.
No.
Perfume Pictures Incorporated is here to stay. And I'm ready to start another picture right now. Push the button for my secretary.
Okay. Hey. What's the idea of a horn for a buzzer?
She used to be a waitress in a drive-in.
Oh.
Oh, boss, I'm sorry I was late this morning.
Are you doing anything tonight?
Why, no, not a thing.
Then try and get here on time tomorrow morning.
A fine secretary. How did you get a job here?
I used to be in pictures. I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
One of the meatballs.
Everybody gets laughs but me.
All right. Have patience.
By the way, do I have any appointments today?
Yes, sir. At 12 o'clock you have an appointment with Hetty Lamar.
What am I doing after that?
Me, he asked.
Mr. Costello, could I speak to you for a moment?
Why, it's Botsford Twink, our soundman. What's on your mind, Bots?
Well, I want you to know that I was terribly hurt because I wasn't in your picture last week with Carmen Miranda. After all, if you're looking for new faces, look at me. My face is new, isn't it?
Oh, very new. In fact, your whole head has only been slightly used.
Please give me a chance, Mr. Costello. I really do have a lot of talent. You know, I do most of the voices in all the Leon Schlesinger cartoons for Warner Brothers.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, for instance, here's a little Porky Pig.
This is the way I talk when I play Porky. That's all, folks.
I'll play Porky for you for $1,000.
What are you talking about? Warner Brothers don't pay you that.
I know, but pork has gone up.
What else do you do, Botsford?
Oh, did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? I have a carrot here, so I'll give you a little sample.
What's up, Doc? What do you say, Tubby? What's cooking, huh?
Of course, if you use Bugs Bunny, you'll have to use my wife, Mrs. Bunny.
But we can't use two rabbits in our picture.
Well, we couldn't separate them. That would be splitting hairs.
Well, if you can't use the rabbit, maybe I could furnish some of the musical background. I can imitate an electric organ. Listen.
It's clever, ain't he? Do you call it an organ? Now, listen, Botsford. I can't use any of that stuff in my picture. Now, will you get out of here?
Now look what you did.
No.
Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Every time you yell at me, I get the hiccups.
Well, when you yell at me, he gets that.
Why do you yell?
How did I know? Did I know that when I talk loud, he gets the hiccups?
Costello.
Did I know that?
Well, don't yell at him. Do
All right.
something for the poor fellow.
Please, Botsford.
That's it. Talk nice to him.
Botsford, I'm talking low and easy. Now, take it easy. No more hiccups.
That brings him out of it. That brings him out of it.
Does it? I didn't know that. All right, take it easy. How do you feel?
Better now.
Oh, you do?
I feel fine.
Oh, am I glad of that, Abbott. Now, let's get back to this picture.
But, Mr. Costello, are you sure you can't use the organ?
Botsford, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't...
Please.
Please, got it him again, didn't you? You see what I told you? I know what I'm doing. Get him out
Hey, Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, Niles.
I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about winter sports?
Are you kidding? I'm one of the best ski jumpers in the country.
Really?
Sure. Last winter at Lake Placid, I made my biggest jump.
Yeah?
I climbed up to the top of the slide. Thousands of people were looking up at me.
Yeah?
And when I leaped into the air, I went down at 60 miles an hour, and I made a sensational jump up 200 feet.
200 feet?
Yep. And I could have even gone further if there was snow. Oh,
Lou.
much better tonight. Thank you.
Lou, I know another good skier, and his name is Dick Durrance, and he's one of the finest skiers in the world. In fact, he's so good that the government asked him to give instructions to ski troopers in lightning-fast mountain warfare. Dick knows his smoking, too. He said, quote,
I've smoked Camels for years. They have the full, rich flavor that I want in a cigarette. No matter how often I smoke, Camels never tire my taste, never get my throat.
unquote. Yes, and with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, too, according to actual sales records in the stores where they buy cigarettes. Try Camels yourself for steady pleasure. You'll like the way they hold up, wear well, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. The reason is extra flavor, and you know Camels always have more flavor. Better yet, Camels combine flavor with extra mildness, the extra mildness that goes with slow burning and cool smoking. One reason for that is costlier tobaccos, blended as only Camels know how to blend. Now remember, you're the one who's doing your smoking. Your throat and your taste will tell you.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. Lead Stevens, the orchestra, and the Camel 5 with a new treatment for an old tune by the light of the silvery moon.
By the light of the silvery moon, I want will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon.
Costello, we can't hold up production on your new picture any longer. Now, we've got to get a leading lady. How about giving that secretary of yours a chance? She has blue eyes and blonde hair.
And a Supreme Court figure.
What do you mean, a Supreme Court figure?
A Supreme Court figure?
What do you
No
mean?
appeal. Oh! Besides, I phoned Merle O'Brien about playing a leading part.
You did?
Yes. I picked up the receiver and I said, Merle, darling. Merle, sweetheart. Merle, my love.
And then?
Then I dialed her number.
Merle O'Brien. Merle O'Brien would be swell in our picture. You know, and I sent for a new fashion designer.
What is this that just popped in here?
What happened? Well, now, wait a minute. I sent for a new fashion designer. Is that it?
Now he's in. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm your new fashion designer. Pierre, you Pierre. To my friends, I'm P.U.
You said it, brother. Hey, get a load of that guy's hair. He's a male Veronica Lake.
Pierre, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Costello?
Thank you, sir.
You are just the man I'm looking at. I've not seen you in a long distance.
Get the way his hair hangs over his face. Pardon me, Pierre. Was your mother ever scared by a sheepdog?
Oh, come on. Leave the man alone. We've got to get him to design Miss O'Brien's clothes. Now, no more remarks about his hair.
Looks like a palm tree in a high wind, doesn't it?
Well, Mr. Costello, I admit that my hair is a standing joke.
Well, it needs a new switch.
I don't know what's wrong there. Keep quiet. We must have Miss O'Brien's wardrobe designed before she gets here. Pierre, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, not at all. You know, the main thing is color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink bag, you would not wear a green dress, would you?
Oh, gracious, no. I wouldn't dare. Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
All right, come on, never mind.
What kind of line is that to get me a big man?
Forget it. Skip those things. Come here, Pierre. Now, with a shortage of materials, how about something plain for Miss O'Brien to wear? We'll call it a defense dress. How about that?
How about making it out of barbed wire?
That isn't defense.
It ain't exactly an invitation.
Go ahead, Pierre. Suggest a dress for Merle O'Brien. Something that she can wear in our picture.
Well, being a brunette, I would suggest that I make Miss Oberon a gown of apple green with a peach skirt, lemon trimmings, plum ruffles, an orange belt, and a tangerine scarf. Huh?
That ain't a dress. That's a fruit salad.
Nevertheless, that sounds fine. Now, what about Merle's hat?
Well, the hat should be very simple but very smart. Do you think the boys in camp here would like Miss Oberon in a hat that has 3 roses and a ribbon on the side? Huh?
No, they'd rather have 4 roses with a chaser on the side. Now, get out of here and I'll design the clothes myself.
Oh, Costello, you can't design clothes.
Is that so? I just invented a ladies' leg paint that takes the place of stockings. It even covers the knees.
It disguises the knees?
You said it. You can hardly recognize the old joints.
Well, we let Merle O'Brien design her own clothes for the picture. What do you say?
Yes, and I'm just the girl who can do it.
Now listen, kid, you keep out of this. Look who it is. It's Merle O'Brien.
Merle, I'm overjoyed.
I'm overcome.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm over here. Merle, I've always been in love with you. You're so beautiful. Can I give you a kiss?
Well, all right, but just one. Lou, where did you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a bugler in the Boy Scouts.
Look, if you folks don't mind, we'll go over the script of the picture that you are going to play tonight. It's a story of the knights of old. Merle, you play a beautiful princess.
And you wear a hoop skirt.
A hoop skirt?
Yeah, a hoop skirt. That's a parachute with legs.
Costello plays the part of a knight. He's in love with you.
I thought knights were tall.
Well, kid, on account of daylight saving time, the nights are getting shorter.
As the first scene opens, Merle, you're in the palace, awaiting the arrival of your lover. You are playing the organ.
Organ like this? Botsford, didn't I tell you that you couldn't be in this picture? Don't do that. I started it again. I'm sorry. Well, don't shout at him. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking nice and easy. Relax. Take it easy. All right, Botsford.
Shout at him in a moment.
I'm talking nice. Take it easy. Can I talk?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, Botsford. Very sorry.
I'm okay now, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I'm glad you are. Now keep out of the picture.
You did it again.
Don't yell at me. Botsford, I'm sorry.
Will you please put a gag in his mouth?
Put a gag in his mouth. Yes. If I had a gag, I'd tell it myself.
Come on, let's get back to this story. Costello, as a knight, your costume is a suit of armor.
That's right, Lou. You wear an iron coat, an iron vest, and iron trousers. In fact, you wear a whole iron suit.
Where do I get it pressed? At Lockheed?
Now, your suit may become rusty, so you better keep yourself well oiled.
I'd have to be oiled to make love to you in an iron suit.
Merle, you walk out on the balcony.
Yes, and I sneak right up to it.
But how'd you get across the moat?
I caught the guard with his bridges down.
Then we have the big scene where Costello serenades you with a song of love.
And, Lou, I will drop a flower on you.
In a mad moment of love?
No, in a pot.
Now, Merle, you signal that the coast is clear. And Costello, you climb the balcony. You reach Merle's side. You're panting from the long climb in that suit of armor. Yes, that's it. Now, you gaze into her eyes. Remember, this is your big chance. Never mind, no more pants.
Panting.
Never mind that. There's emotion in your voice. As you stand there in your iron suit, what do you say to her?
Hey, kid, have you got a can opener?
Here's Connie Haynes with a Camel 5 with a new Roomba from the pen of Cole Porter. Hasta luego.
In a small cantina on an island far, Senorita Lena sang a song to a hot guitar. All the ding-dong dandies used to gather about when the lovely Lena, Lady Vina, would give in and give out. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And that mucha good luck, sweetheart. Once they'd married Lena and her rich old guy moved to Pasadena, where the best people go to die. But when she'd collected all his copper preferred, back to her cantina, lovely Lena went flying as she purred. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart. Ay, hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Oh, hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Perfume Pictures Incorporated presents the great costume drama entitled The Brave Knight Cut Off the Dragon's Tail, or The Dragon Isn't Waggin' Anymore. The beautiful Princess Guinevere is played by Merle Oberon. Lou Costello is the brave knight, Sir Porterhouse, and Bud Abbott is his good friend, Sir Loin. I play the part of the king. As the scene opens, the princess and I await the arrival of two brave knights in our kingdom. Curtain. Greetings, brave knights. Kindly approach the throne.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Sir Loin, Knight of the Bath from Saxony.
And I am Sir Porterhouse, Knight of the Bath from Constantinople. What kind of words did I give you?
Constantinople?
Yeah, Turkish bath.
Greetings, brave knights. I am the Princess Guinevere.
And who are those beautiful dames with you?
They are my ladies in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, Sir Porterhouse, you must save our kingdom. The people are angry. They're clamoring outside the gates of the palace. Just listen to them clamor.
Clamor, clamor, clamor. Clamor.
Did you hear that? The people are revolting.
They certainly are.
No, the people are starving. They have not eaten in 5 days.
Oh, they should try and force themselves. They gotta eat. But, my dear princess, have we no food?
Alas, no. The dragon has destroyed our crops.
You mean all our corn is gone?
Yes, there's only enough left for this program.
What's so funny about that? What a fresh princess.
Listen to the people shouting. They have been shouting for 5 days, but I dare not speak to them.
I will speak to the people, Your Majesty. Open the door. I'll make a speech. People of Saxony! Shut up! That got him.
Now, my dear princess, just what do you desire us to do?
My dear knight, for several years now, my father has been bothered by a terrible dragon.
Why doesn't he pick up his feet?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Nobody understood that.
Today, the dragon is coming to carry off the Princess Guinevere.
You must save me from this mean monster, Sir Porterhouse. He's a very mean beast.
Okay, kid.
He has 2 heads, one at each end.
How does he sit down?
He can't. That's what makes him so mean.
Well, don't be mean. Don't worry, princess. All right, I'm allowed one mistake, ain't I? I am not afraid of nothing. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious tiger.
You went up a tree after a tiger?
No! He came up after me!
But you said you bagged him.
I did bag him. I begged him to go away, but he wouldn't.
And what happened?
Well, I snapped at the tiger snapped at me, and suddenly something whizzed past me.
What was it?
Pomona.
Pomona. Talk sense, will you?
Then my uncle came to my rescue, and I finally brought that tiger home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My uncle.
Oh, Your Majesty, the dragon is almost upon us. He's coming to get the princess.
Quick, princess. Button up my iron suit. Wait a minute. Just a minute. I thought you were a princess.
I work the swing shift on the side.
Costello, look at that thing belching smoke and fire. Is that the dragon?
It ain't a smudge pot. I'm getting out of here.
It's too late. He's got us trapped.
Here he comes. Now do what he does. Do exactly what he does.
Right.
He's staring at you. Stare back at him.
I can't. Cockeyed. I can't do it.
Quiet. He's roaring at you. Roar back at him.
That'll scare him.
Wait a minute. Now he's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Look out! Look out, he's going to charge.
He's going to charge? How much?
Oh.
Quick, grab him. Fibber coming.
There's a fancy line. Grab him by the gullet. Grab him by the gullet. By the what?
The gullet. The dragon's neck.
Let him neck. What do I care about their love life? Give me my sword. Give me my sword, somebody. I'll cut his nose off.
But how will he smell?
That is something that should only interest another dragon.
Look out, he's coming at you. Be careful, Costello. Your back is turned to him.
He's coming up behind you.
I know it. He got me?
Where did he get you?
Well, if I was wearing a license plate, he would have got off the last 3 numbers. Hey, he ruined my suit. My good iron suit he ruined. You nasty dragon. Get out of here!
Oh, don't do that. Don't yell at me.
What is with this?
How can I do the... How can I do the...
Botsford, wait. Now, stop. Stop. What can I do to keep you quiet, Botsford? Will you cut it out? I'm sorry.
And it's your own fault for hollering at him.
There's only one thing that'll cure my hiccups. If you let me kiss Miss Oberon.
Oh, very well. I'll kiss you. If only you'll stop those awful hiccups.
Go ahead, Botsford. Kiss her.
Okay.
How do you feel now, Botsford?
Oh, I feel fine.
But, what?
That's all, folks.
Some tunes you whistle for a while and then forget, and others stay with you for years. I think the ones you remember are the ones that have character. I believe that goes for cigarettes, too. We say that Camels have character, and we back that up with the thousands of smokers who have stood by Camels for 20 years and more. We think it's true that more people have smoked Camels longer than any other cigarette. Try Camels and see for yourself. Try them in your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your own proving ground for cigarettes. Your taste will tell you that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps make Camels hold up day in and day out. Makes the second pack better than the first, and the third better than the second. Your throat will tell you about mildness, too. It's the best judge you'll find. Yes, Camels are mild, cool smoking, slow burning, because they're expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. Your throat and your taste will tell you.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Here's more news about the Camel Caravans, those traveling shows which entertain the men in the Army camps. 32 performances of the Camel Caravan units will be given to men in the training stations throughout the coming week. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a thrill for Bud and me to do this program from the Ferry and Command Air Base here at Long Beach. And an added thrill to be here with Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Lou. I had a wonderful time, and it's been lots of fun.
That's right, Merle. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Colonel Ralph E. Spake, Lieutenant Colonel John P. Frame, Jr., and their splendid staff of officers for the opportunity to make this visit.
Next week, we'll be back in Hollywood on Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the regular gang, we'll have as our guest Herbert Marshall. And we do hope you'll all join us. Until next Thursday, Bud and I wish you all a very pleasant good night.
Remember, Camels present 4 great shows each week. Tomorrow night, the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. Saturday night, Thanks to the Yanks with Bob Hawke. Monday night, Blondie, and next Thursday at the same time, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Herbert Marshall. Our broadcast this evening was from the 6th Ferrying Group, Air Transport Command at Long Beach, and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department, as they do not endorse any product. The Army has also requested us to make this announcement to all men of 18 and 19. There is a serious need for young men, so serious that the Army is willing to let men of 18 and 19 choose whatever branch of service they desire. Go to your nearest Army recruiting office or induction station tomorrow. Learn about the jobs the Army has open in 13 different branches, all explained by men who know these jobs inside and out. Listen to the Camel Caravan tomorrow night with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all good night.
Mister, if you've got a pipe that's biting you, why, it just means one thing. Your pipe's hungry. Yes, sir, hungry for Prince Albert, the mild, rich, tasty tobacco that won't bite your tongue because it's no-bite treated. PA's crimp cut, too, for easy packing and stay-lit burning. Around 50 pipefuls in every handy pocket package. Get Prince Albert tonight. you'll see why men call it the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Crosby Clooney, number 13, for broadcast Wednesday, March 16th, 1960.
Greetings, one and all.
Does that include me, Bing?
You're included. Very large, Rosie. And greetings from Norcross greeting cards, too.
Of course.
Friends, Rosemary and I have some things cooking here, which we hope will keep you reasonably enchanted for the next 20 minutes.
Well, at least we won't disenchant you.
Well, I hope not.
I lead off, don't I, chum?
That's the plan.
Love and affection. I need an awful lot of love and affection. You gotta shower me with love and affection before I give my heart away. I wanna know that you love me, and if you do, you gotta show that you love me. I'll follow anywhere you go if you love me, and I will give my heart away. I'm just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you. Just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you.
Rosa Stellata, Rosa Bellissima.
Please, Bing, I'm married.
Rosa, you misunderstand. I was pronouncing the names of some of the new Norcross greeting card roses.
Of course, this is the year of the Norcross roses.
It is indeed. There's a veritable bouquet of roses in this new Norcross line of greeting cards.
There's the Norcross Mint Beauty Rose, the Blue Rose, the Burgundy Beauty Rose, the Champagne Rose.
I do wish they had a Bourbon Beauty Rose. You know, Dean Martin's birthday's coming up very soon.
Bing, you are all sentiment. But that's the nice thing about these Norcross greeting card roses. Each has its own feeling, its own thought, its own particular person in mind.
If your lady is vivacious, the Norcross Rosa Stellata greeting card. And if your lady is unquestionably lovable, then diplomacy dictates the Norcross Rosa Bellissima.
Diplomacy?
I consider myself the elder statesman of amour.
That's nice.
Yes, we men who know women best recommend sending a lady a Norcross greeting card rose to match her mood. Now, don't trifle with a card that doesn't have an N on the back. Norcross greeting cards say the things that you want to say.
And say them with roses.
Rosa Stellata, Rosa Bellissima. How do you like my Latin pronunciation, Rosie?
Julius Caesar would divide you into 3 parts.
Great old standard by Richard Rodgers and Lawrence Hart. We'll have Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island, too. It's lovely going through the zoo. It's very fancy on old Delancey Street, you know. The subway charms us so when balmy breezes blow to and fro. And tell me what street compares with Mott Street in July. Sweet push carts gently gliding by. The great big city's a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy. We'll go to Greenwich, where modern men itch to be free. And Bowling Green you'll see with me. We'll go to Coney, we'll have bologna on a roll. In Central Park we'll stroll, where our first kiss we stole, soul to soul. I'd like to take a sail on Jamaica Bay with you, and fair Canarsis Lakes we'll view. The city's bustle cannot destroy the dreams of a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy.
Bing, what's the word for the ladies today?
I just happen to have a good chunk of advice for the girls.
Fine. What is it?
Ladies, don't disagree with your husband.
Don't disagree with your husband. That's your recommendation, huh?
That's it for the day. Good, solid advice, too, Ken. Gleaned from the British Medical Association's publication, Family Doctor. A Dr. Kenneth C. Hutchin offers this counsel.
Bing, as much as I hate to admit it, husbands aren't always right.
Well, the doctor knows that, Ken, the good doctor. He says a husband may be wrong, and he probably is, but why tell him?
Yeah, why tell him? I'm for that.
Me too. If men like to think they know best, let them think it.
Perfect reasoning.
Dr. Hutchins says it may not be an easy attitude for wives to assume, but it isn't a very high price to pay for peace, security, good health.
Golly, just by having our wives pat us on the back and not start arguments, do we get peace, security, and good health?
Certainly. Have you been on the Erie here, Rose? Have you been digging this? What do you think of it?
Yes, I have. I think it's very enlightening.
Yes, you don't sound very enthusiastic.
Well, I have a few things to say. I'm sure that my husband will love it if I heed what the good doctor recommends.
Well, give it a whirl. When you go home today, now you walk in and you say, Joe, you're always right.
That's what he keeps telling me.
Oh, well, anyway, you got to let your husbands live a little, girls. Anger and frustrations are dangerous emotions for tired men. Now, on the other hand, wives shouldn't build their husbands up too much. It can be overdone. Don't make them think that they're muscle men, because they'll go out and overdo. They'll sprain their back, slip a disc or something.
I very seldom see a man lifting anything heavy. That is, around our house.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. That point's taken care of around your trap, then. Another thing, Rosie, Dr. Hutchins claims that women should watch their husbands' waistlines, should watch them even closer than their bank balances, and should make sure that they get some daily exercise, even if it's only walking to the station.
Instead of walking from the station wagon to the station.
Yeah, that's it. Make them walk a few more steps.
Yes.
Also, a further suggestion is that when a man gets home after a hard day's work, his wife shouldn't tell him her trouble.
Who's she going to tell him to?
Don't say here.
No.
No. It does say she shouldn't start yakking at him until he's had a chance to relax with a drink, a little toddy.
But when a man's relaxed with a drink, he's not a very good target. He's a very bad audience. Too contented to pay close attention.
Oh, that might be a valid objection, Rosie, but after all, I'm not the doctor. But I must tell you, I certainly agree with his report.
Yes, Rosie, we men need peace, security, and good health, and it's up to you gals to see that we get it.
There must be another side to this question, isn't there?
No, you are shut out, dear.
I would say so.
This is the line that we have chosen to hew to. It's the only possible course to steer.
Okay. Will you sing something now, Bing?
I couldn't think of it. I'm very tired. I just don't feel up to it.
Oh, well, then I'll sing.
Good girl.
I don't want you straining yourself. Maybe you should lie down.
Give me your arm. Will you help me to the chaise lounge? Sing softly, Rosie.
Men.
Oh.
Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses, blacks and grays, dapples and bays, coach and coachman, maybe. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. The bees and pretty butterflies are closing tired eyes. It's slumber time. They know it's time for them to go to sleepy town and so, sweetheart of mine, hush-a-bye. Don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses, blacks and grays, dapples and bays, coach and coachman, maybe. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little
How many extras do you add to your wash? Bleach, bluing, fabric softeners? You know, these extras are not necessary with Instant Fells Naphtha. Instant Fells Naphtha gives you the cleanest, softest, freshest smelling laundry ever and does the full job without you having to add anything but the water and the washer. All you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole world is water, a washer, and Instant Fells Naphtha. What are you going to sing for us now, Bing?
Ken, you know what we've been doing? We've been limbering up here, just kind of stretching and straining on an old one. You remember Alabama Bound?
Oh, I sure do. I also remember that was written back in the days when everybody was Alabama bound.
Gee whiz, it seemed like in those days everybody was bound for somewhere down south. At least that's the way the songwriters depicted the situation.
That's right. Everybody was headed down there to get a whiff of magnolia blossoms or a dish of black-eyed peas or something.
How sweet it is. There's some cool collard greens and possum, Oh, the South certainly got a terrific build-up in music and lyrics, didn't it?
Well, it couldn't happen to a better area.
I agree. It's quite true, but, you know, it seems funny to me that no one ever left New Orleans or Memphis or Charleston to go up north. They just never did, I guess.
Well, I never heard a song to that effect, anyway.
I don't think you ever will, either. The tunesmiths have just routed everybody in the other direction. They seem to just gravitated that way.
Bing, you remember how Al Jolson used to sing Alabama Bound?
Oh, Jolie really tore that song to shreds.
Al shredded a lot of them in his day.
You're talking on the square. Well, if Buddy and the boys are ready, I guess I'll tackle Alabama Bound.
You going to tear it to shreds?
No. I've planned a more gentle approach. I may just stroke it a bit. We're going to open up with a few sound effects. I thought that would be clever.
Mm-hmm.
Railroad station, you understand? Train whistles.
Oh, that's cool.
Bits like that. I'll just massage it gently.
Oh, go on. Rip into it.
Ken, now, don't you egg me on. Don't encourage me, because I can get real violent, real frenetic. Easy now, buddy. Simply, softly. Here we go. Aboard! Train 5 leaving on track 9 for Moccasin Ford, Turkey Bend, and Apalachicola. I'm Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all I'm worth to put my tootsies in an upper berth. Just hear that choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground, and then I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama bound. Goodbye, blues. Bird is a-singing, every old thing's in tune. Goodbye, blues. Nothing but laughter morning and afternoon. Saw a rosebud in a store, so I'm going where there's more. Goodbye, blues. Troubles are over, I'll be in clover soon. Alabama bound, be no heebie-jeebies hanging round. Gave the meanest ticket man on earth about all I'm worth. Wanna get my body in an upper berth. Hear the choo-choo sound. Look at this cover ground. Soon I'll holler so the world will know. Here I go, I'm Alabama. Everybody going back to Birmingham. Gotta get a little pone in hand. Hope to do about the best I can. I'm Alabama bound.
Gals, did you know you can redecorate your living room with just a few twists of the wrist? No black magic needed. Quite the contrary. It's the pink magic of General Electric Dawn Pink bulbs. They cast a wonderful romantic glow over draperies and furniture. A soft, rosy glow that bathes worn and faded rugs and upholstery with new beauty. Try General Electric Dawn Pink bulbs yourself. Get a handy 4-pack and redecorate a room tonight. Available in most sizes, plus 3-way.
So long, folks. Until next time.
Thanks for listening, friends.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the women of the Navy, the Waves, and the nurses at San Diego, California, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and our special guest, Cary Grant.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, San Diego Naval Base Hospital Hope. Telling you waves and nurses that as you go about your official duties, to use Pepsodent, you'll never have artificial tooties. Well, here we are at the San Diego Naval Hospital. What a great reception I got when I arrived here today. These nurses took one look at me and came rushing to me with blood plasma and an oxygen tent. And I don't know whether these girls all got a chance to have dates over Christmas or not, but when I arrived, one of them said, "Look what's coming through the gate. Too little, too late." Yes, sir. They have waves here. You know what a wave is. That's a whack with salt water in her blood. And it's very hard to choose between the whacks and the waves, but the waves are very pretty. They must be. Anyway, it's the first time my drool ever had white caps. These waves come from every state in the Union. There's a lot of northern girls here and a lot of southern comfort, too. But these waves can't forget their girls. I saw one wave who had such long fingernails, every time she saluted an officer, she cut the medals off his chest. I called up a wave I used to know here, but I found out she's married now and has 4 little ripples. That's not so funny, but it's cute, isn't it? And the girls here live in permanent dormitories and sleep in bunks. You know what a bunk is? That's a bookshelf with a mattress. And it's wonderful in those dormitories. The service is like in a good hotel. Yes, sir. If you want breakfast in bed, you press a button and an arrow points to the nearest psychiatrist. Of course, the waves and nurses don't wear powder and lipstick when they're working. They're the only branch of the service that go unarmed when they're on duty and keep their heavy artillery for shore leave. And the waves here had a wonderful Christmas party. You should have seen it. It was the first time I ever saw a Santa Claus with legs like Betty Grable. And the girls did all right on Christmas gifts. I don't know what they got, but one truck turned over bringing presents down here, and in 2 minutes it flooded 7 miles of Highway 101 with Chanel number 5. The driver of the truck felt bad about it, too. He couldn't go home to his wife for 3 days until he got the dreamy look out of his eyes.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. That the corner she'd walk, now the guy would walk.
Hello. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Yeah. So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number 1 with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Well,
naturally. Well, of
Some
course.
smile.
Thank you.
When Wendell now said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And here comes Francis Langford.
Until my baby comes home, no sir, no nothing. As long as baby must roam, I promised him I'd wait for him till even Hades froze. I'm lonesome, heaven knows. But what I said still goes. No love, no nothing. And that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one. I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart won't strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, and that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one. I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing, till my baby comes
Oh, that was very pretty, singing No Love, No Nothing. That was Francis. Well, Francis, you have a nice Christmas?
Oh, just wonderful, Bob. And I can't thank you enough for your lovely present. It's worth more than $5,000 to me, and I'll treasure it forever.
Oh, it's a nice present, all right. I guess that shows you what kind of guy I am, Francis.
It really does, Bob. Gee, not many fellas would walk up to Frank Sinatra and pull his bow tie right off his neck.
Well, that Crosby will do anything for money, you know.
Oh, I meant to ask you, Bob. What's that tiny box you sent me that has stamped on it, keep in a warm place for 60 days?
Well, I just couldn't get you a pair of nylons, and the clerk said silk stockings were the next best thing.
Bob, you don't mean...
Yes, if those two silkworms know what they're doing. Say, Chuck. I haven't heard from their agent lately, but I imagine. Tell me, Francis, did you like that party at my house Christmas afternoon?
Oh, it was wonderful, Bob. But there's a point of etiquette I want to make. At the entrance to the dining room, you should have had a butler.
A butler?
Yes, not a cashier.
Well, I don't charge my friends if they hold membership cards.
Are Are you going out New Year's Eve, Bob?
Yes, I'll have to try that. I'm going out if Professor Colonna manages to get a girl for me. Hello?
Same to you. Who is this?
This is Hope Colonna.
Who?
Hope Colonna. Hope Colonna.
Didn't know I had a sister.
Look, Colonna, I thought you were out trying to get me a date for New Year's Eve.
I am, Hope. That I am, and how I am.
Oh, Professor Colonna. Oh. Oh, Professor Colonna. Oh.
Colonna, I thought you were getting a date for me. What are you doing?
Holding auditions.
You get pretty good parts, don't you, huh? Colonna, what's the matter with you anyway?
Well, Hope, I never told anybody this, but the day I was born, I was dropped down 29 chimneys.
When you were born? When you were born, you were dropped down 29 chimneys? How come?
Stark had hiccups.
Well, look. Professor, get busy. You're supposed to be getting me a date for New Year's Eve.
Yes, Hope, and I've got one for you. She's beautiful, got big blue eyes and soft brown hair, and you won't have to spend much money on her.
You think she'll be a good date for New Year's Eve?
Certainly.
Moo.
You see? She'll even bring her own drinks.
Well, Miss Vera Vane.
Hope, and I'm so glad to be here. Oh, my goodness, girl sailors.
Yes, what about it?
Double-crossed me, didn't you? No, really, I'm very interested in these wonderful young waves and nurses, Mr. Hope. You know, I was once a nurse myself. Robert Taylor was my patient.
Really? Did you recover? Say, with all these waves and nurses in San Diego, Miss Vega, it looks like you'll have to take a back seat while you're here.
Oh, I don't mind.
You don't? Well, that's the first time I ever saw you willing to take a back seat.
Well, why shouldn't I? There's not a back seat in town that hasn't got a sailor in it. I must tell you,
Yes,
Mr. Hope.
you should know if anybody should.
Quiet.
What'd I say?
Well, I won't repeat. I must tell you, Mr. Hope, I loved your Christmas party. Oh, goodness, all the eligible bachelors in Hollywood were there, weren't they?
Yes, but it wasn't a Christmas party, Miss Vega.
It wasn't. What was it then?
Well, after you arrived, it became known as Massacre Under the Mistletoe.
Oh, my, bless your heart, Mr. Hope. I wish Santa Claus had left you in my stocking. It could use a new heel.
Well, Miss Bake, have you made any of your New Year's resolutions yet?
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Hope. 1944 will see a different Vera Vague. Cool, aloof, waiting for the men to come to her.
Well, what happens if they don't come?
It's back to the flying tackle again. But really, truly, I've made some wonderful resolutions. I've positively decided to quit whistling at men.
You have decided.
Yes.
You decided to quit whistling at men, huh?
Oh, yes. It's hard enough to run them down. Why should I give them warning? Seriously, Mr. Hope, I've resolved to quit thinking about men so much.
What's that?
There goes my other ear.
Did this fall out of your nose? It was my own ring. I thought it was there.
It's just my earring, folks.
Seriously, though, Mr. Hope, I've resolved to quit thinking about men so much and take up some other hobby.
Well, have you thought about antiques?
Yes, but you just aren't my type. Well, I'll still take my boyfriend, Waldo.
Oh, Waldo, tell me, Miss Vague, how is that little drink blotter, huh? Is Waldo going to turn over a new leaf this year?
No, not exactly. He's going to turn over a new label. He wants to see what's on the back of old Granddad's picture.
It'll probably be him, Miss Vague. I'm afraid Waldo is getting in a rut.
Oh, Mr. Hope, Waldo never gets in a rut.
Waldo never gets in a rut.
Of course not. If he can't find a gutter, he just stays up all night. We had a wonderful Christmas Eve, though. I sat up with Waldo and we played gin rummy. I just died laughing.
I guess Waldo isn't very good at gin rummy. That's why you were laughing, huh?
Yes, I told him he was a pigeon. You know what he did? He flapped his arms and flew out the window. Of course, at that time, he was more ginny than rummy.
Hello?
Hello?
Say, Kelowna, you sound muffled. You're in San Diego, aren't you?
Yes, phone booth is underwater.
Yeah. Well, Kelowna, you're supposed to be finding me a girl. Where are you?
I'm in the burlesque show.
You're in a burlesque show? How are you getting me a girl there?
Got a bear trap on the runway.
Kelowna, 2 weeks ago you told me you were at a burlesque show.
I know, Hope, and I'm still sitting here.
2 weeks sitting at the same burlesque show? How do you explain that?
Gum on my seat. But I'm really here trying to get you a girl, Hope. Here comes one toward me now. What do you know? She's a Ubangi.
Kelowna, what makes you think she's a Ubangi?
Using her lower lip for a fan.
Stop fooling, Kelowna. Get me a girl for New Year's Eve. Just find her and bring her to me. She must be beautiful, blonde, about 5'2", and very, very affectionate.
Beautiful, blonde, 5'2", very, very affectionate. And when I find this girl, Hope, you expect me to turn her over to you?
Yes, Kelowna.
Always glad to meet a tourist.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, boy. And now, by request, Professor Jerry Kelowna singing Conchita.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was fiesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl, and neither the Hasataras. I can't tell it in the city for a His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me, there's such a wonder girl, he says. Oh! Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Yes, she won her heart one night with a serenade beneath the moonlight. My senorita, will you marry a mandolin began to play? As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring, oh, and they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Dalita, hip hip, here, Rita, Juanita,
Wonderful, Jerry. Take it, Wendell.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brilliance to your teeth, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. So get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. Remember, Pepsodent toothpaste, because only Pepsodent contains irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using irium. Up and down the street, all the boys repeat.
Some smile.
Thank you.
Some smile.
Thank you.
When Wendell now said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special surprise for you. One of Hollywood's most charming and talented actors, recently seen in RKO's Mr. Lucky and soon to be seen in Destination Tokyo, and once upon a time, Mr. Cary Grant.
Oh, look it!
Please, we have to talk, too, you know.
I want to talk. Say, Bob.
Yeah.
Do all these beautiful girls work around here?
Yes, Cary, they perform various duties around the hospital.
Around the hospital?
Yes.
You got an extra flu germ on you?
Look at the script once in a while, and we both have a fever. Look, aren't they cute? Be nice to have a couple of dates with them, huh?
Oh, go on. They're too busy.
Oh, they could find time to tarry with Cary.
Yeah, but they'd be wasting their time to mope with hope.
Yeah. Say, I knew these girls here would like you, Cary. You're a real general.
What do you mean, General?
Well, you heard how Grant took Richmond, didn't you?
Yeah.
We'll wrap up San Diego, brother. It's yours. Say, I've seen you on the screen, Cary. Tell me, how did you learn to kiss like that?
Practice, Bob, practice. Constant practice.
Yeah, what do you do with your old targets? Seriously, though, Cary, I've always had a lot of admiration for your technique in making love.
Well, it's nice of you to say that, old man. Come to think of it, your lovemaking technique has always fascinated me. It's provoked my curiosity.
My lovemaking has provoked your curiosity.
Yes. Where did you pick up such an unusual style of combat training? No, it's no use talking, Bob. Your approach is all wrong.
Oh, my approach is bad, eh, Cary?
Yeah, now, I've been practicing that Charles Boyer technique.
You have,
Yeah,
huh?
now, for instance, when I meet a girl on the street, I remove my hat, bow low, and say, Vous êtes très jolie, vous êtes chic, vous êtes charmant.
I see. You just let the charm ooze out of you. Say, so that's the way you go about it, huh? Nice and slow?
Sure. You work too fast, Bob. Girls don't know what you mean when you run up, grab them by the hair, and yell, Boy, what a hunk of cheesecake!
Well, look, Cary, do you think if I had more polish, I could get parts like you had in Mr. Lucky? You played the part of a gambler in that, didn't you?
Sure, Bob. I'd bet on the drop of a hat.
Yeah, well, I once played a gambler in a picture with Dorothy Lamour.
You did?
Yeah, I'd bet on the drop of a pin. Say, Did you enjoy playing the part of the gambler?
Bob, gambling doesn't pay. Let's just show the girls what happens when two country boys come to town.
Oh, that's a swell idea. Wendell Niles will play the part of the gambler, and you and I will play the part of the two Hicks.
Okay, Bob, but don't bother changing your clothes.
No. Stan, play a little gambling music. You know, something like All or Nothing at All. Anything. Well, here we are. Yes, sir, here we are in San Diego, boy. Sure is a long way from the farm, but it sure is exciting.
Yep. Sure would like to spend me some money and have me some fun. Yak.
Oh, no! He does it better than me. Say, you know, Lem?
Yep.
You know, Lem, I don't care for these here city girls.
Why, what's wrong? Don't you like their looks?
Not the ones they give me. You're not doing so good yourself, Lem. You need a shave.
I know. I didn't have a chance this morning. Ma was using the bread knife.
You shave with a bread knife?
Yeah. I'm kind of ashamed. We ain't got no good silverware. Yeah. You look bad tonight, Elmer. You're so pale. How come you're so pale?
You're not supposed to get a laugh. That's a straight line. It says right there.
Well, how come you're so pale?
Yeah. I'm so pale, I just finished milking and I ain't wiped it off yet.
Well, don't tell me. Is that milk on your face?
Yeah, Bessie's getting too old to aim good anymore.
Gosh, Elmer, I sure wish we could find something to do.
Yes, sir.
Hurry. Come on in, boys. Try your luck on the Wheel of Fortune. Gee, Willikins, Elmer, a Wheel of Fortune. That's right. Step up, young fella, and let it blow the hayseed out of your hair. Nothing doing. That's the only part that combs good.
Say, fella, where are the waves around here? Where are the waves?
Don't worry about women. Hey, you're a couple of smart-looking boys. I'm smart.
I'm looking.
Hey, where are the waves?
Yeah, where are the waves here?
Hey.
Say, I can tell you're from the city, fella. You kind of smell nice.
Well, I can tell you're from the country. You kind of smell, too.
Yeah.
Hey, how about a little gambling, fellas?
Well, okay, but I'm warning you, though. Once I start to gamble, I don't know when to quit. It's just bang, 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 one quarter right after another until the whole dollar's gone. I'll tell you.
Well, if we got money, I'll show you. I'll open my wallet. You see, this is also where I keep my Kleenex. Say, you seem to be a pretty intelligent fella.
Yep. In my class at school, I was a moron.
A moron? That isn't good.
Wasn't my class.
Well, we're wasting valuable time, boys. I'll deal the cards out.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, say, how about you? What have you got? I got 3 aces. Oh, shucks. You just beat me out. I only got 2 pairs of kings. Well, that's right. For a minute, I was afraid you didn't know the game. Say, how about betting on something me and Lem's good at? Whoever gets the next wave that goes by to kiss him wins $10. Okay, it's a deal.
See you in a few minutes, fellas.
Well, here she comes. Now, I'll show you how it's done. Hiya, babe. Oh, you didn't do so good. Well, I'll try my luck. Hiya, babe.
Okay, Lem, now you dress up like a wave and let me win $10. All thanks to the memory of 1943, prepared for victory, as waves who are on the job replace a gob to fight a sea. And we thank you so much. Well, folks, old Father Time is balancing the books for 1943 and opening up a new American ledger for 1944. So let's enter a few resolutions. In 44, when work seems to leave us so little time to play, let's remember a kid from our town who has no time to play, who's doing nothing but fighting. Let's save our fuel and food and gasoline and not waste American lives by wasting our raw materials of victory. Let's avoid inflation with more war bonds and bigger savings accounts. Let's always remember that in foxholes, the sons of laborers and the sons of capitalists are united against the real enemies of free enterprise. So let their fathers swear to do as well here at home. Yes, sir, let's resolve, each one of us, to do our very best to make 1944 the new year of victory and the last year of war. I want to thank Cary Grant for appearing with us tonight. Cary, have you anything to add?
Yes, Bob. I went through this hospital today, and I want to congratulate all these girls on the wonderful work they're doing in helping to heal the boys to whom all of us are so indebted.
Right, Cary. These waves and Navy nurses here tonight should be an inspiration to all young women who want to contribute their efforts toward an early victory. Good night. Good night, Cary.
Our thanks to the commanding officer, Captain M.D. Welcott, and Chaplain H.G. Gatlin for their help here tonight. Again, the Pepsi Company has presented another broadcast for the women in the armed forces throughout the United States. Cary Grant is currently appearing in the Columbia picture Once Upon a Time. Next week, Pepsi will present Bob Hope from the Marine Corps Air Station at Santa Barbara. Wendell Niles speaking.
Since the Navy Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement of our product. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Your station is KFI Los Angeles.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Oh
detail. A lone bandit robs a jewelry store in broad daylight. He takes $5,000 in precious stones. He's reckless. He's well armed. Your job? Get him. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action. It's Tuesday, December 2nd. It's chilly in Los Angeles. We're working a day watch at a robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Gideon. My name's Friday. It was 1:48 p.m. when I got to the basement of the city hall. The car came.
Joe, over here.
Yeah, right. Hi, Joe. This from Douglas, is that right? Yeah. Better take Beverly Boulevard out, huh? Right. Want to get the radio? Yeah, all right. No report yet? No, he got away on foot. He headed down 6th Street after the holdup, lost himself in the crowd. Better watch it there. Oh, yeah. How'd the thief work it? Did you get the store? There was not much to tell. He walked in the store at the right time, pointed a gun, grabbed a tray full of diamond rings, and walked out. $5,000. Figured he must have had the jewelry store pretty well cased. Sounds like he's had practice. Well, could be. But sure, one thing, he's well armed. You get it up, huh? Yeah.
Man with a gun. All units at 3rd and Victor, traffic accident, a man with a gun. Code green, AMH 67.
Well, if we can roll on it, huh? Right, that's big to get to him. Yeah, I'll call him. 80K to control 1. 80K to control 1.
Control 1 to 80K, go ahead.
80K out for investigation. 3rd and Victor, AMH 67.
Roger 80K, code 6 to 3rd and Victor, AMH 67.
That must be it up ahead, Joe. Yeah. Right in the middle of the intersection there, the car turned over, huh? Hmm? Let's all do it? Yeah, let's go. Man is stretched out on the street over there, but he's good. Yeah. I wonder if we can get through here, please. Excuse me, please. Let us through, please. Well, let's don't just stand around looking. If somebody call the police yet, excuse me. Are you involved in this? Sure, I was in it. Did anybody call the police? We're police officers. What happened? Oh, I'm sure glad to see you. Awful lot of trouble. Yeah. How about this man here? What happened? Oh, I slugged him. I had to. What do you mean? Well, I don't know what happened. He went a little crazy, I guess. He pulled this gun on me. How is he, Joe? He got a bump on the head. He seems to be all right otherwise. What's your name? Ernie Brooks. That truck over there, that's what I was driving. I was coming down 3rd Street, and I stopped at the red light over there. That corner over there? Yeah. And when the light turned green, I started across the intersection. This guy laying here came barreling down Bixton, went right through the red light, hit the front of my truck. Flipped his car right over on the stride, just like a stick. Yeah, go ahead. The guy went a little crazy, I guess. Right after the crack-up, I pulled the truck to the curb and got out. This fellow here was just climbing out of the top side of his car. Didn't seem hurt at all. Yeah, huh? Well, when he saw me coming over to him, he pulled a gun and pointed it at me. Then he turned and started running. I couldn't figure it out. What'd you do? Well, as soon as he turned his back to him, I went for him and tackled him. Fought like a tiger. That's why I say I slugged him. I had to, officer. There's something awful funny about the whole thing. Well, look here. There's spots right here. It fell out of his coat when I slugged him. You take a look. Yeah? Here. Must be 3-4 dozen in there. Rings, all kinds. Yeah. Looks like diamonds in them, doesn't it? The ambulance arrived, and we took the unconscious fuel robbery suspect to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. After he was revived and treated for cuts and bruises, we took him back to the city hall at the interrogation room. He fitted the description of the jewelry store bandit almost exactly. He refused to talk. He wouldn't even give us his name. We had his fingerprints taken, and then we had them checked through R&I. The man was identified as Vernon Albert Nicole, an ex-convict out of Folsom and a 2-time loser. He served 1 5-year term for armed robbery and another 3 years for ADW. We checked out the wrecked car he'd been driving and found out that it had been stolen 2 blocks from the scene of the holdup. We had the manager of the jewelry store which had been robbed brought downtown. He identified Nicole as the bandit. The suspect still refused to talk. Ben and I took him to the main jail, where he was booked on suspicion of 211 PC. 4:15 p.m. We checked back in at the office. Takes some of them a long time to learn. Yeah, two-time loser. This one ought to finish him. I can't figure. He's been out of Folsom 7 months and going right back in again. Well, we can get the complaint from the DA tomorrow and set the arraignment for Thursday. Yeah. Maybe check with the manager of the jewelry store first. Wonder if Nicole could have been in one of those gas station holdups, remember? Last month? Yeah. Well, we'll have them in the show up Thursday and see what happens. You want to take care of the arrest report? Yeah, I'll get out an APB, too. Might turn up some outside jobs on him. I'm feeling hungry. You still got that candy bar from lunch? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, here you go. What's the matter with you lately, anyway? I don't know. Been eating like a horse, staring the sun. Outside. I'll get it. What do you got, Joe? Oh, that does it. What? Nicole. He escaped. A broadcast and an all-points bulletin were gotten out on Vernon Nicole. All units in the vicinity of the escape were alerted. An hour passed. There was no report on the suspect. We checked with the main jail and got the details on the escape. They told us that while Nicole was being locked up in his cell, he pushed his fingers into the door jamb and had them badly mashed when the cell door closed on them. Both of Nicole's wrists were then handcuffed, and along with 2 other ailing suspects, he was taken over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital by a pair of transportation officers. Going up the stairs to the hospital, Nicole had turned suddenly, kicked one of the officers in the stomach, slugged the other one, and escaped. It happened at about 4:14 p.m. By 11 o'clock that night, there wasn't a trace of the suspect. 7:30 the next morning, Ben and I checked back in for work. Nicole was still at large. Overnight report, Joe. Have a look. What do you got? Yeah. Liquor store. Gas station. Another liquor store. All 3 of them held up between midnight and 2 a.m. Take a look at the bank description. WMA, 5 feet 950 pounds. Medium build, dark wages, hairy dark eyes, fair complexion, deep scar on chin. How about? We didn't waste time getting started again, did we? It's a pretty big come down if it's Nicole. Diamond theft to liquor store. Well, he had to do something. He didn't have any clothes, no money. How about that car he used on those jobs? Stolen. They covered early this morning. They're going over to print. So now, Joe? Gibby? Got on this one right away. Where did just have to call a minute ago? What's that? Here's the name, address. Matthew Hobbs. He runs a candy store near one of the grade schools over in Boyle Heights. He might be able to tell you something. Yeah, about what? Nicole. Saw him last night. We got in the car and drove over to the Boyle Heights district where we located Matthew Hobbs' place of business. It was a small store on Delray Avenue, 1 block from the neighborhood grammar school. The sign out in front read, New Geneva Candy Parlor and Variety Store. There was the usual display in the window. A wind-up train, a few inexpensive dolls, pencils, writing tablets, and some crepe paper. Inside, the main attraction was 2 long showcases filled with a variety of penny candy. There was a small soda fountain at the rear of the store, topped with a slab of worn marble. Matthew Hobbs was a small, thin man. He looked to be in his mid-60s. He sat behind one of the counters selling cellophane bags of Christmas candy while he talked to us. We asked him about Nicole. Yes, that's right. Vernon was here last night. About 10 o'clock, 10:15, no later. You want me to help him? Did you know Nicole that well, Mr. Hobbs? As well as I know most of the kids that grew up around here. Yes, I guess I knew him well. Well, what did he ask for in the way of help? His money, clothes. He got no family left. I guess I was the only one he thought to come to. Well, how is it that you didn't notify us sooner, Mr. Hobbs? I knew you'd ask. I'd like to explain if I could. Yes, sir, please. Did you hand me that stack of bags there, Sergeant? No. Yes? No, the number 2. Yeah, those, yeah. All right, here you are. Thank you. As I said, he knocked on my back door about 10 o'clock, and I let him in. Acted just like an animal. Some kind of crazy animal. Did he have handcuffs on? Yeah, but the chain connecting him was broken. It made me file off each handcuff. Yeah? I wouldn't do it at first. I had no idea what was going on. He said he'd kill me if I didn't help him. He kept threatening me. I never saw Vernon like that before. Go on, Pete. You know, Sergeant, I knew that boy when he was in grammar school right up the street there. Makes you sit down and think sometimes, huh? Where they grow up and change. Yes, sir. Well, what happened after you took the cuffs off of him? Well, he got out of his jail clothes and put on one of my suits. Took what I had in my wallet, $12, and then he kept running around until he found my gun. He took that with him, too. Well, didn't you think of calling for help? Not the way he acted, Sergeant. Just like a crazy animal. Wanted to kill me if I'd tried anything. He warned me not to tell anybody he was here. Said he'd come back and kill me if I did. Well, I waited till this morning, and I called the police. You said McCauley took a gun from Mr. Adams. What kind of a gun was it? 32 automatic. A Colt. I've had it for years. I have it registered with you people. He took just what he pleased. Clothes, guns, money. If you want the truth, Sergeant, I just wasn't brave enough to try to stop him. Well, when McCauley left here, did you notice if he had a car? No, he left on foot. Walked across the street and went down that way, towards town. I don't know. I don't suppose you'll get too far. I hope not. Do you have any idea who he might try to contact? Some of his old friends, his relatives? No, he doesn't have any folks I know of. Terrible thing, isn't it? Kids growing up. The way they change, like McCauley. I can understand them when they're kids. Seen hundreds of them come through here. Know what they're thinking, how they feel. Kind of a hobby. I understand kids. Yes, sir. The trouble is they grow up. All of a sudden they stop being kids. Yes, sir. I don't understand them after that. After we left the candy store, we went back to the office and got out a supplementary APB containing a description of the suspect's clothing and the gun that he'd stolen. Together with Gonzalez and Pena from robbery, Ben and I checked all of McCauley's known friends in his usual hangout. Stakeouts were placed. We got nowhere. The late evening holdups continued. Each of the victims identified McCauley as the bandit. He used the same M.O. in each case. He worked only on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. He'd steal a car, pull 3 holdups in the same general area within an hour, abandon the car in the same area, and then disappear. 2 weeks passed, and then a month. The weekend robberies went on. From the most recent hold-up victims, we found out that McCauley had picked up a partner. We checked the man's description through his staff's office. Each of the stolen cars used by the suspects and then abandoned were checked for prints. We failed to identify the second man. The hold-ups continued. McCauley and his partner were still at large. Monday, January 26, 8:30 a.m. Ben and I met with Captain Didion. What's the count, Skip? The usual. 3 hold-ups Friday, 3 Saturday, 3 Sunday. He's proved his point. He's consistent. Now, when do you blow the whistle on him? We're doing everything that can be done. Stakeouts, extra units on duty. Not enough. The corner pocket wants some results. They want them fast. How about the times listed for the 3 stick-ups last night? Have they been double-checked? No, correct. There's something else for you. Figure it out. Where is it, Joe? Oh, look here. The drugstore out in West Hollywood robbed at 11:14 p.m. Yeah? All right, now this one. Coffee shop out in the valley. Robbed at 11:21 p.m. Both of them the same M.O., same everything. Well, it doesn't figure. They couldn't have made it from the spot in West Hollywood out to the valley in 7 minutes. It's not possible. There's a report. Check it. I know, but how could they do it? There must be some way to work out the answer. There's got to be. I can give you a shortcut, you know. McCauley, find him. Another 2 weeks passed, and then 2 weeks more. Besides the extra men and units put in service on weekends, 24 separate stakeouts were established in areas where we figured McCauley and his accomplice would strike. Didn't help much. The holdups continued. There was only one difference. The description of the bandit didn't jive anymore. We still didn't have an answer to the superhuman speed that the 2 gunmen seemed to show and robbing victims at widely separated points, all within a short period of time. We stayed on it. Friday, February 21st. Ben and I took our turn on night stakeout in a vacant store on Sunset Boulevard. We were assigned to cover a drugstore and a bar directly across the street. We spent 2 weekends on the job. It was quiet. Nothing happened. The third weekend was no different. One thing's for sure. We never have any luck fixing stakeout. No, we do. This empty store must be the draftiest place in town. Oh, no, we've had worse. What time you got? 5 past midnight. That little band over in the bar sure earn their money, don't they? Allowed anyway. Sure, Buck. Have a look. Hey, getting out of the car down the street there, see? Oh, yeah, they're heading for the bar. What do you think? Both got dark here. About the same bill. Sounds like they're in a hurry. We're going in the bar. Yeah, come on. Come on, we better hurry. That's it, come on. All right, throw down the gun. Look out. Hold on your gun. Now, come on, hands behind your head. Take him. Watch him. All right, hold it right there. Come on your feet. You all right, Ben? Yeah. You had a good drink. I like both of them. It wrapped it up, huh? Well, you better look again. Huh? Neither one of them, Macaulay.
You are listening to Dragnet, a series of authentic case histories documented from official files.
Many of our corporate customers are worried about employees going wild purchasing office supplies. StaplesLink.com allows them to set up workflow approvals and gives them more control over purchases.
StaplesLink.com and IBM are bringing office supplies and office management together.
I'm Anne Marie Keene of StaplesLink.com, Vice President of Business-to-Business E-commerce.
StaplesLink took a great idea, a giant step forward.
Staples revolutionized the office supply industry with the superstore.
Saturday, February 22nd. Ben and I took the two robbery suspects downtown to the city hall to the interrogation room. We checked them through R&I and found that they both had records for burglary and grand theft auto. The car that they'd been using that night had been stolen. After 2.5 hours of interrogation, one of the suspects, P. Albanese, decided to break down and cooperate. 1 a.m., the interrogation room.
I get something out of it, don't I? Helping you. You know, don't forget I help you when you get me a call. We'll see if they know about it, Pete. And be making your report. I want your story. I knew I never should have went for it. Believe me, it won't happen again. The caller, he talked me into it. Talked into what, Pete? Helping him on those pickups. I was his partner in his first one. After he broke through? Yeah, that's right. He came to me with a foolproof system of his, and I was sucker enough to go for it. How long did you work with him? Just a couple of weekends. 3, 4, maybe. I didn't get along with him. No, nobody gets along with him. He's a little crazy, I think.
Who's working with him now?
Oh, I don't know. He's had 2, 3 different guys. I don't know who's with him. Say, Sergeant, can I have a drink of water, please?
I'll get you something.
How about the way Nicole works? There's 3 or 4 robberies a night all over town. A lot of guys working, that's all.
So they all keep it the same way, huh?
Yeah, sure. When I left them, I went on my own and picked up a partner and used their system. Pretty good one, huh? Well, it looked like a good one, anyway.
You were working on the weekends, picking up a hot car, dropping it fast.
Yeah, you got it. There must be half a dozen guys in this town working the system. They all got it from Nicole. He taught it to them.
Where do we find him, Pete, you know?
Nicole? No, not for sure. He's figures, you know. He doesn't live here in town. He only comes up for the weekends, works Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then he takes off again. Takes off for what? Went down by the border someplace, Palm City, Tijuana, I'm not sure. You know, don't forget I'm helping you, huh? You'll let him know I cooperated.
Yeah, we'll let him know, Pete. Now, when's the last time you saw Nicole?
Oh, it's been a month anyway. I never want to see him again. So this may help you, though. I know where his girlfriend stays.
Yeah?
The problem on South Rampart, I can give you the address. She probably goes see her once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else you can think of?
No, that's about it. There won't be any pushover, Sergeant. Like I said, I think he's a little crazy. It's not going to be an easy one to take.
Well, we'll give it a try.
Oh, I mean it that way. He's wild, but you'll get him, I guess. Just one thing.
Yeah.
You'll have to tell him first.
3:45 a.m. Pete Albanese and his accomplice were booked at the main jail on suspicion 211 PC. The next morning, Ben and I checked out the address of Nicole's girlfriend, which Albanese had given us. The girlfriend's name was Esther Revard. She told us that she hadn't seen Nicole in more than 2 weeks. We asked her if she knew where the suspect stayed when he was in town. She gave us an address on South Pico. We called in and arranged for a stakeout on the girl's place, and we drove over to check the address that she'd given us. It was a small apartment court on the edge of the industrial district. Nicole wasn't there, neither was the manager. We talked to one of the tenants who told us that the manager, Mrs. Clara Fontaine, was out of town. He said that while she was gone, her daughter Norma was looking after the place. The daughter was employed as a secretary at the Blue Cross Hospital Plan office over on Wilshire Boulevard. We called the office and arranged for another stakeout at the apartment court. 1:25 p.m. We located the landlady's daughter at the Blue Cross office on Wilshire. We showed her Nicole's mugshot.
it's one of Mama's tenants, Mr. Reynolds. He's in bungalow 5.
Anyone staying with him, Miss Fontaine?
No one's registered with him, no. He has visitors, though. Is there something wrong?
Well, when did you see this man last?
This morning. When I was leaving for work, he was outside working on his car. Would you excuse me, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Blue Cross? Yes, sir? I see. No, just address the letter to Blue Cross Hospital Fund. You can send it to us here at the Wiltshire office. That's right. Oh, you're welcome. I'm sorry. What was I going to say?
You told us that you saw this man working on his car this morning.
Oh, yes, he was parked right outside in front. I couldn't very well miss it. I'm going to tell Mama about it when she gets home.
What's that, Miss?
Well, it was certainly strange because it's not that time of year. That's why I noticed it.
What's that?
He was changing the license plates on his car.
Did you get the numbers?
It's right here in my purse.
1:32 p.m. With the information furnished us by the girl, Ben got on the phone and called in a description of the suspect's car, together with the 2 sets of license numbers. With a 1941 Ford sedan, dark blue, white sidewall tires. Communications got out a broadcast and a supplementary APB on it. At 6 p.m., Ben and I relieved the men on a stakeout at Nicole's apartment. We waited. No sign of him. We checked with the office on the hour. No sign of the car. 10 p.m. Still nothing doing. 11 o'clock. Nothing. Gonzalez and Pena from robbery drove out and relieved us, and we headed back to the office. 11:26 p.m. What do you figure? I don't know. It's plugged every hole I can think of. Things due for a break, isn't it? Overdue. I could use some sleep. Wait a minute. Right. Yeah, right away. Skipper? Hi, here's one to move on. Yeah? Carlson Beacon, southeast corner. What is it? Nicole's car. They got it spotted. 11:56 p.m. Ben and I drove to the vicinity of 12th and Beacon, where we checked with the men in Unit 80K who'd spotted the car. They'd gotten out a code 5 on it. The description matched perfectly. A 1941 Ford sedan, dark blue, white sidewall tires. The license number was one of those given us by the apartment manager's daughter that afternoon. Together with the 2 men in 86K, we staked out on the suspect's car at a distance. It was parked almost exactly in the middle of the block. About 20 feet behind it, a red and white delivery truck was parked. The street was fairly deserted. The only place of business open was a small corner bar at the far end of the block. 12:30. 1 a.m. No one came near the dark blue sedan. We waited. 2 a.m. The corner bar closed up. A man came out, got in the red and white delivery truck, and drove off. 2:30 a.m. The dark blue sedan was still sitting there. We kept waiting.
Roger 13 hour, code 7.
Well, one way or the other, I wish he'd make up his mind. It's a long way. Cold room here, and it wasn't that vacant store. Better check and see if you're clear. Yeah, all right, I'll do it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1.
Control 1 to 80K. Go ahead.
80K to Control 1. We clear.
Control 1 to 80K. Stand by.
Oh, you on smoke? I'm out. You too? Yeah. I guess we do without. Yeah.
Control 1 to 80K. Control 1 to 80K. You're clear. Code 1, KMA 367.
80K to Control 1, Roger. KMA 367. Hey, have a look, Joe. Just turn the corner. Where? Far end of the block, opposite side. Heading up this way. Yeah. You make out 2 of them there? Mm-hmm. The 2. They're passing by the sedan. No, they're... We're getting in, aren't they? Mm-hmm. Come on. Spotted us, Joe. They're getting out.
All right, hold it there, both of you. Sit down, Joe. Give it up to Coley. Behind that car.
All right, hold it. Don't shoot, Joe.
Throw out your gun, both of you.
Harry, don't shoot. Throw out your gun. They'll kill him. Get up, Harry. They'll kill him.
Come on, throw him out.
Don't shoot. Here's my gun. Don't shoot.
One of them.
Come on, Harry. They got us. Get up.
That's 2. Let's go. Yeah, careful.
There's a gun. Don't shoot. I got my hands up.
All right, keep them up.
Okay, I will. Just don't shoot. I didn't use my gun. Harry did. I tried to tell him you heard me. You heard me. You heard me say not to shoot. Check my gun. I didn't shoot at you.
Come on. Get him out in front of him. I'll get you. Joe, you ready? Let's go. Please, huh? Give me a break. You picked the wrong time to cry, Mason. Please, now, this is the third time for me. I'm no good in that. You had your chances. You took them away. Let's make a deal, huh? I'm no good in jail. No good at all. We'll know better out here. Let's go. The story you just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 24th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. Now... Vernon Nicoli and his accomplices were tried and convicted on several counts of first-degree robbery. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. First-degree robbery is punishable by a prison term of not less than 5 years, with a maximum life term.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Cross has been asked by your government to help the nation mobilize for defense. You can help by giving generously to the Red Cross.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. The FEMA Police Department. The FEMA Police Department. The FEMA Police Department. The FEMA...
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Answer that, Eddie. Tell him that he is an underhanded rat, a snake, a double-dealing swine, and a two-faced skunk. And I'm up at the zoo getting some new ideas.
Hey, well, Mr. Archie, I can't.
Go ahead, tell him. Tell him he is a baboon, a bottleneck, a big bum, and a browbeaten boor.
Hello. Duffy's Tavern, Eddie, the keeper of the bees, speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie? Well, he's busy here with some very big names.
Go ahead. Tell him what I said, the dirty crumb.
Hello, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Archie says he's impatient with you. Yeah, that's what he said, but, you know, these things, they always lose a little something in the translation.
Give me that phone. Huh? Why am I mad? Why am I provoked, he asks me. Because I have been working here for 7 years. 7 years of blood, sweat, and perspiration. And you promised me a substantial raise, and you'd give it to me if you was a decent, upright, fair-minded American citizen. Huh? Okay, you alien. Look, you will hear from my lawyer in the morning, you dirty, thick-headed stumblebum.
You sure mad at him tonight?
Nothing personal. It's just what we call in legal circles firing the opening replevin.
You mean you actually gonna sue him?
For every nickel he's ever socked away. When I get through with him, his mattress will be so empty it might as well be spring. Yes, sir, I got the lawyer coming down here tonight.
You hired a lawyer?
Oh, surely for consultation, of course. I'll probably conduct the trial myself.
What you know about law outside of what you picked up hobnobbing with the station wagon set?
What do I know about the law? You forget that I used to work for Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs.
Was that before or after you worked for Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe?
Eddie, do not jest. Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs only happened to be one of the biggest law firms in the city. In fact, we committed nothing but felonies.
What was your job there?
What do you think my job was?
Washing windows?
Eddie, that was just a lucky guess. Yeah, but they were training me. They realized that I had a born legal mind.
Well, your mind might have been legal then, but there's a law against it now. So they was training you to be a lawyer, huh?
Yeah, I was an apprentice, you know, what they call an internee. Yep, Flyshacker himself always had great confidence in me, Eddie. You know what he used to call me?
Hey, stupid?
No, that was Millstone. No, Flyshacker used to call me the hideous corpus. Yeah. He loved me, Eddie. In fact, I often overheard him say to Bushwhacker, you know, someday that Archie's going to turn out to be a very big shyster.
Well, if you know so much about the law, how come you hiring a lawyer to sue Duffy?
Well, where's your ethics, man? Does a surgeon remove his own scalpel? Besides, this lawyer worked with me in the old days, and he knows a little more than I do about contracts, you know. At FBM&B, he was in charge of loopholes. He could take a look at a contract, and in 30 seconds, he could tell you whether it was oral or written. Where'll you meet him, Eddie?
Yeah. What's his name?
O'Shea. Briefcase O'Shea.
How much you paying this briefcase?
And not a cent. He says he's an old pal, and he'll just do it for the retainer. That dirty Duffy. When Briefcase gets through with him, he'll be ipso facto and null and void.
What?
Oh, look, Finnegan. Hey, look, Finnegan, maybe you can help me.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm thinking. I can't stand Jack Benny because... I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Finnegan, how do you know about this contest?
I heard Jack Benny announce it Sunday night.
Really?
Yeah, he said... That's what he said.
And to you, that meant there was a contest?
Please, Arch, if nothing else, I understand English.
Finnegan, I think you must have a pair of auctioneers. That's a joke, son. That's a joke. Oh, now look, Finnegan, I want you to stick around. I'm suing Duffy, and I may want you to be a witness.
What's that, Arch?
A witness? Well, like I was. You remember that time we went to court together when Colucci's horse bit the street cleaner? Remember, I was a witness for the horse.
Oh, yeah, I remember, Arch. And boy, what a horse's witness you were. That's what you want me to be, huh?
Well, in your case, leave us just call it a half witness. But I want you to tell the jury what a crumb this Duffy is. I want to show this double-dealing chiseler that when he turned me down on this raise, it was the biggest mistake he ever made in his life.
Now, look here, Archie.
Well, next to the biggest mistake.
I just hope you realize what you're doing, hitting Papa below the belt like this.
Where else? That's where most of Papa is.
Of all the nerve. And after all he's done for you. Why, he couldn't have been nicer to you if you were his own son.
What a horrible thought. And let alone that, you'd be my sister.
Okay, go ahead and sue him. But don't forget, you know, Papa's got witnesses also.
Who?
Mama.
That's just two. And no jury in the country would believe her on the grounds of ipso fatso. Who else would he get?
Me. And, you know what a pretty girl can do to a jury. Believe me, when I sit on that witness chair, cross my legs, and uncover my dimpled knees, the jury will arrive at only one verdict.
Yeah, that the witness chair has 6 legs.
Okay, you just go ahead and sue him. But believe me, I'm just as much of a lawyer as you are.
All right, if you're a lawyer, then get out of here before I hang a shingle on you. Now, come here, Finnegan. I want to talk to you.
Boy, you sure told her off.
Oh, yeah, telling me about the law, that shystress. Now, Finnegan, look, when you get onto the stand...
Say, Arch.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Muller?
Look, I don't want to butt in on your business, but before you sue Duffy, you want to remember that in this neighborhood, he's pretty chummy with the law.
Yeah, but will the law recognize a bindle stiff without a lamppost in his arms? Hello? Oh, it's you, huh? Well, what's the compromise? I can have every other 4th of July off? With or without pay? With pay if the temperature goes below 0. Wait a minute, you cheap chiseler. That answered. From now on, the chips are down. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Chip.
Now, look, Eddie, that lawyer's going to be here any minute, and I got to get some evidence. Wait, I think I got some correspondence with Duffy here in the safe. Let's see now. Eddie, what was the combination of this safe again?
Once to the left, and twice to the right, and once to the left again.
I know, but what are the numbers?
Don't make no difference. The lock's broken.
Leave us have it fixed. You know how I hate to do things the simple way, don't you? Let's see here. Where are my personal papers? Oh, here they are. There's my birth certificate, my expulsion papers from PS4, that insulting note from the draft board. Now, let's see. What's this pile? Please remit, please remit, please remit, please remit. Paid in full.
Hello, stranger.
Right. It's kind of fun to go through them things, ain't it, Eddie?
Yeah. Hey, what's that ticket there?
Where?
The one with the number S5431.
Oh, that's nothing. It's just an old ticket from the Irish sweepstakes.
Oh, yeah. And there's the name of your horse on it. One gold watch.
Yeah. Ran out that day. Now, let's look at... Oh, look at this thing. A picture of me and Duffy taken at Coney Island.
Let's see. Hey, since when is there mountains at Coney Island?
That's Mrs. Duffy buried in the sand.
That still don't make it no molehill.
Right.
Hey, look here. What's this wrapped in a tissue paper?
Where? Oh, yeah, that. That brings back old memories, Eddie. It's a pair of tights that belonged to an old girlfriend of mine, Mildred Tondel. I'll never forget. She wore them the night she wrestled Zabisco. Let's see here. Here's the letters. There's a letter here from Alcatraz, a letter from Leavenworth, a letter from Sing Sing. That's funny. No letter from Duffy.
May I pose a question?
What?
Can Mr. Duffy write?
Holy cow, why didn't you pose the question before we wasted all of this time?
There's a guy looking for you over there.
Who?
A very crooked-looking guy. Looks like he played a dirty trick on his own mother.
So what? You did it, didn't you? And no remarks about him being crooked. That guy happens to be my lawyer. Well, briefcase O'Shea. How are you, briefcase old man?
Well, if it isn't the shyster himself.
Yeah. Gee, Briefcase, it's like old times. I guess I ain't seen you since, Willie Schmidt versus the Armour Trucking Company.
Oh, that was the good old days, wasn't there?
Yeah, remember? Remember when we used to duck in the office in the morning and duck right out for breakfast? Wheat cakes at Child's.
Oh, do I remember Child's? Oh. Remember Sophie?
Oh, Duffy, yeah. I wonder if she's still there in the window, flipping them around. I'll never forget them wheat cakes. Do you ever get down to the old place, Briefcase?
No, not in years.
No, I often wonder whatever happened to Miss Dobbs, the bookkeeper. I wonder if she ever married that carbon and ribbon salesman.
No, they broke up. Don't you remember?
No, when?
The day her guy caught her sitting on Fleischhacker's lap, taking the trial balance.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I wonder whatever happened to Fleischhacker.
Didn't you hear? He was killed.
Oh, really?
Sure. An ambulance backed up over it.
Well, you live by the sword, so shall ye reap.
Yes, I was at the funeral. Millstone through it, you know. Oh, beauty, too. 12 pallbearers, all shaking their heads in unison and saying, not guilty.
Idea. Well, Briefcase, so much for FBM and B. May F rest in peace. Tell me, Briefcase, how have you been doing lately?
Well, I don't like to be modest,
A little better than the old days, though, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, remember that one week you had 3 clients convicted and hung?
3 of my clients hung?
Don't you remember? Remember around the office the slogan was swing and sway with Briefcase O'Shea?
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me, shyster, what about this case you want me to handle for you?
Well, it's a tort, you know, a violation of the breach of contract.
Just a second. I know we're old friends, but I think it's a bit of an imposition to call in a man of my standing in the profession on a simple contract case. Don't you?
Oh, Briefcase, there's $5 in it.
I'll take the case. Now, who is suing whom?
Well, I am suing versus Duffy.
Looks to me like we got a foolproof case.
Okay.
We'll sue this Duffy for $5 million. We'll show him there are laws in this country to protect jerks like you, pal.
Well, thanks, Briefcase.
Now, we'll need some witnesses. Would Eddie the waiter here testify that you do most of the work around here?
Oh, I'm sure he will, won't you, Eddie?
Certainly. Between waiting on tables, cooking meals, sweeping the floor, cleaning the garbage can, it won't be hard to find time to sandwich in a little perjury.
Well, good. By the way, Arch, if these witnesses are going to do you any good, they're going to need a lot of coaching.
I get the idea, Briefcase. Eddie, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Coach.
Now, the next thing we're going to need are some character witnesses.
Character witnesses, Oh, well, yeah. Oh, let's see. Well, it's Finnegan. He's a character.
Finnegan, huh? Is he around?
Yeah, you see that table over in the corner?
Oh, you mean the one with the 2 pigs' heads on it?
Only one of them is a pig's head. Hey, Finnegan, come here. This is my lawyer. He wants you to be a witness.
Okay, Arch, I saw the whole thing. The truck ran through the red light and knocked it 30 yards.
Now, wait a minute. Finnegan, please, don't get premature. The lawyer just wants to coach you a little.
Yes, I just want to prepare you for the cross-examination, friend. Now, here is the typical question they might ask. You are on a streetcar going from 2nd Avenue to 3rd Avenue. Which way are you riding? From east to west or from north to south?
I don't know. I'm too busy reading Dick Tracy.
Just a second, Briefcase. You know, that was a pretty tricky question. Try him again.
Okay. Mr. Finnegan. You have 2 ears, a left ear and a right ear. Now, if I were to remove your left ear, on which side could you hear best?
The right side.
Very good, Finnegan.
Why, so astonished.
Huh.
Now, if I were to remove your right ear also, what would the effect be?
I wouldn't be able to see.
Why not?
Me hat had come down over me eyes.
What is it, Miss Duffy?
I just spoke to Papa, and he asked me to give you a message.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
He says he'll compromise with you. He says that if you forget about the raise, he's willing to forget he ever offered it to you.
Backing down, huh? Well, tell him it's too late. Now, come here, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Look, have you been practicing up what to say in court now?
Well, this law stuff is new to me.
Well, any stuff is new to you. Now, come on, we'll go over it again. You see, I've had a lot of experience in this thing, and what I'm trying to explain to you is certain legalities. You see, in a legal trial, there is two parties involved. A, the defendant, or corporation, and B, the plaintiff. This is only in states, of course, where statutory law prevails.
Statutory law? What's that, Art?
Well, it's obvious. Suppose a man steals a chicken.
Yeah?
Well, in some states, it's called chicken statutory. You see, in certain states differentiate from other states in their legal terminologies. For instance, in a lot of places, legally, you'd be back. However, according to Tennessee law, in Tennessee, you are non-compos members. No, it's what they call a writ of mandamus, where a man writes a letter to a dame. Now, on the other hand, in certain jurisprudences, they recognize the right of nolle prosequi, i.e. and or viz. The case of itty-bitty tea room versus the people of the state of New York. Is this clear so far?
Well, naturally.
Now, in a particular case at hand, Duffy versus Archie, where the plaintiff charges the defendant with breach of malfeasance, either oral, verbal, or spoken, I have my choice between a jury trial or a trial by judge.
Well, why don't you take both, Art?
You want me to make a pig of myself? No, it couldn't be, Finnegan. That would be what they call double jeopardy.
Oh,
Say, look, Arch, I'm a busy man.
Okay, Briefcase, you can start testing the witnesses. Eddie, take the stand.
Yes. Mr. Green, how long have you known the plaintiff?
7 years, during which time not once did I ever see him perform an act of dishonesty or disloyalty to his employer, unquote.
Well, that's fine.
The preceding statement was a paid political announcement.
Well, Mr. Green, this testimony definitely establishes the honesty of the plaintiff.
Hey, Briefcase, when do I go on?
You go on next, Finnegan. Take the stand.
Okay.
Your witness, Briefcase.
Right. Your name, sir?
Clifton, let's see, Hannigan, Flanagan.
It's Clifton.
Hey, don't tell me, Arch. It's on the tip of my tongue. Clifton,
The court will now adjourn for 5 minutes.
I got it, Arch. It's right here in me underwear. Clifton Finnegan.
Good, good. Now, Mr. Finnegan.
Wait a minute. Finnegan, what are you doing rolling your pants up over your knees?
I'm giving him the old sex appeal, Arch.
Mr. Finnegan, what can you say about the plaintiff's character?
Well, Arch is very honest.
I object.
Objection sustained.
Just a minute.
Quiet, Finnegan. It's good to have your objection sustained.
Yeah, but not by a dame.
Just a second, Arch. I am afraid, in the technical terminology of the law, that the merits of your plea are ipso facto null and void by the prima facie evidence.
Looks pretty good, huh? And you ain't heard the best part, Briefcase. Get a load of this speech that I prepared in my own defense.
Yeah, but Archie,
Just listen to it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when I came to work at Duffy's Tavern 10 years ago, I was just an innocent, stupid boy. But I've changed. No longer am I innocent. And why? Because this Duffy, this fiendish shape in human form, forced me to learn his dirty tricks of the trade. It was him that learned me how to cut the paper plates down to make the meals look bigger. It was him that learned me how to pinch liverwurst to give it that healthy, rosy complexion. I hope the court has been clear to children. And it was him that showed me how to paint the tabletop silver so the customers couldn't see their change. Oh, for shame, Duffy Fagan. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, are you going to vote for this dirty swine? Or will justice trump?
What a narrow darrow. Well, now, look, Arch, that speech is great. You can't lose. Now, I have some business to attend to, so if you'll let me have my $5, I'll be on the way.
Okay, Briefcase. Come here a minute. I'm a little broke, so I'm going to have to borrow you $5 from the cash register.
Just a second. If it's Duffy's money, I'll have to get an okay from Duffy. Where's the phone?
Well, wait a minute, Briefcase.
I'm sorry, Arch.
Oh, you can't do this.
Oh, hello, Duffy. Counselor O'Shea. I am representing Archie in his suit against you, and I'd want to know if it's okay with you if he robs the cash register to pay me my fee. You say it's not? Well, this is a surprising turn. Well, yes. Legally, you have a right to sue the man.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Duffy, I'll be glad to handle your case. The fee will be $5.
Now, you crook.
Tell Archie to pay me your fee from the register? Very good, sir.
Why, you slimy mouthpiece. You'll make me ashamed that I was ever a member of the firm of Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs. Here's your filthy fee.
Just a second. This is the $5 Duffy paid me to sue you.
So what?
How about the $5 you owe me for suing Duffy?
Briefcase, if I didn't know the law, I'd punch you right in the nose. Here's your $5.
Thank you. The case is closed. And, Arch, you better thank your stars that you had me for a lawyer. Because you know as well as I do that you're guilty as the day is long.
Hello, Duffy. How are you? By the way, was that contract we were talking about oral or legal? It was, huh? Well, in that case, let's call off the suit, huh? But you're going to take the attorney's fee out of my salary? Duffy, you can't do that. So help me. If you do, I'll sue you for every nickel you got. And don't forget, you're dealing with a man that was formerly with Flyshacker, Bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs. Believe me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at this same time next Friday night.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Fed up with the everyday grind? Tired out from the summer heat? You want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are trapped in the dark streets of an old French town with two remaining avenues of escape. The workshop of a fearsome knife maker, or the arms of a beautiful but deadly woman.
Tonight, we escape to the south of France and to the manhunt of a master criminal, as Vincent Starrett told it in his unusual story, The Fugitive.
I had been 6 months in the prison of Tarentelle at the top of the hill above the little village of Saint-Just. As you know, of course, Saint-Just is in the very south of France, buried in those dark forests that lead up to the great crags of the Pyrenees. I was enjoying this enforced hospitality after having been convicted as a thief. And quite rightly so. For it is the fancy of some men to become bankers, of others soldiers. It had always suited my own fancy to be a thief. Oh, but no matter. Day after day went by, with nothing to do but to look out over the forest, watch the sunset and the lights from the Chateau de Montaut, and 6 months began to seem like a lifetime. So, in my customary logical fashion, I decided to escape.
Monsieur Duplessis.
You were addressing me, Monsieur Lemieux?
Mon Dieu, who else? Do you think I expect to find you entertaining visitors behind this iron door?
Who knows what a detective may think? I have never found enough mentality in one to be able to analyze it.
You still have spirit, Duplessis. What a pity for it to be wasted in a prison cell.
Well, I confess I would much rather be outside there with you than inside here with me.
And I can almost wish that you were. Perhaps then I would not be so bored.
Oh, my deepest sympathy, Lemieux. Have the wine cellars at the chateau gone dry? Does the seigneur no longer serve those luscious meals you have told me so much about?
I have grown weary of it, my friend. I am a hunter of men by nature, not a bon vivant. Sometimes I wish you might contrive some means of escaping. I should enjoy the sport of tracking you down again.
In that case, monsieur, the key.
Oh, I dare say it would be rather easy the second time. I know just how your mind turns all your little fancies.
Oh, hell, the key, monsieur.
Then, too, I'm a master of disguises. Should you pause by a stream, the fisherman who handed you a drink would suddenly turn out to be Lemieux.
You astonish me.
You would perhaps register at a name. Then the clerk would smile at you, and you would see...
Permit me, Lemieux.
Ah, well. Why dream of the impossible, Duplessis? You have another 4.5 years to serve in Tarentelle, and I am dining at the Chateau de Montaut in an hour.
So... Lemieux, why not imagine I am contriving some way to escape? That should give you an appetite.
Ah, Duplessis, your waiter has deserted you. You speak of absurdities now.
Perhaps you are right. Au revoir, monsieur. Ah, but he was cunning, this Lemieux. Sleek and pretty, like a weasel. But have you ever seen the teeth of a weasel slash the throat of a bird? I have. And I have seen Lemieux do somewhat similar things. Well, no matter. Half an hour after he had gone, when dusk was falling, I lifted 2 iron bars from the window of my cell, slid through and climbed down the wall. But it was not so simple as it sounds, you know. I had been working on it for nearly 2 months, secretly and quietly. And now I was free. I I slunk furtively and fearfully through the underbrush, making my way rapidly toward the village of Saint-Just at the foot of the hill. Behind me, at any moment, the great gun would boom from the walls of Tarentelle, informing the world that one of the prisoners had made an escape. Ahead of me, faint flares of lightning warned of a storm to come, while my heart beat a pace with my footsteps. I thought to myself, how terrible indeed is this business of freedom. How much simpler it is to be in prison. Well, as you may have perceived already, I am something of a philosopher. Well, no matter. It was then that I suddenly saw a light gleaming ahead of me, and I began to hear a strange sound. I could make out the shape of a small, open hut a few paces ahead of me. The light was thrown out by the glowing coals in a forge, and the sound was made by an old man beating out a piece of metal on an anvil. He was small, wrinkled, and bald except for two white tufts of hair that grew in front of his ears. As I drew near quietly, I could see that he was making a knife, and that other knives hung on the walls of the hut. And I had no weapon, and I began to wonder if, by some means, I might steal one from him.
Come in, my son.
Huh?
It may start raining in a moment.
Well, merci, monsieur. I'm a stranger hereabouts. I lost my way in the woods.
No need. I understand.
You are a maker of knives?
Oui, monsieur. You would like to have one, perhaps.
Well, old man, the fact of the matter is that being a law-abiding citizen, I really have little need of a knife. However, both are pretty, and the forest is very dark. But I am at the moment without funds, so...
There is no charge, my son. Here, look at this one.
Ah, it is a beautiful knife.
Try the edge. It is quite sharp.
Mon Dieu, you are right. This weapon would suit a king himself, or a prince of thieves.
You are a philosopher, my son.
Or a thief. But what? There are words engraved on the blade. On one side, reason, and on the other, irony. Reason and irony. You're something of a philosopher yourself, old maker of knives.
I use different words and different blades, but the quality is always the same.
It fits well in my hand.
Then take it. It is yours.
With such a blade, a man could fight his way through hell itself. I should like to see the look on the face of Monsieur... wait. You are not by any chance Lemieux.
Aha! The great gun in the wall of Tarentelle. Some prisoner has escaped. No, my son. I am not Lemieux. Why do you ask?
I thought for a moment, but no. No, of course not. Well, I must be off, old knife maker. I have a long way to go, and it is starting to rain. My deepest gratitude for your generosity.
Oh, we shall meet again, my son. Tell me then, after you have tried the blade.
Of course. Adieu, monsieur.
Au revoir. De plaisir.
I was not afraid anymore. The rain smashed and splattered in the trees, and the dark shadows became old friends. I ran through the night, laughing and sometimes singing, slashing with my knife at the leaves on the branches. Reason and irony, slash. I forgot the prison behind me, forgot everything except my goal. A tiny cottage standing at the very outskirts of Saint-Just. Marie Simard would be waiting there where I had left her. Soft, warm, beautiful Marie, of whom I had dreamed every night in that cursed cell. We would go into the village together, then to the inn of Paul Gaspard, and with the bag of jewels I had left with him, escape up to the Spanish frontier. To freedom. Marie!
Who is it?
It is I, Mathilde Duplessis.
Yes, come in, the bon Dieu.
Open the door, quickly, please.
What's you? How have you...
Inside first. That is better. The shutters? All closed. Good. Come now, tell me how glad you are to see me.
Oh, I am glad, but surprised. How are you here? They have not released you?
Not intentionally, my dear. I reviewed my own case and decided, Duplessis, you are really a very fine fellow and by no means belong here. So I released myself.
You have escaped then?
Not completely, or at any rate, not yet. What? Oh, what a lovely scent you are wearing, married Mona. And that dress, a new one, is it not?
Oui, mon cœur. It was given to me by the old woman who lives in the next cottage down the way.
Well, I must leave a small diamond for her after we have seen Paul.
Paul Despartie. You are going to see him?
But of course, ma jolie, we shall need money to live in Spain.
I see. Please, mon cœur, you are very wet. You must be tired. Rest here in this chair while I run down to the old woman's and bring wine and it's cake.
No, Marie, there is not time.
It will only take a moment. We can go to Paul's afterwards. Surely you know you're safe here with me.
Safe while Lemieux is out there someplace.
Lemieux?
The others, the soldiers and the guards, they are fools, but not Lemieux. He is cunning. I'm beginning to fancy that I see him behind every face I meet.
But surely you do not think...
Oh, ma chérie, of one thing I am certain, that you are not Lemieux. Oh, come, I must touch you. It has been such a long time.
You're so wet. Perhaps I should go borrow a dry coat for you.
No. The rain has stopped. I shall be dry by the time we reach... The little ring I gave you. The one with the heart. You are not wearing it.
I put it away. I did not wish to wear it until you were with me again.
Which I am from this moment on, ma petite. So...
No, please. This is no time to waste. We must leave now and hurry. To go to Paul Despartie this moment, now.
But a few paces brought us into the streets of the village of Saint-Just. We moved quickly, and I kept the collar of my coat turned high on my face. Soon we were making our way among the handful of patrons who still lingered at the tables of the inn, talking in the light of candles held in empty bottles. I kept my hand on the knife beneath my coat, but no one glanced up as we crossed to the far side of the room.
There he is, at the little table in front of the office.
Oui, ma jolie, so he is. And not changed a bit.
Paul?
Marie, what a surprise. I had no idea that you might... Duplessis.
Bonne nuit, mon ami.
Duplessis, what in the
There is no time, Paul. Take him in the office.
But of course.
I have things which must be done. I shall be back very shortly, Paul.
Oui, I understand that. Come, Duplessis.
Hurry, Marie.
I shall hurry, mon cœur, never fear.
There it is, locked. Well, mon ami, this is quite a surprise. I take it you are on an unofficial leave of absence.
Completely so, Paul. I have a pass which is good only so long as Lemieux does not catch up with me.
Lemieux? Oh, he is a clever one, all right.
Indeed he is. Almost as clever as Duplessis. But no matter. You have kept the little bag of jewels safe for me?
Quite safe.
Très bien. They will serve me well in Spain. I hope to be across the frontier in an hour.
So soon, but we have so many things to talk about.
Oh, there's little chance for talk, Paul, when a man is running for his life. The jewels are here, close at hand?
Nearby.
Well, get them now, Paul.
Well, the fact of the matter is, they are at my house on the other side of town.
Oh, please.
It will take only a moment, and I can send someone to...
Wait. Voices outside the door.
Well, I hear nothing at all. You are only imagining
Paul,
that...
you signaled someone before we came in here.
No, mon ami. No, you're mistaken.
I saw you not to a man out there at one of the tables.
No, you must believe me. I did not...
Stay away from the door. I called you, my friend.
The crowd will break down that door in a moment.
You had better give up. You are a fool, Duplessis.
An hour from now, you will be back in Tarentelle, where you belong.
I doubt it this far. They have not yet found the back door. But either way, you will not know about it.
Nice. Duplessis.
Oh, come on. Away from that door.
No, you cannot. Murderous beast. I will stop you.
Oh, dear. The gold piece is thrown at my head. Now, where is the sport in killing a man whose only weapon is a bag of money? Oh, I am a philosopher. Bonne nuit, monsieur le gold piece. I ran down the dark street from the back of the inn, turned corner, dodged away from the shadows. Far off, like the sound of hunting dogs, I could hear the voice of the mob. I knew not where to find Marie, nor of any man now who might be trusted. I ran blindly. One direction was as good as another, and the things of reality became clouded with those of imagination, so I could no longer tell them apart. Such is the great fear of the hunted, which knows only to run from one unknown to another unknown, but always to run and run and run. I had come to an unfamiliar part of the town, into an open square with a building facing me. People moved past slowly, but they paid no attention, and I knew they were not part of the mob which followed. Then I saw that all of them were going through the door into the great building. The great building. The cathedral. Voila, what a place to hide for a moment. I joined them and was carried along in the crowd. I found myself near the front with people all around me. I kept my head down and crouched there, trying to stop trembling.
You are out of breath, my friend. You seem frightened.
Silence. Do you wish to disturb the service?
Oh, never fear. It will continue regardless. Duplessis.
Huh? One moment, monsieur, and I shall cut your throat.
Oh, come now, put away the knife. I am your friend. I have always admired you.
Who are you?
Merle. I keep a little shop in the village. Perfumes, spices, flavorings, all things calculated to make life more agreeable.
You are Lemieux in disguise.
Oh, ridiculous, monsieur. Lemieux is at the Chateau de Montaut. I passed him on his way there. He thinks the mob will do his work for him. Put away the knife. You have nothing to fear from me.
That may be, but I feel much better while I hold it in my hand.
Cautious, Duplessis? You like the great adventurer I always admired.
Adventurer, eh?
Oh, the very prince of thieves, the king of poets, and teacher of philosophers.
Well, I am quite a fellow, all right?
Indeed you are. A man who should be standing up, not hiding his face, swaggering and laughing.
Merle, mon ami, you are really a fellow of discernment. Indeed you are.
Monsieur, that's not you're holding in your hand.
Oui, mon père.
Knives are not permitted in here.
But it is a very good knife. It has words written on the blade.
No matter. Knives are not permitted, monsieur. Look. They have seen you now, my friend. You must run, but never fear. We shall meet again, I think, very soon.
I escaped from them again and found myself finally on the outskirts of the far side of town. I knew not where to go next. I looked up and my eyes fell upon the lighted windows of the Chateau de Montaut, standing alone above the countryside at the very top of a point of rock. A sudden thought occurred to me. Brazen and audacious. What better sanctuary than the very chateau where Lemieux himself waited for word of my capture? I smiled to myself in the darkness and then began to climb swiftly up the face of the rock. Stood at last on a tiny parapet close against the massive stone walls of the chateau, high above the countryside. Behind me were lighted windows, the sound of voices, but out there on the parapet, there was only the night and the stillness, stars, and a ghostly moon riding like a silver galleon in the black billows of the sky. Its pale light fell on the tumbled forest below me, on the tiny little village of Saint-Just, and touched faintly in the distance the far-off crags of the Pyrenees, beyond the Spanish frontier. I do not know how long I stood there, looking down upon the world. Perhaps I was a little mad by then, of that I'm not quite sure. Suddenly, I saw someone coming toward me on the parapet. They had not yet seen me. Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
What? Who is it?
It is Marie Duplessis.
What are you doing here?
A very good question. As a matter of fact, I think I shall use it myself. What are you doing here?
I came here to find Lemieux after I lost you, of course.
And you found him, I trust?
Oh, we were close inside in the banquet hall with the others. I thought that if he should find you, then I would be there to help.
How thoughtful of you, ma jolie. But to help whom?
But you, of course. Oh, how can you doubt me?
Oh, very easily. This night, in fact, I believe I could doubt the universe itself.
Oh, no, chérie. You only say such things when you are fancying yourself a philosopher.
Or a fool, which is much the same thing. But here, look at you. Another new dress. The old woman is very good to you, Marie.
I am quite grateful to her.
And did she also give you the ring, my dear?
The ring?
Oui, the ring you are wearing. The ring which I saw so many times on a hand that would grasp the bars of my cell, the hand of Lemieux.
No, Percy, I swear to you it is nothing. I found it.
Found it? Perhaps in the same place where you lost mine.
No, put away the knife. It is all a mistake.
It was you who brought them up to the inn, and Paul knew you had gone to do it.
No, it was someone else. Please, do not kill me. Let me go.
Go where? Back inside to warn Lemieux that I am here?
No. I shall go down the path here, see? Oh, you cannot kill me. You loved me once, do not remember, please. Let me go.
Go then. Go quickly before I change my mind.
I am going. I will not harm you.
To detest a woman thoroughly, it is necessary first to have loved her. Huh? Well, I really am quite a fellow after all. A true philosopher.
Indeed you are, mon ami.
Huh?
It is one of the things for which I have always admired you.
Oh, it is you, Monsieur Merle, the seller of perfume.
Oh, must you always carry that vicious knife in your hand?
It is a good knife. An old man gave it to me. And there are words on the blade. See, on one side, reason. On the other, irony.
Well, we shall have little need for either once we are across the frontier in Spain.
Tell me, monsieur, why do you wish to help me?
Because I like you. Because you are Duplessis, whom I admire as something great. As great as that moon that shines over us. As great as... What is it?
Something glinted on your hand when you held it up there. Let me see it.
Oh, it was not. It was only a touch of the moonlight.
Let me see your hand.
But I tell you that...
So, you too. The little ring with a heart that I gave to her a long time ago.
Oh, it is nothing, my friend. I found her.
As she found Lemieux. They have gone too long without knowing for certain if this is really a good knife.
Oh, you cannot mean that. Oh, no. I am your friend, Duplessis. I am going to take you to...
Take me where, monsieur? Now we shall see whether you can fly without wings. There. Down and down and down. By heaven, it is like a scene from a play. This parapet is stage, the moon for a spotlight, and a body pirouetting through space.
True enough, my son. But you should not have killed him.
Huh?
The weapon was made for stronger opponents.
Well, old maker of knives, you said we should probably meet again.
He is gone, out of sight. And there are only the stars, and the night, and the moon. What now, Duplessis?
I do not know. Spain, perhaps?
Lemieux would follow, and there would be another Marie, another Paul, and another Merle, waiting in Spain to tell him where you were.
Have I escaped from prison to find peace? Is everything false? Is there no man left in the world who is true?
I am only a knife maker.
Well, it is a good knife. It worked very well.
You have not yet tried it against Lemieux?
No, you are right. He's inside there in the banquet hall.
It will not be an easy thing, my son. But I know not how to warn you. You must find it out for yourself.
Warning? When has Duplessis ever had need of warning? Merci, Monsieur le Knife Maker, for your excellent intentions. And I shall find out for myself. Now. The stone corridors of the chateau were empty. So as I drew nearer, I could hear the sound of voices in the great banquet hall. I made my way quietly to a low balcony overlooking the room and soon was peering through the drawn curtains that screened off the table below. Lemieux was there, and Paul, and the seigneur of the chateau. Marie had come back somehow, and there were others, too. Lemieux was talking.
You place he will be captured sooner or later. That I can assure you. I know that fellow. Know how his mind works. That's why I do not even bother to chase him. He will trap himself. Most certainly you are right, Monsieur Lemieux. And the sooner the better. More wine, ma chérie?
Merci, cher Paul.
Yes, you will rest a bit easier, Monsieur le Seigneur, once the fellow is taken.
Why do you say that?
Look at those paintings on the walls, Napoli. There on the balcony behind the curtain is a Rembrandt worth at least $1 million. Quite a temptation for the very Prince of Thieves if he did not have something more important on his mind.
I thought for one moment they were going to draw back the curtains to reveal me standing there above them. But then they talked of other things and the danger passed. I looked down upon them, crouched like weasels around the table, tearing at their full, sharp little teeth. Half mad from the fear of being hunted, I began to fancy that they were all animals, and their wine was the blood of birds. While I stood there watching, Merle came in quietly and sat down with him. Merle, whom I had killed and thrown from the parapet. I realized then what the old maker of knives had tried to tell me. I had not killed Merle, but only thought I had done so. For how can a man kill his own vanity? And Paul would always be here, of course, ready to buy and sell with his bags of gold. And Marie, too, luring me with a voice filled with a warm softness of pleasure. And Lemieux, incarnation of fate, the hunter of men. What of Lemieux? As I stared through the curtains, I knew suddenly that I could never kill Lemieux, that he would take me sooner or later. For in my half-crazed mind, every face now looked the same. And every one was the face of Lemieux. I turned to look at the tall painting, the Rembrandt that hung on the wall behind me. It was the portrait of a cavalier, proud and haughty, frozen in a pose of nobility, with one hand resting on his sword. Should I, an even better man, a prince of thieves and of philosophers, permit myself to be run to earth at last by a pack of dogs? Would it not be far better to give myself up at my own choice, show them at the same time their littleness, and rob them of their victory? Voila, I had decided. With the point of my knife, I cut the painting from its frame and threw it to one side. I looked at my blade, so useless now. On one side, reason. On the other, irony. And then drove it into the wood at the top of the frame. It quivered there a moment, and then was still. Carefully, I lighted the 2 tall candles on either side, then stepped up and stood in the frame with my back against the wall. I smiled a moment to myself, and then reached out my hand and took hold of the cord to draw aside the curtain.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Tonight we have brought you The Fugitive by Vincent Starrett, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Featured in tonight's cast was Louis Van Rooten, with Ben Wright, Gloria Blondell, Barry Kroger, Wilms Herbert, and John Boehner. Special music by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are trapped aboard an ill-fated ocean liner, captained by a dying man, while a mysterious passenger, haunting you, menacing you, seems intent on sending you to destruction.
Next week, we escape with James Gould Cousin's gripping story, SS San Pedro. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Ladies and gentlemen, this coming Tuesday evening at 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, CBS will bring you an hour-long variety show, Crusade for Children, with General Dwight D. Eisenhower as principal speaker. It's a problem concerning every American, the hungry children of Europe. Remember, 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, Tuesday, August 17th. Speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with My Mind's on You. It may seem a little early to say that spring is just around the corner, but actually it is. And before you know it, the wildflowers will be poking their heads up through the new earth, and those of you who like to be outdoors will be puttering in your gardens. I know it's fun because I like it myself. And I know one way to find a little more time to be outside, by cutting down on unnecessary work inside. Notice that I said unnecessary work. For example, the kind you avoid by protecting your linoleum floors with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Yes, you do save many hours of unnecessary work by using Glow Coat on your floors. There's practically no work at all in using Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry for 20 minutes. Glow Coat polishes itself without any rubbing or buffing. It protects your linoleum against wear and dirt, gives it a long-lasting, beautiful polish. It brings out the colors, keeps linoleum new-looking, makes it last longer. With so many things to do these nice days ahead, don't waste precious hours using old-fashioned cleaning methods. Protect your floors with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. If you were listening last week, you'll know that our friends got themselves into a spot where everybody in town thought they were broke. Even if you weren't listening, that's what happened. And so in order to correct that impression, a lovely buffet supper will be held tonight for a number of lovely people at 79 Wistful Vista, the lovely home of that lovely couple, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, look at that buffet lunch I fixed up. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, boy, I'll say it is. It's lovely. Looks good enough to eat.
It is to eat.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Hey, where'd you ever get those grapefruit? I never saw any like that there before.
Like what?
With them little weenies growing out of them.
What?
What'll them horticulturists think of next?
Those are cocktail sausages, and I stuck them in there with toothpicks.
Oh.
Does everything look all right?
Oh, wonderful. As the wife says when she aimed to kick at her husband under the bridge table, this is going to be some shindig.
Say, we'll show everybody in town that the Magees aren't broke or in need of anything.
You betcha.
Did you tell Mr. Gildersleeve to bring over a dozen folding chairs?
Yes, and Mrs. Uppington is going to borrow us the loan of her big punch bowl.
Oh. Well, I've asked Mr. Wilcox to bring some of his phonograph records.
Yeah. What's phonograph? What's the matter with the ones we got?
Did you ever try to rumba to Cohen on the telephone? And another thing, how about extra playing cards?
Horatio K. Boomer's bringing them.
Well, I guess we're all set then.
Yes, sir. And this will show our friends that the Magees don't need help from anybody.
That's right.
Why, when this party is over, we'll...
Oh, here they come, Magee. Who is it?
Wilcox and Billy Mills. Come in, fellas. Well, hello.
Hello, boys. Glad you could come. Make yourselves right at home. You're the first one.
Anything I can do to help, folks?
No, Harlow. We got Johnson's wax on everything but the stuffed celery. So just unlax. Oh, what do you say, Billy?
Which way are the pretzels?
Why, the way all pretzels are, kind of twisted up like this. Show him to the pretzels, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. And look, Bill, don't eat too many pretzels. They make you thirsty.
Superfluous, aren't they? Take him away, Harlow. Take him away. We got to get busy. Uh-oh.
Oh, hello, Mr. DePopulis. Come right in.
Thank you, Cupie. And if there is being anything I can do to be of insistence, maybe I could play the piano for people.
I didn't know you could play the piano, Nick.
Me either, Fizzer.
No.
But I'm willing to try.
Mm-hmm.
For scrib's sakes, my little boy Demetrios is only 6 years old, and he's playing the piano, and if a kid's that age who isn't dry behind my ears can do it, who am I?
Well, you go right ahead and try your luck, Mr. DePopulis. Oh, say, Magee, I forgot something.
You did?
Yes, I was going to order a corsage for myself, and I forgot all about it.
Ah, go on. You don't need a corsage. You got as good a figure as any woman in town. And what's more...
Greetings.
Oh,
hi.
Duffy.
What a lovely night for a party.
Come in, Abigail, and what have you got there?
Oh, this is the goldfish bowl you wanted, my dear.
Goldfish bowl? Now, look, Magee, did you...
Hey, I didn't ask her for any goldfish bowl. I just told her butler over the phone that we wanted that big bowl of uppies.
Oh, he thought that you said that big bowl of guppies.
Oh, sure.
Well, we'll put the guppies in the bathtub, and I'll wash out the bowl for the punch. That's all we have to mix it in except the umbrella stand.
Oh, and that would never do, would it, my dear? Somebody might put a stick in it.
You may be a social butterfly to everybody else, Uppy, but to me, you're just a Miller. And I do mean Joe.
Well, you go right in and make yourself at home, Abigail.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Oh, there's Billy Mills, a dear boy. William.
The canvas is on. How did a dim bulb like her ever get to be a social light?
Now, listen, Magee, she's all right.
Hey,
She's just...
Did you ever find anybody to turn the ice cream freezer?
Sure I did, dearie. Come on out in the kitchen and see.
Oh, okay.
Hello there, Donna's your daughter. Hello, Johnny. My plate slipped there a second. Hope you ain't ready for this ice cream. Takes time, you know.
How you coming with it, old-timer?
Kind of slow, Johnny. But I'd go faster if I felt better.
Oh, don't you feel well?
No, can't you tell? Got the chills and fever, daughter.
Oh.
From my waist up, I'm hot on a dime store frying pan. From my galluses down, I'm colder than a hound dog's nose.
Well, no wonder you're sitting on that extra cake of ice.
Hey? Oh, yes. For a while there, I thought I was coming down with the old pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
Not to me, Johnny. Had it twice before. Well, I better get on with my freezing, kids.
Say, are you sure you know when it's done, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yep, sure do, daughter. I start out turning the freezer like all get out. Looking forward to getting a taste of it when it's finished. Then, as I keep a turning, I get a tighter and a tighter till I don't give a whoop or a holler if I ever taste ice cream again. When I feel like that, Johnny, it's done. Knock it out, kid.
looks down the track and sees this other train coming at him. He says to the fireman, "Did you ever have one of them days when everything seemed to go wrong?"
Say, Magee, may I speak to you a minute?
Sure. Excuse me a minute, folks. What's the matter, Molly? The party's going swell.
Well, I believe it is at that, dearie, but say, where's Mr. Gildersleeve?
Search me. Maybe he had to stay late at the office. I'll give him a ring and see.
Well, here's the phone.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 67. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? Your kid brother? Oh, dear. Broken back, eh?
Oh, heavenly days. How terrible.
Oh, it ain't so bad. Her brother started the hitchhike to California with only $3. Got as far as Peoria, and now he's broke. And back. Say, Mert? Huh? Oh, okay. I'll call later. Right.
Say, and another thing, Magee.
Huh?
Who invited the doctor to our party?
I did.
Why?
Well, just in case. We've had these buffet parties before with the same crowd, and there's one guy who always overeats.
Who?
Me.
Well, now, if the doctor...
Hey, folks, may I use your phone for a long-distance call? I want to talk to my wife. She's visiting friends in Phoenix.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox. Though it may take you a long time to get an answer.
Why, Molly?
Well, they're 2 or 3 hours later out there than we are.
I see. Well, I'll try it anyway. Hand me the phone, Fibber. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me longest... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? Well, give me long distance anyway, will you, Mert? Thanks.
He knows Mert, too, dearie.
Not as well as me. I do gags with her.
Hello, long distance. Give me Phoenix 190-7865. Mrs. Harlow Wilcox. No, Wilcox. W as in wax, I as in indispensable, L as in lovely, C as in cleanliness, O as in housewife, and X as in exquisite. That's it, Wilcox.
Come on, Molly. We shouldn't ought to be listening in on his private calls.
Be quiet. I can't hear.
Hello? Is that you, Angel Puss? This is Tuffy Wuffy.
Now I am glad that doctor's here. I think I'm going to be sick.
Hush.
No, sweetheart, I'm at a party at the Magees. The Magees. You remember. Fibber, Magee, and Molly. What? No, I don't want to describe them. They're standing right here with me. Yes, everything's fine, sweetie pie. I've waxed all the furniture and woodwork all through the house, and it looks beautiful. What? Why, sure, I use Johnson's wax. That's the best there is.
He's prejudiced.
He better be.
Well, how are you, darling, anyway? Oh, that's fine. Been doing any horseback riding out there? You have? Well, sit down and write me a letter and tell me all about it. What? Oh, well, stand up and write me a letter then. And don't worry about the house. With Johnson's wax on everything, there's almost no housework to be done, you know. Okay, cutie, be a good girl. Goodbye.
How did you ever take enough time off from business to propose to that gal, Harlow?
Oh, I didn't take any time off. I was down on my knees anyway, looking at the floors. Well, much obliged, folks.
Say, come on, Magee. We better join the party, too.
Well, how's everybody getting along?
How about you, Doctor? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Magee. Having a splendid time. Mrs. Uppington has been telling me all about her operation.
Oh.
Say, speaking of operations, Doc, what do you do for moles?
Set a trap for them, old man. They'll simply ruin your lawn.
Hey, I ran into an unusual medical case the other day, Doc. I saw a newborn baby with a neck 3 feet long.
Oh, no. Good heavens. Wasn't the mother simply horrified?
No, she was a giraffe, too.
It reminds me of a friend I went to see yesterday in the hospital. Very sad case of lead poisoning.
Oh, what caused it, Mr. Boomer?
5 aces.
Well, come on, folks. How about a game of Kick the Wicket?
Oh, Magee!
Well, you'll have to excuse us a minute, folks. There's somebody at the door. Come on, dearie.
Oh, Magee!
I'm coming.
Here. A few of these chairs out from under my chins, will you, Magee?
I guess I tried to carry too many at one time.
The trouble with you is, Gildy, you don't keep yourself in good physical condition.
Come on, McGee. Take some of these chairs.
Say, I think Mr. Gildersleeve is in very good condition, McGee.
Yeah?
You see how red his face is?
Mm-hmm.
He must have wonderful circulation.
Oh, please, folks, I can't hold these chairs much longer.
What you need, Gildy, is more exercise.
Yes.
Say, maybe he smokes too much.
Yeah.
That makes a person very short-waisted.
You mean short-winded, Molly. Now, look here, Gildersleeve. If I was you, I'd start taking cold showers every morning, followed by a...
Oh, McGee, please take these chairs. My arms are killing me.
That's exactly what I mean. You ain't got any reserve. Your energy is all...
You better take those chairs. Better take the chairs, McGee, before he faints.
Huh? Oh, the chairs. Oh, shucks, why didn't he say something about them? Just rack them against the wall there anywhere, Gildy.
He said rack 'em, not wreck 'em, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I couldn't help it, Mrs. McGee. My strength was ebbing away.
Of course your strength was elbowing away, Gildy. You ain't got any endurance.
Oh, I haven't, eh? McGee, I've stood about as much of this as I can stand.
See? No endurance.
Is that so? Why, you little mollycoddle?
Who's a mollycoddle?
I am.
He is not.
You are, too.
Am I?
Now, look, boys, if you two want to fight, go out behind the garage and fight.
Why, Molly, what are you trying to do? Stir up trouble between I and my pal Gildersleeve?
My pal Gildersleeve and me, McGee.
Oh, you got a pal named Gildersleeve, too? That's a coincidence, ain't it?
Any relation?
It's the first cousin of... No! I meant myself.
Can't you talk about anything but yourself?
No.
The trouble with you is you don't mix with people enough, Gildy.
No, come on in and join the party, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll find the rest of the people in the other room.
All right. I hope there's dancing.
Oh. Do you like to dance, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I love it. When I was in college, I had a big picture of Irene Castle on my dresser.
Oh, did you ever dance with her, Gildy?
Well, I tried it once, but the corner of the frame kept tearing my coat pocket. Now, where is this party?
Gee, I wonder if the ice cream is done yet.
Let's go out in the kitchen and see.
Hello there, kids. How's the party coming along?
Just fine, Mr. Oldtimer. Better get that ice cream done and join us.
It's kind of slow work, daughter. Still kind of soupy.
I see by your chin that you take a taste of it now and then.
Yes, I do, Johnny.
Well, it's plain ice cream, and he's the taste pilot, McGee.
That's pretty mediocre, daughter. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, I see where these college kids are taking off their shoes at dances. That's the way with them kids, says t'other feller, who was a keen observer of current events. Either too much sock in their dancing or too much dancing in their socks. Well, run along now, you two. I've got to get back to the old grind.
Listen, McGee, won't you do a rumba with me? Or do you know how to rumba?
What do you mean, do I know how to rumba, Uppy? Why, when I was a dancer down in the Argentine, I was a household word.
Yeah, and it's a good thing it was in Spanish.
Why, Uppy, all them Latin dances are a cinch for me. Every place I went in South America and Cuba, I came, I saw, and I congaed.
Oh.
And of all the professionals, took a back seat when I did the rumba. Rumba Seat McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, my.
Fill this up again, Wilcox. I'll need my strength for this. Rumba Seat McGee, raising the roof and ringing the rafters from Rio de Rosario as the red-hot razzle-dazzle ring-tailed roar of the Rhythm Romeos, running riot at restaurants, rodeos, ranchos, and royal receptions with a repertoire of rippling, rollicking routines, risking the raspberries, razors, and ridicule of the riffraff by revising the rules of ragtime rug-cutting in the romantic republics, and receiving raves, rhapsodies, and riches from the real rulers of the roost, who rigged me in ruffles and ribbles to dance the Cuban reel, but here's the king's men singing Ezekiel saw the wheel.
the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Some go to church for to sing and shout way in the middle of the air. Before 6 months, they's all turned out way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air. Let me tell you what a hypocrite will do way in the middle of the air. He'll talk about me and he'll talk about you way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw that wheel
way in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw that wheel
way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith and the big wheel run by the grace of God. My children, one of these days, about 12 o'clock, way up in the middle of the air, this whole wide world is gonna reel and rock like Daddy in his rocking chair.
Ezekiel saw that wheel
rocking away up in the middle of the air.
Ezekiel saw the wheel
rocking away in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Oh, Ezekiel saw that wheel way in the middle of the air. The little wheel run by faith, and the big wheel run by the grace of God. There's a wheel and a wheel and a wheel and a wheel way in the middle of the air.
What a delightful buffet. The food is simply delicious, and oh, my dear, you certainly know your ham.
Well, I ought to. I've been married to him for 20 years.
Okay, let it go. Now, look, folks, the old-timer will have the ice cream done in just a few minutes now.
In the meantime, let's ask Mr. Boomer to show us some card tricks.
Well, Mr. Boomer has already shown me some card tricks. Wonderful illusion, too. I thought we were playing blackjack.
Oh, do show us some sleight of hand, Horatio.
Certainly, my dear, certainly. I'll start with my celebrated feat of making a $20 bill disappear. It will then be found embedded in the heart of an ordinary lemon with the skin unbroken.
Oh, can you really do that?
Oh, it's nothing. Now, wait a minute. Let me see. Where did I put that $20 bill? $20 bill, $20 bill. Here's a $40 set of false whiskers, and that ain't hay. Here's a postcard from an old college chum. Tried to get him to go to a bachelor's dinner with me last night, and he pulled a wife on me. Yes. Here's a necktie from a lady friend, knitted for me to match my eyes.
Wow.
Ever see a bloodshot necktie before? A check for a short beard. Well, imagine that. No $20 bill. Will someone in the group lend me a $20 bill? Now then, my next trick will be...
That rat, that Gildersleeve, always hammering at our door when he knows there's...
That isn't me, Magee. I'm here.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
See who it is, dearie.
Okay.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Hey, what you doing running around at this time of the night in your nightie and slippers?
I'm looking for my little dog, Margaret.
Oh.
Have you seen him, mister? Have you, please?
No, I haven't, sis. Say, you better come in before you catch cold.
Does your mother know you're out in that flimsy outfit, little girl?
No, she doesn't, I bet you. I snuck out when she wasn't looking.
Well, for scream's sakes, while little Cupie is here, why don't somebody give her a piece of her cake? How can she look for a doggy with an empty stomach?
Oh, my doggy hasn't got an empty stomach, I bet you. I fed him right after supper.
Oh. Well, now, look, sis, as long as you're here, you might contribute to the entertainment, such as it is. Why don't you entertain us with something?
Oh, gee. Okay. I'll recite a poem.
Oh, fine.
The name of it is Isle of Animals, I bet you.
Oh, well, fine. Go ahead, sis.
Poem. I
love dogs and cats and mooses, and elks and chickens and ducks and mooses. I love camels and horses and donkeys, and lions and tigers and cows and donkeys, and sheep and goats and bears and zebras, and mice and whales and lambs and
Cuba Libras.
Thanks, Mr. Mills. I love antelopes and weasels, but I guess I better go home now because I got the measles.
What'd you say, sis? You got the what?
The measles.
Just a minute, little girl. Come here a minute.
Oh, I think she's just fooling, Doctor.
Oh, no, she isn't.
I'm not
This child has got the measles.
What?
I can't let her go home again.
Huh?
Now, put her to bed, will you, Mrs. McGee?
No. I couldn't hold.
Let me out of here.
Hey, for scream's sake, I haven't been back in Nasty since I was a little scared. Really, I think we should all go home before
I'm sorry, none of you can go.
Oh.
We'll all have to remain here until the health department of Wistful Vista permits us to leave. I'm going to see the
But listen, Doctor, you mean we're quarantined?
That's exactly what I mean.
How can we be?
Hey, kids, great news.
What you mean, old-timer?
The ice cream's done.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. If you're considering new linoleum for your kitchen or hall or bathrooms this spring, let me make 2 suggestions. Number 1, buy a good grade of linoleum made by a reliable manufacturer. Good linoleum will last practically forever if you take proper care of it. Which, by coincidence, brings me to suggestion number 2. Take proper care of it. As soon as you put it down, give it a good coat of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Notice how clearly Glow Coat brings out the colors. Notice after a few days how the hard film of Glow Coat has protected the finish against scratches and wear. The fact is, if you protect that linoleum regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat, it will stay like new for years, last much longer than if you cleaned it the old-fashioned scrubbing way. And I'm sure I needn't point out that Glow Coat will save you, too. Save your hands, your back, save you hours of work, give you more leisure to enjoy the good things of life. So, order some Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow.
A mess. All this gang quarantined in our house for goodness knows how long, I hope. Where are they going to sleep, all of them?
Well, I'll just have to arrange some sort of...
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah. Who? Oh, yeah. The party will be going on for quite a while yet. Yeah, and Molly's kind of annoyed that you weren't around. Yeah. Boy, are you going to catch it when you get here.
Who's going to catch what, McGee?
Uncle Dennis, and you know what. Good night.
Good night, all.
Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Telegram for Mr. Jones.
Oh, here you are, son. Thanks. Mother arrives Sunday for visit. Be sure to pick up can of Johnson's Carnu and give our car a beauty treatment before she arrives. Signed, Mary. Well, that's a good idea.
You bet it's a good idea. Carnu actually cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy operation in half the time it used to take. Wax polish your car. Buy Johnson's Carnu tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen.
isn't one of the old hickory singers, kiddies.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, Mary Livingston's husband, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaugh, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I start tooting the claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar. Ladies and gentlemen, Shakespeare said, to be or not to be. Benjamin Franklin said, remember, time is money. But for the last 8 months, all I've said is, here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, I happen to overhear your opening remarks. Lad, if you are unhappy in your work...
Well, how can I be happy, Fred? Every Sunday, what do? I have one line. Here he is again.
Kenny, the man who invented the telephone only had one line when he started.
Yeah, but Fred, I'm not getting any place in radio. It's the same on my other show.
Oh, you're on another...
The Lucky Strike program.
Oh, the Lucky Strike program. What do you do on that?
You know when the man says LSMFT?
Yeah.
Then the tobacco auctioneer says Yantata, sold American.
Uh-huh.
Then a voice says, you bet.
You bet.
Another voice says, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The voice that says, yes, sir, is mine.
You're beaten down on that show, too, huh? Kenny, why don't you give up that other job and just work on our show?
You mean you'll pay me the extra money?
No, Kenny, but I tell you what I shall do. I'll let you add the line you have on the Lucky Strike program to the line you have on our show. Put them together now and see how they sound.
Here he is again. Yes, sir.
How is that?
Well, that's more like it, Fred. Now I've got something to do.
As long as you're happy, Kenny.
Mr. Allen.
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, pull up an old rejoinder and sit down. What's new?
Mama says President Truman has taken over all the coal mines.
Does your mother need coal?
Yes. Mama's calling up the White House tomorrow and ordering 2 tons.
Oh, that's fine. Do away with the middleman. Go right to the top. Well, if she needs any wood, the president could sit down at the piano and give her a couple of chords, I imagine. It's not good. Huh? The man crept in here and did something to the script tonight. I won't mention any names.
Mama says the world today is a bowling alley.
The world is a bowling alley?
Every time you turn around, there's a strike.
Well, I'm glad that anything you don't understand, applaud. It's perfectly all right. That's what they do in Hollywood. People come in, just applaud and get warm and go home. I'm glad the trains are running again, Portland.
Yes, if the railroad strike lasted one more week,
yeah,
the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe would have been off the hit parade.
Oh, that would have been terrible. Well, I think I'll run along, Portland. I have to get my magnifying glass and worm a crab apple.
Mama says Friday is your birthday.
That's right.
How old are you?
Nobody knows, Portland. I was born before the Decca Company started, so there weren't any records in those days.
Mama says
Now, don't you laugh. Don't you stop. You're going to establish a precedent in here. I want to know about it. Come to me.
Mama says last year when the candles on your birthday cake melted down,
yeah,
there was enough grease to wax the floor at Roseland.
Oh, I'm not that old, Portland.
Mama says if you were a piece of furniture, you'd be an antique.
Yeah. If I was an antique in radio, I'd be Duncan's Other Fight. Well, that's life, I guess, Portland.
Mama says life is like the Australian fig bird.
The Australian fig bird?
It lives on the seeds in figs.
But there aren't any figs in Australia.
The Australian fig bird dies at birth.
And the Australian fig bird has nothing on our jokes, let me tell you. I I think we'd better get along to Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently, a Mr. Ralph Slater, a specialist in mental suggestion, made a phonograph record that he guarantees will put any insomniac to sleep. And so our question is, do you have any trouble sleeping? And if you do, what are you doing about it?
Shall we go?
As the dollar dinner said when the glutton sat down, I'll be gone in a minute. It's so good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. It's as quiet as an eel coiling in a bucket of whipped cream. Say, I wonder if the senator is in. Let's knock.
Somebody now.
Yes,
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Look, I know.
Something tells me you don't remember me, son.
Look, I remember you.
I'm from the South. The Bone and Possum Paradise.
Now, look, Senator.
The only plant life I have around my house is a Virginia creeper.
Now, wait a minute.
Every time I get chicken pox, they're Southern fried.
Senator.
Remember me now, son?
No.
Don't say no in my presence.
Why not?
N.O., that's North abbreviated.
Wait a minute, Senator. What about this sleeping problem?
When I first went to the Senate, I had plenty of trouble sleeping. After the roll was called, I'd put on my sailsucker nightshirt and my linsey woolsey beret.
Yeah?
I'd face the south, lean back, close my eyes.
And go to sleep, huh?
Until some Yankee pigeon plucker would get up, start flapping his lips, and break up my Morpheus filibuster. Filibuster, that is.
Heard you the first time, Senator. Are you still losing sleep, Senator?
No, I've solved my problem, son.
How?
When I'm ready to sleep in the Senate, I sit back and croon myself my southern lullaby.
What is your southern lullaby?
Rock-a-bye, small fry on the cotton tree top. When the southern wind blows, your cradle will rock. When the wind's from the north, I say, baby, you'll bawl. For down will come cradle, tree, and you all.
Well, very good, Senator. So long, Well, the senator stopped just in time. I was dozing off myself. Now, I wonder how Titus Moody is doing.
Howdy, Bub.
You're starting to sound like Dennis Day, Titus. Do you have any trouble sleeping?
I only half sleep.
Half sleep?
I got short eyelids.
With short eyelids, you can't close your eyes, huh?
Only when I frown.
Oh, I see. Well, are you the only one awake on the farm?
No, daylight saving time has got everything in a swivet.
The animals are bewildered?
Yeah, my cow had insomnia.
Your cow didn't sleep at all?
The bags under her eyes were so big, I didn't know which end to milk.
You were confused, eh?
Yeah. First time I milked the wrong end and got 2 buckets full of homogenized tears.
Well, have you cured the cow's insomnia?
I got a book on hypnotizing.
Good.
I stood in front of the cow.
Yeah?
I stared right into her eyes.
Uh-huh.
I started waving with my hands.
Uh-huh.
I said, Alakazam, Alakazam. You ain't a cow, you're a hen.
You're a hen. Well, was your hypnotism a success?
Yeah, today that cow thinks she's a hen.
Well, how do you know?
Well, she's sitting on a nest.
You mean?
She's laying eggnogs. So long,
Let's try this next door here.
No?
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Hoagie Carbuncle.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, do you have trouble sleeping?
Who could sleep? Every night with his dreaming, my husband Pierre is waking me up.
He dreams, huh?
Always his different things.
Dreams these different things? How do you mean?
One night, Pierre is dreaming he is the lone stranger.
Yeah?
All night long, he is yelling, Hi-ho, Silver!
Hi-ho, Silver, huh?
Upstairs is living a Mr. Silver.
Yeah?
All night, he is yelling back, Hi-ho, Nussbaum!
I see.
One night, night, Pierre is dreaming he is an automobile, a roadster.
A roadster?
In his pajamas, Pierre is sleeping with the top down.
Fine.
Once he is dreaming he is an Alka-Seltzer.
An Alka-Seltzer?
All night, Pierre is fizzing.
Well, no wonder. No wonder you can't sleep.
Last night, he should drop dead.
What happened?
He is dreaming he is a tea kettle.
A tea kettle, huh?
All night long, Pierre is whistling.
Whistling?
In the morning, when he is waking,
Yeah?
in bed with Pierre is 20 dogs.
That brings us to the lavender shanty at the end of the alley. Let's try here.
You knocked 3 times. Do you think that's nice? In my last picture, the postman rang twice.
Falstaff, you have new poems tonight?
Indubitably. Hast heard, said the little bear to the big giraffe, let's eat a hyena just for a laugh?
No.
Or, when I called her baby, her face lit up because she had a lantern jaw?
No.
How about this? Mother's home putting spikes in her shoes. She's playing first base for Vera Cruz.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You exponent of the hackney, tonight we are discussing the problem of sleep.
My poem awaits your bidding.
And what is your shut-eye sonata called?
My recipe for slumber.
How does it go?
If you cannot sleep at night and you don't know what to do, my recipe for slumber is just the thing for you. Don't waste time taking powders. Don't bother counting sheep. Don't dawdle in a hot bath, hoping you will sleep. Don't give up drinking coffee. Don't send for any gland man. You can eat and drink all night, and still you'll meet the Sandman. My recipe for slumber is older than the Sphinx. Just cut 20 tiddlies into halves, and you'll get 40 winks.
Well, thank you. And as Falstaff runs for cover, we turn to greet the DeMarco sisters. Accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his I Haven't Got a Joke for Them This Week Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Doing What Comes Naturally.
Folks are dumb where I come from. They ain't had any learning. Still they're happy as can be, doing what comes naturally. Folks like us could never fuss with school, books, and learning. Still we've gone from A to Z, doing what comes naturally. You don't have to know how to read or write when you're out with a fella in the pale of moonlight. You don't have to come from a great big town not to go picking berries in an evening gown. That comes naturally. That comes naturally. My uncle out in Texas can't even write his name. He signs his checks with X's, but they cash them just the same. Uncle Ben got angry when they caught him stealing chicken. I'm within my rights, said he, doing what comes naturally. Why naturally? Naturally.
And now a simple suggestion.
A suggestion about something good to eat makes us all take notice, so here's one for the book. Be smart when you spend your food dollars, ladies. Get the most for your money. Get Bluebonnet margarine, for it gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All 3. Yes, not just 1, not just 2, but all 3. You get flavor, delicious flavor, fresh, delicate, country sweet. The fussiest eater in your family will tell you, gee, Mom, this tastes swell. Bluebonnet brings you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. Costs just about half as much as an expensive table spread. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast, so you know it's pure, fresh, dependable. These days, your grocer doesn't always have Bluebonnet, for there's an acute shortage of table spreads, but keep asking. He'll have it. And when he does, grab it. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all 3. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a short order of Who Do You Love, I Hope, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his 40 men who...
This is Studio 6A,
Hey, wait a minute,
folks.
wait a
This
minute.
glass booth is the control room.
Say, just a minute.
That little man with the mildew on him is a vice president.
Say, wait a minute. What is this?
This is a Radio City 60-cent tour. Okay, folks, let's get going. Hey, wait a minute. I got a stowaway here.
A stowaway in a tour?
Only 15 people paid. Now I got 60.
Who would be low enough to sneak into a tour to save 60 cents?
There's the guy. Hey, you.
Who, me? Jack Benny.
Come on,
Jack.
I'm going to get 60 cents out of you.
Take your hand off my spine. Put me down. Yes, guide. Put Mr. Benny down. I'll give you the 60 cents.
Wait a minute, Fred. Wait a minute. Put that money away.
But, Jack.
I've only seen half the tour.
Well, Jack.
Give him 30 cents.
Here you are, guide.
Thanks. Follow me, folks. Now, on your right is a water cooler.
Well, Fred, it was nice of you to pay that 30 cents.
Oh, it was nothing.
Nothing, he says. 30 cents.
Jack, how can you be so cheap?
All right, go ahead. Be like the other radio comedians. Tell some cheap jokes. Say I'm tighter than the skin on Sidney Greenstreet's hip. I squeeze a nickel so hard the E pluribus laps over the unum. Tell him.
Well, Jack, I didn't...
Oh, start insulting me after I made a special trip up here just to say goodbye before I leave for Hollywood.
Well, Jack,
All of a sudden, I'm cheap. I won't even eat in the sun. My shadow might ask me for a bite.
Your shadow has teeth? Jack, don't get excited. Look, if you're cheap, you're cheap.
That's the way I look at it. Some people save asparagus ends. It's a hobby. My hobby is not spending.
Well, Jack, if there ever was a time that you and I should not argue, this is the time.
What do you mean this is the time?
Well, haven't you heard? A lot of the radio programs that have been on for many years have been canceled. They'll not be back on the air next fall.
Well, that's radio, Fred. It's dog eat dog. I always say only the fit survive.
Oh, how true. By the way, you finished tonight, didn't you?
Yes, sirree. Tonight was my last show of the season.
Did your sponsor mention anything about your program coming back in October?
Well, no, Fred, but we have a mutual understanding. You see, we always sort of take it for granted.
Oh.
The season ends, the sponsor shakes hands with me, and then we... Yipe!
Jack, what's wrong?
Tonight he didn't shake hands.
Well, that's what happened to the street singer. At the end of the year, his sponsor used to wink. One year he didn't wink. The street singer was back in the street.
But, Fred, why should my sponsor want to get rid of me? Well, I'm funnier than I was when I started, and I'm getting less money.
Really?
Some weeks when he's short, I take tobacco. I hate to get these big laughs on your program.
Let's face it, Jack. Radio needs new blood. Who knows? We may be through.
I've been on radio 14 years. They can't throw me aside like an old shoe.
But, Jack...
14 years. And now, like an old shoe.
But, Jack, you with that and yipe. 14 years is a long time.
Fred, what has Ma Perkins got that I haven't got? Only longer commercials. That's it.
Well, Jack, you know how it is in radio. Today you're a star. Tomorrow Ralph Edwards is hitting you in the face with a pie.
Like an old shoe.
Well, cheer up, Jack. At least we have our memories. We've known each other for 30 years.
Yep. The first time I met you, Fred, I was just a kid in school. A diller, a dollar, a 10 o'clock scholar.
You were the only 10 o'clock scholar I ever saw with 5 o'clock shadow.
How I could use some of that fuzz today. I could use a good joke today, too.
The next time we met, we were in vaudeville, remember? You were doing a musical act.
Playing the violin. What a finish I had. When I played Glowworm, my violin lit up.
With those neon strings, it was beautiful.
Fred, remember my encore?
Encore?
Remember I'd put the violin bow in my teeth, bend the crab, and play Listen to the Mockingbird?
And as you bent the crab, 2 mockingbirds flew out of the back of your pants.
I stopped every show.
Except this one. Remember the closing...
This one stopped 5 minutes before I got on it.
Stopped with Cash Daly. Remember that week in Needles, Arizona, the closing act, Cohen's Camels?
Cohen's? No,
The
I don't.
closing act. Jack, how could you forget Cohen's Camel?
Cohen, I remember. My sponsor told me to forget that other word.
Those were the happy days. The next time I saw you, you were just going into radio.
I remember the morning Marconi called me up.
Marconi?
Marconi and Singing Sam had a little radio station in a doorway down on the east side. The antenna was a Western Union boy holding a wire.
Well, I guess
it's... jokes don't fit me.
No, they don't.
The antenna. When did I ever say antenna on my old phone? Go ahead, Fred.
Well, it's all over, Jack. We've come to the end of the rainbow.
Like an old shoe.
There it is again.
Been on 10 minutes already. I've only had it's an old shoe. Oh, I forgot antenna.
Yeah. You ought to get a boot out of that old shoe by now.
No, I'm sorry I brought it back in again. It seems like only yesterday I ran into the May Company and said, Mary, stop demonstrating that Brillo. That's another word I don't know.
It goes on top of an antenna. A Brillo fits on an antenna. Cheer up, Jack. When you're retired, you can tune in on my program.
Your program? You mean you're not getting thrown out of radio, too?
Well, why should I?
Listen, if my program is old stuff, you with that broken-down Allen's Alley.
No, well, wait, I mean my new show.
New show?
People don't want entertainment today. A radio show has to give away things. Nylons, ice boxes, automobiles.
You mean to stay on the air, you have to give things away? Free?
Yes.
I'll die first.
Well, not me. I'm auditioning my new program tonight.
And Fred, you're giving things away?
Tons of stuff.
To strangers?
What's the difference? Who gets it?
Well, Fred, as long as I'm here in the studio...
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. Professional people cannot participate. It's a rule.
But don't you ever find people on these programs changing their names to get something for nothing?
Well, occasionally we do catch a phony, but we're on the air. What can we do?
Nothing. You have to give them the merchandise?
That's right.
Now, Mr. Allen, we're ready for your audition.
I'll run along, Fred. So long.
So long, Jack.
Giving away things for nothing.
Well, all right, Mr. Goodman. Let's try out my new show.
How would you like to be king for a day? And here he is, the man who will change one of you nobodies into king for a day, the old kingmaker himself, Red Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. Did all you folks in the audience like those $1,000 bills you found on your seats when you came in? Good, and if you want more, there'll be a big bag of money at the door. On your way out, help yourselves. But the stage is loaded with hundreds of presents for the first man to answer our jumbo jackpot question. He will be king for a day. And here is our first eager contestant. Good evening, sir. What is your name?
Abner Flogg.
Mr. Flogg, how old are you?
I'm 98.
98 years old.
And don't pin no orchid onto me.
No orchid, eh?
That's how I lost my wife.
On a quiz program?
Yeah. My wife was 102. A fella pinned an orchid onto her.
I see.
The weight of the orchid bent my wife over and snapped her spine.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, my wife won first prize, but she never knew it.
Well, all right, Mr. Flogg. Now for our question. You may be king for a day.
I don't think I'll last through the day.
All right, we'll hurry. Tell me, who was the 6th president of the United States?
The 6th?
There were 3 names.
Mary Margaret McBride?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Flogg, but for making such a swell try, here is a gift certificate presented at LaGuardia Airfield, and you will get a brand new B-29 and a polka dot form-fitting parachute. Happy landing, Mr. Flogg. here is our next potential king for a day. Your name, sir?
Myron Proudfoot.
Myron Proudfoot? You look like a chap I know.
I'm not interested in your friends. Start giving things away, brother.
What is your occupation, Mr. Proudfoot?
I'm a chaplain in a bakery.
What does a chaplain do in a bakery?
I put wings on angel cakes.
How long have you been in the cake business, Mr. Proudfoot?
Long enough to know a crumb when I see one. I see one.
Now, don't get sarcastic, Mr. Proudleg.
The name is Proudfoot, and make with the question.
All right. Who was the 6th President of the United States?
John Quincy Adams.
John Quincy Adams is correct, and Mr. Myron Proudfoot is king for a day. Folks, here he is, King Proudfoot. Well, Your Majesty, how do you feel?
Never mind how I feel. What do I get?
Well, first for His Majesty from Schnook Sport Nook, a genuine no-splash, beaver-board canoe paddle.
Here. A canoe paddle? Oh, boy!
And with the compliments of Tiffany's, this chromium pitchfork.
King! A four-prunger, and it's all mine.
And from Hemingway's hardware store, 200 pounds of self-hardening putty for King for a day.
Just what I needed. Just what I needed.
This is just the beginning, King. King, you are over 35.
By 2 years.
Fine. That's Jumbo Cotton, Uncle Jim, for His Majesty. He is over...
Epi, that's yipe backwards.
And here, the piston rod from a genuine Baldwin locomotive for His Majesty the King. A small locomotive. And here, from Melody Lane Music Shop, this case of 2,000 soybean mandolin picks. These are the mandolins.
I just keep pinching myself to believe it.
Immediately after this program, Your Majesty will be guest of honor at a banquet at Hamburger Heaven. Tomorrow morning, through the courtesy of the sanitation department, you will be guest conductor on the 11.5 garbage run through the Bronx. At night, in your ermine robe, you will be whisked by bicycle to Orange, New Jersey, where you will be the judge in a chicken cleaning contest.
I'm king for a day!
And that's not all.
There's more?
Yes, we're going to start right now to make you look like a king. Sam of Sam's Super Shoe Shine Stand is here to brush your shoes. All right, Sam.
Sam, watch out for the button.
Next, the president of the Busy Bee Hat Cleaners is here to block your hat. Take the king's hat, Mr. Bumble.
And change the newspaper in the hat bag.
Your suit is a little baggy, King. Boys, take His Majesty's coat off. Wait. On our stage, we have a Hoffman pressing machine.
Now, wait a minute.
An expert operating the Hoffman pressing machine will press your trousers.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, boy. Keep your shirt on, King.
You better keep my shirt on.
We're a little late, folks. Tune in again.
Come on, Alan, give me my pants.
Quiet, King.
Alan, listen to Frank. Where are my pants?
Jenny, for 15 years I've been waiting to catch you like this.
Alan, you haven't seen the end of me.
It won't be long now.
I want my pants.
Well, if you don't know what day today is...
Today is the day to get out the tall glasses. The iced tea season is here. Time to enjoy iced tender leaf tea, one of summer's main attractions. Yes, iced tea is raised to its ultimate best by the use of this richer blend. In fact, the iced tea season has played a big part in making tender leaf tea so famous for flavor. Flavor means more. It's more important through the summer months. So everybody sets out to get all the flavor going, and that leads straight to tender leaf tea for finer flavor and more of it. In spite of melting ice, the richer goodness of tender leaf tea persists. The last swallow of the glass is still delicious, still flavorful tender leaf tea.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Now, Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit young folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say, those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
I got a horse's saddle, Mr. Dillon. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole hog.
Well, all the hog you got this morning is cooking on that stick right there, Chester.
Is it done?
That depends on how hungry you are.
It's done. Sure will be good to get back to Dodge tonight and sleep in a bed again.
Well, civilization's made you soft, Chester.
Maybe so, but I get mighty tired of using my back for a mattress and my belly for a covering.
Obviously, Chester, you were born for greater things than rooting around on the prairie and living in the rain.
It hasn't been raining, Mr. Dillon.
No, it hasn't. But it will, Chester. Sooner or later, it'll rain.
Yes, sir. Wish we brought some more bacon. Say, don't old man Granby live around here? Maybe we could borrow a little from him.
Well, according to what I've always heard, old Granby wouldn't loan anybody anything.
You really think he's a rich miser, like they say?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. Sometimes a man's entirely different from his reputation. I only met Granby once or twice. He seemed like a nice enough old fellow, though.
Well, I wouldn't want to live out here all alone with nothing but a few horses for company.
Oh, he's used to it.
Well, even if he does have a lot of money hid away, there's no place to spend it out here.
Granby's pretty old for the pleasures Dodge has to offer, Chester.
Well, I hope I am never that old.
At the rate you're burning yourself out, Chester, you never will be, so don't worry about it.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I live mighty quiet for a young fella who's free and still full of blood.
Sure.
Hey, look over there.
Huh?
That string of dust laying right on the ground there.
Yeah, I've been watching it, Chester. It's not on the ground, though. There's a dry wash runs along there. Somebody's driving stock down it.
Maybe it's old man Granby.
It may be. Let's go say hello, huh?
All right, sure. If it is old man Granby, we might just ask him about a little bacon, huh?
Well, we can ask. There's no harm in that. Oh. Hello. Now, that's horses down there, Chester.
Yes, sir. I can see their heads now. I don't see anybody driving them.
Now, he'll be along in a minute. Now, let's wait here.
There he comes.
Yeah. Hello!
He's stop.
That's not old Granby. Let's ride down and say hello anyway. Now, that's Granby's brand on those horses, though.
He must have hired him a hand.
Yeah, maybe. Hello?
Hello?
Are you working for Granby?
I ain't working for nobody, mister.
Oh? And where is he?
Where's who?
Granby.
I don't know no Granby.
Well, those are his horses you're driving.
Oh? They are?
Yeah.
I ain't driving them.
What do you mean?
They got ahead of me in the wash here, that's all.
I see. You a cowboy?
Yeah, sure. I'm a cowboy.
Well, you don't look like one. You don't ride like one, either.
You're asking the questions, mister.
No decent cowboy would run another man's horses down a dry wash just because he didn't want to get up on the bank and ride around them.
I told you, they got in front of me is all.
How come you're not carrying a gun?
Does a man have to carry a gun?
No. I'll bet you're the only man within 1,000 miles of here who isn't carrying one.
Maybe I got a better conscience than the rest of you.
Maybe. Look, mister, you've run those horses about 5 miles off of old Granby's place. You want to give us a hand, we'll run them back.
I'm in a hurry.
It won't take long. The old man might be a couple of days finding them if we don't.
You worry about him. I got to get into Dodge.
We'll ride in with you. Afterwards.
I ain't going to do it.
Look a lot better if you did.
I'd like to, mister, but I can't wait. I'm leaving now. So long.
You going to let him go, Mr.
Wait a
Jones?
minute, Chester. I'll let him hear what lead sounds like.
No, don't shoot. Don't shoot me.
All right, then ride back here.
Don't kill me, mister.
I'm not going to kill you. Unless you try to run away.
Why would I try to run away?
You just did. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Ride down the bank and head those horses off. Start them back up the wash. We'll be out of here by the time they're back.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
You stay right close to me, fella. And don't try anything smart. When we get to Granby's, if he says it's okay, then you can go wherever you like.
I don't know Granby. Never been there.
Well, we'll show you the way. Come on, let's get up on the bank.
Old man Granby can find his horses all right now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. But I want this cowboy here to meet him. We'll see if he's in the house.
I'll wait for you.
Get off that horse, fella. Go on. That's better. Come on. We'll take a look. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing.
You go ahead, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Looks like I'll have to herd this man in. You've been kind of balky ever since we ran into you, mister.
I don't like being dragged around. I never did.
I just want you to meet old Granby. He'll be grateful for you, helping run his horses back here.
I know what you think, mister. You think I was stealing them horses. Well, I never heard of the old man. I was never near this place.
Yeah, so you told me. But you're here now.
I ain't afraid of you or nobody.
Then let's go into the house. Come on.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Old man Granby, he's in there.
Oh, what's wrong?
Right in the room there, Mr. Dillon. He's hanging there.
What?
Somebody's gone and hung him right in his own house. I don't want to see him anymore. You go take a look.
Pull your gun and hold it on this man, Chester. If he makes a move, shoot him.
Yes. Now, you just stand there real quiet like.
I ain't gonna do nothing.
You sure ain't.
Just because I happen to be in the country don't mean I killed nobody.
Mr. Dillon will decide about that.
Who is this Mr. Dillon, anyway?
He's a United States Marshal, that's who.
A marshal?
Looks like you run into the wrong people, fella.
I'll hold your gun, Chester. Search it.
All right, here. Get around. All right. Turn around.
The house is all torn up. He must have been looking for old Granby's money.
I was never in that house.
There's nothing on him. Not a thing.
All right, Chester. Here's your gun. Catch it.
Thank you.
All right, now, what's your name, fella?
Tremble. Joe Tremble.
Where are you from?
Up north.
Up north where?
All over.
What are you doing down here, Tremble?
Making a change.
Yeah, sure. And some cowboy you ran into told you about Granby being rich. So you came here and kicked the old man around and hung him. And then tried to find the money.
That's a lie. This is the first time I was ever near the place.
I'm sure you did it, Tremble, but I wish I had more evidence. A court of law just might not convict you the way things stand.
You gonna let me go?
No. I'm arresting you. And you're gonna stand trial. And I'll do my best to see you hung.
I didn't do it, I tell you. And I'll go free, too. You'll see.
There's something mighty wrong about you, Tremble, and I can't figure it at all. But I'll sure find out.
Mother, it does your heart good, I know, when your young folks eat all of their breakfast cereal. That's why I'm so happy to tell you about new Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles, you know, is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Crisp golden nuggets of sugar-coated rice. They make breakfast more fun than a circus. Why, young folks love Sugar Crinkles so much, they disappear like magic. Now, you've had experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you, and others that just don't seem sweet enough to the youngsters. Well, what a wonderful surprise Sugar Crinkles will be to your whole family. For new Sugar Crinkles really are just right sweet. Remember, Sugar Crinkles make great snacks, too. And there's even more good news about Sugar Crinkles. Right now, there's a full-size package of Charms, that wonderful fruit-flavored candy, in every special package of Sugar Crinkles your dealer has. 10 delicious fruit-flavored Charms, free of extra cost to you. So hurry. Get Sugar Crinkles soon as you can. Now back to Gunsmoke.
We let Joe Tremble dig a grave out behind the house. Then we laid old Granby in it and covered him with dirt. I was pretty sure now that the old man had never had an extra dollar in his life and that he'd been killed for no reason at all. Anyway, Tremble had done a pretty thorough job looking for the money, and he'd found nothing. On the ride into Dodge, I tried to figure out just what he was, but he didn't seem to fit anywhere. He wasn't a cowboy or a hunter or a gambler or even just a drifter. After we got him locked up in jail that night, Doc and I went over to the Texas Trail for a drink with Kitty. And I was telling him about it.
Now then, this fella Trimble, how old is he?
Oh, around 25, I guess, Doc.
Then he couldn't be running away from home.
No, he's a little old for that, Kitty.
Well, anyway, they'll hang him.
Well, I hope the judge agrees with you, Doc.
Why shouldn't they?
All I got so far is circumstantial evidence.
But then you should have shot him out on the prairie.
It's a good thing you're not a lawman.
Now, maybe if I were, there'd be fewer killings around here.
I doubt that, Doc.
You going up to Hayes for the trial, Matt?
Yeah, I'll have to, Kitty.
That'll take a week, I suppose.
How about? Why do you ask?
Nothing, only you've just been away for 10 days.
Well, I have to earn a living, Kitty.
You could make more money gambling right here in Dodge.
Oh, no, Kitty, don't start that.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, Major.
It's Kitty, Doc.
Evening, Major.
How do, Major?
I'd like a word with you, Marshal.
Sure, Major. We can go over to the bar there.
All right.
I'll be back, Kitty. Doc.
No hurry, Matt. Doc's got a lot of money.
Oh, now I'll buy you one drink, Kitty. Just one drink, and that's all.
Well, it's a start, Doc.
Let's go, Major.
I had to come to Dodge on other business, Marshal. But I wanted to pass the word to you that we're looking for a man.
Oh? The Army?
Yes, a deserter.
Oh?
Not from Fort Dodge.
Where was he stationed, Major?
He was with the 7th Cavalry at Fort Lincoln.
Oh, up in the Dakotas.
And for some reason, they think he headed south. Now, I don't have much of a description of him, just that he was a private, about 4'25", curly blonde hair, and he had a scar on his left hand.
Yeah, that fits. What's his name, Major?
He enlisted as Joe Gould, but he's known to have used the name Trimble.
Uh-huh. Well, he's right here in Dodge.
What?
I got him locked up in jail.
Well, that's fine, Marshal, but how did you know?
I think he murdered an old man who lived a day's ride north of here. I'm going to have him tried for it.
Now, that won't be necessary now, Marshal. I'll take over custody of him.
No.
Huh?
Then he'd be tried at Fort Lincoln for desertion. I want him tried for murder. And I got to be there to present the evidence.
You could go up to Fort Lincoln.
No, the Dakotas are out of my territory, Major. Besides, this is a civil crime.
The Army wants that man, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Major. He's going to be tried in Hayes first.
He is still a soldier, even if he did desert.
Well, if the judge lets him off, you can have him. But not otherwise. Major, he tortured and hung an innocent old man, and I'm going to do my best to see him punished for it.
Well, I'll have to take this up with my superiors, Marshal.
You better hurry. I'm going to Hayes with him tomorrow.
I hope you won't regret this, Marshal.
I won't, Major. Not if Trimble is properly punished. I won't. I didn't wait till morning, but started out for Hayes with Joe Trimble that night. The trial lasted a week, and in spite of all the arguments I made, the judge finally decided that there wasn't enough real evidence to convict him. I even tried to make Trimble confess, but he was too smart for that. So there was nothing to do but bring him back, turn him over to the Army. I sent word to Fort Dodge, and the next morning the Major himself appeared to take him into custody.
Well, Marshal, it looks as though you didn't have much of a civil case after all.
He killed old Granby. I know he did, Major. But after all, the law's the law.
Yes, and in the Army, orders are orders. I'm just sorry your judge didn't convict him after all.
Oh, is that so? Chester.
Yes, sir?
Bring Trimble out, huh?
All right, sir.
Major, I'll give the Army credit for one thing.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Trimble and I rode back some 80 miles yesterday, and when we got here, he wanted to sit up and play cards with Chester.
Well, there may be some bad men in the cavalry, Marshal, but they're all tough.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he's yours, Major.
Private Trimble, sir.
You're under military arrest, Private. Not privileged to salute. Besides, you enlisted as Private Gould, not Trimble.
Yes, sir.
Report to the guard outside.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Trimble. You, know that you're mighty lucky, don't you? You should have died for what you've done.
I told you I'd go free, Marshal.
It'll catch up with you someday, Trimble. It always does somehow. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'll be getting along.
Oh, Major, you said that you were sorry that the judge didn't convict him. Why have you changed your mind?
Well, I have orders from General Terry to return him to the Dakotas, to Fort Lincoln.
Well, he'll be tried there, but he won't be hung for just desertion.
Well, oddly enough, Marshal, he won't even be tried. For some months, anyway.
He won't?
No. It seems that the 7th Cavalry needs every man available. They're leaving Fort Lincoln on an expedition against the Sioux and the Northern Cheyenne.
Oh, the Sioux, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder if old Sitting Bull is still the chief medicine man with them.
Sitting Bull?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of him. But I expect the 7th will be heading into Montana territory.
Well, if they're after Sitting Bull's tribe, they will. He's always had a large camp over on the Little Bighorn.
That's so?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, who's in command of the 7th Cavalry now?
Oh, an officer I served under a couple of years. I never did care for him. A General Custer.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. You know, what you are tomorrow depends on what you eat today. So, Mother, be sure the big and little Indians at your house always eat a good breakfast. And tell me, what could be better for breakfast than Post Toasties? Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. But all of the talking in the world couldn't tell you how downright delicious Post Toasties are. You have to taste those crackling, crisp flakes. Yes, you have to taste that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted. Then you'll know how perfectly wonderful breakfast can be. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now, Mother. Just watch how your whole tribe goes for them. Remember, Post Toasties are the heap good cornflakes. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and John Daynard. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. These days, we all like to have lunch or dinner at a good restaurant once in a while. And in good restaurants everywhere, you'll find that you can enjoy genuine Jello for dessert just as you do at home. For instance, we have just had a very complimentary letter from the nationally famous Child's Restaurants, which we think will interest you. It says, quote, "You will be pleased to know that as a result of tests made in the Child's Research Laboratory, Jello was selected for use in all our flavored gelatin desserts. We find that Jello has a superior flavor, and for this reason, it is the only gelatin dessert served in Child's Restaurants. It is our aim to serve our patrons the highest quality in every line, and that we feel in gelatin desserts means genuine Jello. Signed, L.G. Dutton, Vice President, the Child's Company." We're mighty pleased and proud to receive this letter, and remember, whether you order Jello in a restaurant or from your own grocer, always be sure you get genuine Jello.
Arrived in New York okay, but the train trip was terrible as there was nothing but trunks and suitcases in my car. She must have gotten in the baggage car by mistake. New York City is just the same as
What are you
when
reading, Jack?
Oh, it's a letter from Mary. Gosh, it seems lonesome tonight without her, doesn't it, Don?
Oh, it sure does.
You know, I kind of miss her, too. The program doesn't seem the same without Mary.
Not so loud, Phil. She's probably listening in. There's no use spoiling her.
What does she say in her letter, Jack?
Well, it's a little personal, Don. You know, she wouldn't want me to read it to everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Dear Jack, Don, Phil, Kenny, and everybody. Arrived in New York. Oh, I read that, yeah. She says, I got in Chicago on time and stopped there for 3 hours between trains. Believe me, it's no fun standing between trains. You get cinders all over you. She certainly takes things literally, doesn't she? Enjoyed the ride to New York. The train had a streamline, and so did that salesman I met. But don't worry, I can take care of myself, and anyway, he got off at Cleveland.
That's good. She's writing form there.
When I arrived at Grand Central Station, a great big man rushed up, threw his arms around me, and kissed me. Was I disappointed when I found out it was my uncle? I am stopping at the Hotel Lombardi, which is just 1,500 miles up the street from the Miami Biltmore. I hope she doesn't try to go in swimming. And Mama, Papa, and Brother Hillard came in from Plainfield, and we went to Aunt Rose's new wedding last night. Papa was going to wear his full dress suit with the tails, but when he took it out of the closet, he found that the moths had eaten it into a tuxedo. Well,
not bad.
Yeah. This afternoon, while passing Radio City, I ran into Fred Allen. He spoke about you, and believe me, that's no way to talk in front of a lady. I was going to slap his face, but he was chewing tobacco, so I thought twice. Anyway, he invited me to lunch, but made me pay my own check. I couldn't do anything about it, though, as he claimed his invitation wasn't in writing. Same old Allen. Huh?
Oh, he's not that tight.
He's not, eh? Listen, fellas. Have you ever played poker with Allen?
No.
Well, if you ever do, watch out. He plays a very conservative game. Come here a minute. When he opens the pot, you can throw away 4 kings.
No kidding.
Really, I'm not kidding. Not only that, he cheats, too. I remember one time I caught him sending out 3 white chips to be dyed.
Oh, Jack! Jack, you're exaggerating.
Well, maybe it was only 2 chips. I don't know.
Well, go ahead, Jack, with Mary's letter.
Okay. I am writing this letter in the lobby of the hotel, and the swellest-looking fellow is sitting opposite me. He just smiled, which explains this blot. She's probably kidding. That nice man just smiled again, so we'll close wishing good luck to you and me. Yours faithfully, Mary. Hey, that was cute, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hello, fellers.
Hi, Kenny.
Say, Jack, I got a surprise for you.
What is it?
Well, I knew Mary wasn't going to be here, so I brought my girl Lena to help out with the program.
Well, that's very nice of you, Kenny. We need help. Oh, there she is. Hello, Lena. How are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Isn't she clever, Jack?
Yeah, well,
that's only part of it. Now, here's a joke we made up. This'll kill you. Go ahead, Lena, ask him.
Is this going to be funny?
We think so. Go ahead, Lena.
All right. What's the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Well, the question is clever. Go ahead, Lena. What is the difference between Mary Livingston and the Queen Mary?
Mary Livingston is a girl, and the Queen Mary is a boat.
What's funny about that, Kenny?
Gee, don't you get it? Mary isn't a boat.
Oh, am I surprised? I must tell her to keep out of water.
Yeah. Now, Lena, do that laugh like Mary does. And, Jack, you ask her what she's laughing at.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lena. Laugh like Mary. Now ask her, Jack.
All right. What are you laughing at, Lena?
You, who wouldn't?
Ain't she a panic?
Yeah, panic meaning disaster. Yeah, thanks, Kenny. And now Phil Harris will play...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. We got one more.
Oh.
Give it to him, Lena.
Mr. Benny, if I gained 50 pounds, what would I be?
I don't know. What would you be, Lena?
Fatter.
Wow!
You get it, Jack? Lena fatter?
Yeah, just like your header. Play a fella. Mary, come home. All is forgiven. Melancholy Baby, played by the orchestra and directed by Phil Harris, who came back from the Santa Anita racetrack yesterday as fast as he could walk. Say, Phil, your orchestra sounds a little softer than usual tonight. What happened?
Well, Jack, I bet my trombone player on Seabiscuit and lost.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Huh?
Doggone it, every horse I bet on loses by a nose.
Well, you'll either have to get hotter tips or longer horses.
Yeah.
One or the other. Like that, huh? Well, they must have lost, too, out there. I can see that.
Say, Jack, how did you make out in the handicap?
Not so good, Phil. Unfortunately, the horse I bet on just got over the flu and was afraid of crowds.
Yeah.
But you know, Phil, when it comes to gambling, I'm a pretty good sport, and I don't mind when my horse lags behind. But when he walks over the rail and takes a bite of my hot dog, that's going a little too far. You think so?
So you learned your lesson, eh?
Yes, sir. The next horse I bet on will have to have a diesel engine in him.
Say, what are you fellas talking about?
Oh, nothing much, Don.
Is it important?
No.
Well, Jell-O is, ladies and gentlemen, when you are considering a tempting dessert to top off your meal, Decide on Jell-O because it has that new extra rich fresh fruit flavor and it tastes twice as good as ever before. Hooray for Rosemont.
Yes, with the big red letters on the jockey. Say, what is this, a racetrack or a program? Oh, come in.
Hello, Jigbani.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Well, pardon the interruption, Poopsie, but I'm a detective.
A detective, eh?
You said it. A bloodhound with a dialect.
Well, what do you want?
I'm under the impression that you lost a violin. Is this correct?
A vial, yes. Did you find it?
Did you offer a reward?
Yes.
Then I found it. Here you are.
Well. Hey, fellas, look. My violin.
What
do you know? You say it sure is my violin, all right. They say, fellas, I knew I'd get it back tonight. Virtue triumphs.
Then you're going to play the bee, eh?
Am I? Listen, fellas, this is the night of nights. Not only will I redeem myself in the eyes of my listeners, but I'll make Fred Allen hang his head so low he'll have to get an extra shoe for his nose. And it won't be any size 2 either.
Oh, his nose isn't that long, Jack.
It's long enough to reach clear to Hollywood and to my affairs.
Listen, Jack, why don't you forget the bee and play something popular?
Well, what song would you like to hear?
Pennies from Herring.
Herring? That's heaven.
You're telling me. Well, Mr. Benny, to put it bluntly, how's about the compensation?
Oh, yes, the reward. Here you are, my good man. A nice, new, green, crisp, crinkly $1 bill.
Adjectives he gives me.
Oh, you don't want it, eh?
Don't jump at conclusions.
Well, that's all you're going to get, $1. Here.
Thank you. I'll put it in my wallet.
That's a nice wallet. I thought it was your chest. Well, goodbye, Mr. Say, what's your name?
That I can't tell you.
Why not?
There's a reward for me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. What a chiseler. Fred Allen is right.
Well, boys, it cost me $1 to get my violin back, but it was worth every penny of it. Oh, Kenny, how about singing your song while I get all set for my number?
Okay, Jack. Are you really going to play the bee?
Am I going to play the bee? Did Columbus turn back in the middle of the Atlantic?
I don't know.
Did Washington hesitate before crossing the Delaware?
I don't know.
Did Admiral Dewey retreat at Manila?
3 strikes, I'm out.
Then sing, Danny. I'm going to play the bee.
So proper and polite upon this lovely night, we sit here making foolish conversation. Instead of being bright, let's be ourselves tonight and take advantage of the situation. The night is young and you're so beautiful here among the shadows, beautiful lady. Open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it. Can't you get into the swing of it, lady? When do we start? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a glamorous, and if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do? The night is young, and I'm in love.
Kenny Baker singing The Night is Young and You're So Beautiful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The moment when I will erase all verbal stains and oral blemishes from the once illustrious name of Jack Benny. Of course, after concluding my selection to be Mr. Allen, who even thinks that wrestling is crooked, will no doubt accuse me of trickery. To nip such a possibility in the bud, I will pass through our studio audience, and you folks can observe for yourselves that I have only a violin in one hand and a bow in the other.
Attaboy, Jack.
Quiet, I wouldn't trust you either. I further wish to state that there is nothing hidden up my sleeve and no accomplices, either mechanical or human, in this auditorium. Now for my first solo, come in.
Hello, Buck.
Oh, hi, Andy. Hey, you got here just in time.
Yep, and when I heard that you got your fiddle back, I ran up here as fast as I could.
Well, that was nice of you.
Say, Buck, I was sure surprised when I heard Mary went to New York.
Yeah, she left last week for a short vacation.
Doggone it, I'm sorry I missed her. I wanted to kiss her goodbye.
Well, Andy, you can kiss her when she gets back.
Yeah, she'll be rested up then and can take it.
One thing I like about you, Andy, you don't brag.
What's that?
That's Kenny's girl, Lena. I know you thought it was the radiator. Lena, you know Andy Devine.
Oh, sure, the man that talks like Donald Duck.
Donald Duck, that's pretty good. Huh?
Well, we're doing all right. We're both in pictures.
Yeah. Well, Andy, I'm glad you came up to the studio tonight. You know, you're going to hear me play the bee and make out a fool out of that town hall Sandman. And you know what the Sandman does.
Yeah.
Did you hear him last Wednesday when he said a buzzard brought me instead of a stork?
A buzzard?
Yeah.
Oh, doggone it, I thought he said blizzard. Now I gotta get mad all over again.
Why don't I get funny lines like that?
Why don't I get any lines?
Please, fellows. Well, the time is growing short. My fingers are just itching to wander over those violin strings, so let's get going. Andy, you sit right down in front and enjoy yourself.
Okay, Buck, can I applaud now in case I fall asleep?
No, I'll have to take that chance, Andy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before going into my number, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the man who will share my glory tonight. My accompanist, that eminent pianist, Rachmaninoff T. Smith. Take a bow, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. And my price is still $10.
Oh. I tried to get him for $8, folks, but he's got me in a spot. Well, hand me that violin, Kenny.
Here you are, Jack.
I'll even take that line.
Say, what's the matter with you, Phil?
Well, I want to be an actor.
Well, you're on the wrong program.
With my talent, yes.
Well... Well, it's pretty good for an old violin, isn't it?
So you're really going to play the bee this time, eh, Jack?
Don, I can't get out of it. I mean, I'm raring to go. Come on, introduce me, and remember that Jello isn't playing this number. Wait till I tune up, just...
Sounds pretty good
Okay.
from here. Is all right?
Right.
Okay, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
If you please, Professor. right, fellas. It was nothing at all. Well, what now, Mr. Allen? Play, Phil. I did. You were in a tough spot. That was Panamania from Swing High, Swing Low, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And very good, Phil, very good. Not a classic, perhaps, but quite well done.
Say, Jan.
Yes, Kenny?
When are you going to play the bee?
I just played it.
Yeah, but you clipped its wings.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, when you came to the hard part, you switched to Plenty of Money and You.
Well, there was a detour sign on my music. And furthermore, Phil, you've been acting a bit uppity lately. Are you dissatisfied with your job here? Are you unhappy in our little group? I mean, are you seeking greener postures?
No, greener money.
Oh. Well, let me tell you something, Phil. Oh, excuse me a minute. There's the phone. Keep the argument going, Kenny.
Now, listen, Phil, who do you think I am?
Now, never mind, Kenny. I'll pick up the argument later. Never mind. Don't bother. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, Mary. How are you, honey? It's Mary, fellas. You did? Well, I'm glad you liked it. I played it the best I could. Of course, right in the middle of the number, I found out one of my strings was dental floss. Which was all right. I just had dinner. Are you having a good time in New York? Well, I do, too, but I don't see how I can get away from here. Well, anyway, Mary, have a good time and come back soon, yeah. Yeah, everybody sends their love. Yes, I will. Yeah. Yeah, goodbye, dear. Goodbye. Hello? What's that, operator? Yes, I'll accept the charges. Yes. You know, fellas, it must be nice in New York right now. Gee, after talking to Mary, I'd love to go there for a couple of weeks.
So would I.
Me, too.
You know, Buck, I've never been to New York.
Well, don't cry, Andy. You haven't?
No.
Well, that last one was a laugh, wasn't it? Well, Andy, you'd get a big kick out of it. No, really you would. You'd love it. You know, you could take a subway and see the whole town. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. You know, Wait a minute. I got an idea. Listen, get away from the microphone, fellas. I don't want Mary to hear this. What? You know what I'd like to do?
What?
Now, wait a minute. Stuff up. Get away from the mic. I'd like to surprise Mary, hop on a train, and join her in New York.
New York?
Quiet, Tom, stuff up those microphones.
Okay, Jack.
Now, wait a minute. Can everybody make the trip?
I can.
It's okay with me,
How about you, Phil?
Well, I'll have to join you later.
Shall I take my trainer along?
No, Andy, they have hotels in New York. 2 of them. Now, wait a minute. Listen, we'll arrange this right away. I'll call up the station now and make our reservations. And, Don, while I'm ordering the tickets, you make a lot of noise about Jell-O or anything, but make it loud. I don't want Mary to hear this.
Right, Jack, right.
Go ahead. Hello? Operator, get me the... Go ahead, Don.
I'm glad to have this opportunity to tell you about Jell-O, the fastest-selling gelatin dessert on the market.
Hello, ticket
today.
office?
It is first in favor because it's first in flavor, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So be sure to ask for Jell-O by name.
Yes,
Look for the big red letters on the box.
What? No, not 6 delicious flavors, 6 tickets. No, the name is not Raspberry, it's Jack Berry. Jack Benny. Yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Oh, boy, I could just see the look on Mary's face when we pop in on her. I can hardly wait. I'm going right home now and pack. Are you going to take your trunk, Kenny?
No, my trunk's been to New York.
Well, then don't bother. Oh, boy, just imagine that. 2 weeks in New York. Broadway.
Times Square.
Columbus Circle.
Tin Pan Alley.
42nd Street.
Grant's Tomb.
Play it.
Everybody loves parties, and here's a party dessert that you can serve every day. It looks mighty festive, and it's no trouble to prepare because it's another delicious dessert that's made with Jell-O. It's called Strawberry Snow, and this is how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Then chill until cold and syrupy and place in a bowl of ice or ice water. Add 1 egg white and whip with a rotary egg beater until fluffy. Mold or pile in sherbet glasses and chill. It's a feast for the eye, a treat for the taste, with tempting true fruit flavor to please everybody. So give everyday dinners a party touch. Have Strawberry Snow for dessert one night this week, but be sure you make it with the real thing. Genuine Jell-O with the extra rich, fresh fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 22nd program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York City. The detective on the program was played by Pat C. Flick through the courtesy of Warner Brothers.
Say, Jack, why can't we leave for New York right now?
No, we'll have to wait till Tuesday night because I'm dropping in on Ben Burney's program first.
Well, why are you still whispering?
I want to surprise Ben, too. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. The tune was Plenty of Money in Use from the Gold Diggers of 1937. The Night is Young and You Are So Beautiful from Casa Manana. And I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm from Irving Berlin's score of On the Avenue. This program has come to you from Hollywood, California, through the facilities of the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu, with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. Lux presents Hollywood. This is the drama of a man who struggled against enormous odds of force and hatred to bring dignity and greatness to the flag of France. Our play stars George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. And our guest between the acts is Edward P. Lambert, outstanding Hollywood authority on history and costumes. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. Lux is so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything safe in water alone. If you Lux your things regularly, your lingerie, stockings, sweaters, and dainty blouses and dresses, you help them stay new-looking longer. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Now, your host and producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. During America's cradle days, at about the time that Englishmen were planting tobacco and the sovereignty of King James in Virginia, and the Dutch were buying the island of Manhattan at far less than a penny an acre, there spread across every corner of France the shadow of a mighty man, a man named Richelieu. In his youth, Richelieu had worn the plated helmet of a soldier. Later, the red cap, which proclaimed him a cardinal of the church. Though he never wore a crown, no king ever sat more securely on the throne of France than he, or brought it greater glory. It's the drama of his career that we're about to bring you, with one of drama's most distinguished interpreters, Mr. George Arliss, in the role of the cardinal he portrayed so vividly on the screen. Mr. Arliss comes to us tonight in the company of the girl with the nice arms, for those are the words he used in dedicating his autobiography to her. She's better known as his charming wife, Florence Arliss, whom we'll hear as Marie de Medici. Making his first Lux appearance is the romantic Cesar Romero in the part of André Dupont. Heather Angel, lovely leading lady in a score of films, is Lenore. Montague Love is heard as King Louis XIII. And Douglas Dumbrill, one of the screen's more able specialists in villainy, is Baradar. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu. France in the early years of the 17th century was the last stronghold of ancient feudalism. The country was divided into vast domains, ruled over by independent lords. Then in 1628, Louis XIII began to gain authority over his nobles, a rise of power brought about by the strength and purpose of one man, the Minister of State, whose name was on everyone's lips.
Richelieu, Cardinal Richelieu.
He's the savior of France.
Richelieu will bring us unity. He'll bring us peace.
May heaven bless him.
Richelieu.
But Richelieu made enemies as well as friends. The nobles, jealous of their lost privileges, gained the ear of Marie de Medici, the king's mother. Through the influence of Anne, Louis's wife, who is no friend of Richelieu, Marie has been granted audience in His Majesty's private apartment. With her comes Count Baradar, a bitter enemy of Richelieu. The king, annoyed at the interruption, turns angrily to Queen Anne.
I must say, Anne, you've selected a strange moment to press this matter. My doctors have ordered me absolute quiet, a fact which you, my wife, seem to entirely disregard.
I do not disregard it, Louis. But your mother has a message of the greatest importance. I think you should hear her.
Well, what is it now, Mother?
You have persistently refused to see me. While Richelieu is by your side, you will listen to no one, not even your mother.
You know you hate me, really.
I hate Richelieu, this impudent churchman who works daily to make a king's crown out of his cardinal's hat.
Oh, ridiculous. You exaggerate, Mother.
I wonder if she does. You seem incapable of ruling without His Eminence.
You'll hold your tongue. I rule as I see fit.
You don't seem to realize that we are facing civil war, Louis.
Civil war? Are you mad?
Do you think that powerful nobles like Normandy and Lorraine are going to forfeit the lands they've held for hundreds of years?
They'll do as I say.
And if they refuse?
Then we'll crush them.
Exactly. Civil war.
I'll not sign any order for Richelieu's dismissal. The subject is closed.
Very well. Baradar.
Yes, Your Highness?
My son has refused our petition. You may tell the lords their case is hopeless.
Baradar, are you in this, too?
Your Majesty, I confess I was. But now I question the wisdom of dismissing Cardinal Richelieu. After all, he is the most popular man in France.
What's that? You forget yourself, Baradar. The king is the most popular man in France.
If you say so, sire.
If you are, Louis, why do the cardinal's morning's receptions attract all the nobility of the court? Why is his palace thronged and yours practically deserted?
Palace? A churchman? palaces should belong to royalty.
You forget he is now as wealthy as you. His new palace is far more regal than yours.
Is this true, Baradar?
Must I speak, sire?
I order you. Richelieu's palace. Have you seen it?
It is quite spacious. About twice the size of your palace here. They say the gold plate is the finest of its kind. The porcelain brought overland from the east.
That will be enough. I think I understand, Count Baradar. You and all the others. You're jealous of Richelieu's power.
Sire, you know you have my allegiance. If it seems good to you to take my small domains for the benefit of France, I surrender willingly. I don't question your Majesty's right. All I do ask is why the lands were taken from some nobles and not from others.
What do you mean? The edict applied to all the feudal lords.
Except the Duke of Normandy, sire. At least it would seem so. For Normandy still has his lands and his armies, while ours have been confiscated to the crown.
Are you suggesting that Richelieu has favored the Duke of Normandy?
I suggest nothing, sire. I merely point out that Normandy's domains are untouched, and that Richelieu has just built himself a palace. A palace so that he and the Capuchin monk Joseph might live their days in splendor. All this magnificence for 2 priests. The money must have come from somewhere, Your Majesty.
Well, Louis, you see...
Be quiet! Let me have that order of dismissal.
Here, Your Majesty.
I shall study this carefully.
You have only to sign here, Louis.
The pen, Your Majesty.
May I be allowed to enter?
Richelieu.
I have a feeling that I am the subject of this absorbing debate.
Secret entrances, eavesdropping. This is intolerable.
Richelieu. Why this sudden and secret return?
I hurried to you on my arrival, knowing your Majesty was sick.
Yes, sick of your presumption and insolence.
I am reassured. I feared it might be worse. Madame is well?
As well as your presence allows.
I have seldom seen Madame look better.
You have ridden with unaccustomed haste, my Lord Cardinal. Your holy office must make great demands on your power.
It does, Count Baradar. And your powers make great demands on my holy office.
Now, have done with this. I've heard serious charges against you, Cardinal.
A minister who does not make enemies is failing in his duty to his king.
Thanks to you, we face a threat of civil war, it seems.
Where do you hear that?
On all sides.
Oh, from Queen Anne on your right, Queen Mary on your left, and my friend Baradar, yes, on all sides.
I understand you've not taken over the Duke of Normandy's lands. Is this true?
Quite true, Your Majesty.
And may I ask why?
I will tell you why. Normandy's lands would constitute a fine addition to Your Majesty's domain. They are rich and broad. But Normandy's armies are greater than yours. Give us time to match his strength, and we'll have his lands merely by threat.
Well, Baradar, does that seem reasonable?
Very reasonable, sire. Your Majesty is to build up a great army so that we may declare war on our own people.
Your Majesty, my sole aim is to make France a great power. These petty kingdoms must be brought under one hand. Not a hand with fingers forever outstretched, but one that can close and become a mailed fist capable of striking back. With a united France, Your Majesty will go down in history as Louis of glorious memory.
That should be worth working for, Baradar.
Your Majesty, no one would be happier than I to see our country with one throne, one monarch, and one palace.
Ah, yes, this palace, Richelieu. Why do you call it a palace?
Because it is a palace, Your Majesty.
I'm not sure that I approve of this display. Gold plate, I hear. Porcelain from the East.
Treasures from the remotest worlds brought to France for the pleasure and profit of France.
Of France? Of Richelieu, I think.
I'm sure Your Majesty will approve the gardens, the terraces.
The avenues of Roman marble.
And glittering fountains.
Your appreciation fills me with pleasure. And when my plans are completed, I trust my palace will be finer than any Your Majesty possesses.
But
Since Your Majesty has showered honors upon me, it has been my desire to make some concrete return to my benefactor. And so I have built a palace that shall outshine that of any monarch in Europe. And I bring Your Majesty this deed of gift, and beg that you will accept it, with its treasures from east and west, its marbles, its terraces, as a token of love and loyalty from your humble servant.
But, Amo, this is magnanimous.
Your Majesty will permit me to withdraw. This document on your table. This, I am sure, is my formal dismissal from your service. When my work is finished, I beg you to sign it, so that I may retire to some simple home where I may walk in my garden and commune with my God. Until then, I take the liberty of withholding it from your hand.
You may take it, Amo. I fear I was hasty.
I thank your Majesty. If you need me, you will find me at my palace. At your palace. I shall be working there, as always, in the interest of the crown. Your Majesty's a good day. Enemies of the state. Enemies of the state. Take these warrants, Father Joseph. I've signed them. What else is there?
Another Huguenot noble to be arrested on suspicion.
When will they learn, Joseph, that only a united France can be a great France? Who is he?
His name is Andre de Pont.
Has he had fair and proper warning?
Yes.
First, all means to conciliate, and then all means to crush. Give me the warrant.
England is dangerously friendly towards the Huguenots.
Yes. We must stir up trouble between the English and the Scotch. That will keep England busy. See, Joseph, my map of Europe. The pattern is perfect. With our Swedish mercenaries, we can protect ourselves against Austria, move against Spain. I see no loophole, no vulnerable point anywhere.
Nor do I. Unless we should meet opposition in our own forces.
Yes, true. Some of our noble lords are not too anxious to serve their king. The Count Barada in particular, I'm afraid. I think he'll bear watching, Joseph. Oh, Miss Degree, what do you say? She agrees. It's a pity we can't use Miss Degree, Joseph. She has such beautiful claws. Miss Degree, who put this ribbon on you?
It must have been Lenore.
Lenore. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Joseph, you're my oldest friend, and I need your sound advice. What are we to do with that child?
I hadn't thought. I suppose you'll present her at court?
No. The court's no place for young girls. Now that she's left the convent, she's my responsibility. But we must give her something to amuse her. She's no longer a child, you know.
She's too old for dolls, of course.
Oh, yes. What about a horse?
A horse? Yes.
Now, don't go and get her a charger, Joseph. Just a quiet mare that she can ride with safety. Children who have nothing to occupy them may get into mischief.
Mischief? No, not Lenore.
Yeah, even Lenore. She'll be in her garden. Ask her to see me in my study.
Very well, Armand.
You sent for me, dear guardian.
Lenore, come in, my child. Well, what have you been doing this afternoon?
Nothing of importance. What have you been doing?
Mine is a life of contradictions. I pray for peace and salvation and send men to their death. I flatter kings, amass worldly wealth, and pray God to be merciful, and I make men hate me.
My father loved you. You were smiling when I came in. What were you reading?
My diary. When I was young, I wrote down words of guidance for my own conduct.
Let me see.
I don't recommend them to you or to others. When I came to court, I wrote this. I was 21. Speak as little as possible. Withdraw adroitly, without lying, when the truth is dangerous. The king loves to be praised. If you have purpose, pursue it. If you believe deeply, act boldly. 21.
If you believe deeply, act boldly.
What would you write for yourself?
Questions, perhaps, without answers.
What questions?
Is it possible to fall in love with someone after seeing them only once?
You shall tell me the answer. Is it possible?
Yes.
Whom have you seen? You've only been out of the convent 3 weeks.
When I was in the convent, the girls used to throw silly notes over the wall to young men. I did it, too. A young officer. He passed again. He was very handsome. And I threw another note. And then one day, he threw back an answer.
Well?
And today I met him.
How often have you met him?
Only once. Today.
And you think you love him?
I'm sure.
His name?
André Dupont.
André Dupont. Does he know that the Cardinal Richelieu is your guardian?
No, he doesn't know about you. He doesn't even know my name.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, yes. What is it? What's that paper?
André Dupont.
Oh, do you know him?
I've heard of him.
But why do you look so...
Well, Joseph?
His Majesty is here.
His Majesty?
With half the court, I should think.
What does he want?
He says he's come to see his palace.
He wastes no time.
Splendid. Splendid. See those paintings, Baradar. Masterpieces, every one. Richelieu. Armand.
Your Majesty, welcome to your palace.
It is all that you claimed for it, Armand. A magnificent gift.
When does His Majesty take possession?
When it is finished, Count Baradar. Of course, Baradar. When it is finished. Armand, I was thinking... And who is this?
Your Majesty.
Charming. Charming. Who are you, child?
She is the daughter of an old friend and loyal subject who was killed in the service of France. I have made myself responsible.
Yes. Well, my child, we must see you at court on occasion. Would you like that?
If I am permitted, Your Majesty.
I give you permission. You'll bring her, Richelieu?
Of course.
When?
Whenever Your Majesty commands.
Bring her tomorrow. We shall look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
You may leave us now, Lenore.
Yes, Your Eminence. Your Majesty.
Good day, my child.
A lovely creature, Your Majesty.
I have eyes, Baradar. I have eyes. Where has she been, Armand?
Oh, at the convent. She's still a child. Come, Your Majesty. I want you to see the Roman marbles.
Yes, presently. A child, you say? You forget how young people grow up. You can't possibly keep her cooped up in this palace of yours?
I think the coop is big enough.
No. I've taken a great interest in her. She should come to court. We must find a husband for her.
Your Majesty's interest touches me deeply.
She should have a title, position. I think the right man might be the Count de Cinq-Mars.
Cinq-Mars?
Have you anything against my choice?
Oh, is Your Majesty asking me to marry the Count?
No, don't be obstinate. He has wealth, a good title.
Does Your Majesty deem it necessary to consult Cinq-Mars?
Cinq-Mars will do as he's told.
Is it possible, sire, that there are other reasons for your interest?
Are you daring to suggest?
Sire, I may accustom myself to the caprices of monarchs, but I will not pander to their vices.
Do you forget that I am still your king?
And I am your cardinal, responsible for your immortal soul.
When my time comes, I'll answer for that. I demand that you bring her to court.
I am sorry.
Will you obey your king?
No, Your Majesty.
Very well. We shall see how far the power of the cardinal will carry without the support of his king.
Well, Joseph?
King's very angry.
Yes. See, Joseph, on what little things the fate of nations depends. A few hours ago, I said there were no loopholes. And now the history of France may be changed by a pretty face. If I could only find some way to keep Lenore out of his reach.
But how? You can't send her away. He'd never forgive you.
Joseph.
Yes?
Joseph, I have an idea. A mad, wonderful idea. Joseph, bring me André Dupont. Sit down. Sit down, Monsieur Dupont.
Your guards arrested me. I demand to know why.
You are arrested as an enemy to France and an enemy to your king.
I am an enemy neither to my king nor my country. But if you think I'll purchase my freedom by allegiance to you, you're mistaken.
You joined with the Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others that you might defy me.
Haven't we the right to fight for our lands we've held for centuries?
Tell me, who gave your ancestors those lands?
The crown.
If a crown can give, a crown can take away.
It's not the crown who takes them away, but my Lord Cardinal. Every day you gather more power to yourself. Soon you will have the whole of France in the palm of your hand for your own selfish ends.
One moment. You're an officer?
Yes.
You've seen active service?
Yes.
Does your regiment go into battle a mere rabble without authority or guidance?
My regiment is one of the best disciplined in the army.
You exact obedience from your subordinates.
What sort of an officer should I be if I didn't?
And what if they disobeyed you?
I should get rid of them.
And that, my friend, is my method. Why do you quarrel with it?
I was referring to a regiment.
I was referring to the enemies of France. Now, forget your hatred of me for the moment, and let me ask you, why do I take your lands and those of the great feudal lords?
Why?
Because to be strong, we must be united.
We've done well enough for the past few hundred years.
What has stood for a century may be destroyed in a night. England and Austria are arming against us. Our own noble lords are in league with Spain, waiting to help them to march on Paris to crush our country and to place a puppet king on our mighty throne. Have you any pride in your country? Do you want to see France in the ascendant, powerful, glorious, supreme? Or do you want to see a country ravaged by foreign invaders? Unity or defeat?
Armand.
Well?
An important message.
Monsieur Dupont, wait in that room. And think well of what I have said. Well, Joseph?
From the king.
Let me see. Mademoiselle Lenore de Brisac will take up her residence in the palace as lady-in-waiting to Her Majesty the Queen, pending her marriage with the Count de Cinq-Mars. Signed, Louis Rex.
You see, it's hopeless.
Perhaps. Send Lenore to me at once. Go. Monsieur Dupont? Well, what is your answer?
They say you're a devil, that you can twist men around your little finger. It's true. I'm ready to serve you.
Good. Sit down again. You married?
No.
Fortunate. You'll have to marry at once.
Marry?
Patriotism demands sacrifices. For my purpose, it is essential that you should marry at once.
You ask me what I will do for my country and then set me the one task that is impossible.
Impossible? You haven't seen the lady I've chosen.
Nor will I.
Oh, you've a lady already. Very charming, no doubt. But you must get rid of her.
No.
Are you going to let some worthless little creature jeopardize your whole career?
You can do what you like. Commit me to the Bastille as you're about to do, but I won't stoop to this.
Oh, you're a very violent young man. Tell me, this girl you have in mind, have you known her long?
No.
Met her often?
Once.
Huh. Her name?
I don't know.
Here's a man giving up his whole career for a girl whose name he doesn't even know. I give you a minute to change your mind.
No.
Once this order is signed, I shall not recall it. Well?
I've made my decision. Nothing you can do or say will alter it.
Father, Brother Joseph said you...
Lenore, you mustn't disturb me. I have painful business with this young man.
Andre.
You here?
He's a very obstinate man.
But, Father, you won't send him away, please.
Send him away? I've been begging him to marry you for the last 15 minutes. But he refuses.
Andre.
Oh, Lenore.
You seem to be a most impressionable young man. You fall in love with ladies at a moment's notice. I must leave you. Unless you change your mind again, you will both meet me in an hour in my chapel. Joseph, this is my reply to the king. I'll read it to you. To Louis Rex, Your Majesty, Mademoiselle Lenore is honored by His Majesty's appointment as lady-in-waiting to the Queen, but she humbly suggests that the matter may be delayed until her return from her honeymoon with her husband, Andre Dupont. Well?
Ingenious, but dangerous.
True. Let me add something, Joseph. Something pleasant. Yes. If your Majesty desires someone to love, love me, Richelieu.
The curtain falls on the first act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss. During this brief intermission, before Act Two, we bring you the Browning family. It's late afternoon, and Midge comes bursting in from school.
Mother! Oh, Mother!
Yes, dear?
You've got to do something about Bobby.
Why, Midge, what's the trouble?
Oh, he's incorrigible, Mother.
Oh, no.
But he is. Tony Allen was walking home with me, and along comes Bobby, and... There, that's just what he yelled at me, Mother, right in front of Toady, and I was so embarrassed.
Now, Bobby, that wasn't at all nice.
And it was just because I got a run in my stocking, Mother.
She's always getting runs. Why, they call her Runaway Midge.
Well, after all, I can't help it.
You certainly can, dear. You can do a lot better than you're doing if you'd only use Lux Flakes.
Well, maybe it is my fault. I did forget to use Lux. But anyhow, can't you make Bobby stop talking that way?
Well, the quickest way to stop him, dear, is to cut down on runs. If you just remember to Lux your stockings every night, you won't have nearly so much trouble.
Oh, Mother, I will try to remember.
Yes, Luxing stockings after every wearing cuts down on runs and saves many embarrassing moments. Lux saves the elasticity that helps your stockings wear longer and fit better. Cake soap rubbing, or soaps with harmful alkali, are likely to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. Give your stockings regular Lux care, and all your underthings, too, to keep them fresh and dainty and to help them stay new-looking longer. Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. And a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes in the economical large-size box. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. With his ward Lenore safely married to Andre Dupont, Richelieu turned again to affairs of state. By his order, the army of France, commanded by Marshal Lemoyne, stands ready to leave Paris to meet the invading Spaniards at the border. But the Cardinal's enemies have other plans. Secretly in league with the Spanish king, Barada has conspired to keep Lemoyne's forces in Paris, knowing that such a move will mean victory for Spain and the establishment of a weak king on the throne of France.
With the Duke d'Orléans on the throne, we will soon regain our privileges, gentlemen, and our lands.
Agreed, Barada, but first, Spain must be victorious.
They will be. Their forces will advance through Crosby and surround Paris.
Unless Lemoyne's army meets them halfway before they reach the walls of Paris.
Have no fear of that. Lemoyne's army will never leave Paris. I will have public opinion stirred to prevent it. Our day, gentlemen, is at hand.
Down with Richelieu! Keep the army in Paris! Protect our home! Down with
In the palace, King Louis stands by a window, listening to the distant cries. On one side is Barada, and on the other, Louis's brother, Gaston, the weak-willed Duke d'Orléans, whom the nobles hope to place on the throne.
Listen to them. They sound half mad.
They're clamoring for something, the pigs. What is it, Barada?
They want protection. You know, sire, what will happen if the army leaves Paris. The people will revolt.
What? Well, why doesn't Richelieu do something? He's the Minister of War.
You'll forgive me, sire, but it's Richelieu's order that is sending the army away from the city.
I will protect my people. Tell Marshal Lemoyne to let the army remain in Paris. Defend Paris to the last. Give the order yourself, Gaston.
I? Oh, yes. I'll give the order with pleasure, brother.
What is it, Mr. Green? Life too quiet for you here? Like to go to court, eh? Well, a cat may look at a king, but I don't advise it, Mr. Green.
Marshal Lemoyne, His Eminence is resting.
His Eminence will see me, Father Joseph.
Lemoyne? Why are you here? Why haven't you and your army left Paris?
Stopped. The army's to stay.
By whose orders?
The king's.
without consulting me.
He believes Paris to be France. He's frightened of the people. If I move out of the troops, he's afraid it means revolution.
If you stay, it means defeat. If the Spanish army reaches Crosby ahead of you, they'll be at the gates of Paris in a week. Whereas if you push on to Crosby...
No. Once I trap them in the hills round Crosby, I have them on my word as a soldier.
It shall be done. Master your men and make for Crosby.
But the king's order.
I am Minister of War. Officially, I have not been consulted. I give you the order to march.
One moment. I'm a soldier, but I'm also a man. I want to keep my head on my shoulders.
And I want to keep my hand on their throat.
I can't disobey an order of the king.
Let me see that order. This forbids you to take the army out of Paris.
That's clear enough.
Lemoyne, if the army is delivered to you outside the walls of Paris, will you lead them then?
Outside? Yes.
The army will meet you outside the walls of Paris by midnight at the East Gate. I'll lead them myself.
I will be there to meet you.
Godspeed to you, and a swift victory.
Armand, Louis will be furious.
I have one consolation, Joseph. He can separate me from only one head.
The insolence of Richelieu. Gets on a horse and marches the army away from Paris in defiance of my orders.
In any other person, it would be regarded as treason.
Treason? What else is it but treason?
Dismiss him, sire.
I will. But, no. Always when he disobeys me, I have a fatal feeling that he may be right.
But, Your Majesty...
That's enough. You may leave, Count Berida.
Very well, sire. Guard.
Count Berida.
Where is Prince Gaston?
With the Queen Mother, my lord. The prince is waiting for you.
No. Surely even Louis won't stand this last insult. This time, Richelieu's gone too far. Berida, well?
The king will do nothing.
Nothing? There's the king for you. His own orders defied, a slap in the face, and he does nothing. I'd have that man's head.
My son, you must calm yourself.
We've failed again. I shall never become king.
Shh, Gaston. You know you were always my favorite. It'll all be in good time.
I shall be king one day, shan't I? You promised it. I shall.
Very soon. Our treaty with Spain. It's almost arranged.
Berida, why don't you do something? This monster, Richelieu, will crush us. Kill him. Haven't we got men enough? I'll kill him myself.
Kill him?
Berida, poor Gaston is mad with rage.
He talks sense in his madness.
Are you mad, too? No one can kill Richelieu. You can't risk it.
We can risk another man. Someone who might kill him, not for political reasons. We'd never be suspected.
But who?
There's a young Huguenot noble here. He's being held prisoner by the king. I'll go and have a talk with him.
Why am I being held here, Berida? Why is there no message from the cardinal?
The cardinal? Andre, don't rely on him.
Why not?
Is it possible you're so blind?
Blind?
My poor Andre. Don't you see that you've been used by Richelieu?
What do you mean?
Doesn't it strike you as curious that he married you in such great haste?
It was to save Lenore from the king.
From the king or for the king?
What? Oh, I don't believe it.
The lady found favor in the eyes of royalty. For appearances, a husband had to be found quickly. The cardinal found you willing, ready to hand.
No man could be such a fiend.
No? Then why doesn't he send you word? Why?
Berida, you must help me.
I will gladly. But you must help yourself, too. Richelieu must die.
My child.
And then they arrested him, Father. He's there now at the palace. They wouldn't let me see him. And it's all through me. Louis is angry because Andre married me.
Not because he married you, but because he protects you.
You will intercede for him.
The king shall set him free or answer to his cardinal.
But when?
Tomorrow, my child. Go to your room, my dear, and try to sleep. Who's there? Who's there, I say? Joseph, is that you? Light the candle, Joseph. Joseph!
It is not Joseph, my lord.
Andre, my son. I thought you were under arrest.
You meant me to be under arrest, but I'm free. I've come here to kill you.
What madness is this?
The fine fool you made of me, my lord. A mock marriage. How sweet and holy your eminence looked. How noble. And all the while you were planning to use her to regain the king's favor.
What are you saying? Who's been pouring this poison into your ears?
They were right. They told me not to wait, but to strike at once.
They. They have made you their tool. Barada again.
Barada's my friend. Lenore is at the palace where you sent her.
They lie. Lenore is here. Let me pass that I may call her.
A trick. She's not here. You want to call your guards.
Then go yourself. Lift the latch of that door and call Lenore. Well, why do you hesitate?
I'm a fool. You tricked me, I know it. But you tempt me with her name. You know that. Judas.
Call her.
Lenore. It's a trick. I knew it.
Did someone call? Whose voice was that? It's not... Andre!
Lenore.
You see, my son.
Oh, Father. Father, forgive me.
What's that?
The signal. I forgot to give the signal. They're breaking in.
Who?
Barada.
Quick, Lenore. Go back to your room. Stay here.
Yes, Father.
I'll hold them off.
Stay. You stay with me.
But, Father...
Do as I say. Quiet. Now, listen. When they come in, the deed is done. You understand? You've killed me. Strangled me. Keep them off. Don't let them touch me. Now, set the stage. See, I'm in bed. My hand outstretched. So, my beads knotted about my throat.
So, they're coming.
Draw the curtain.
Andre, here, Barada.
Richelieu, where is he?
See for yourself.
Barada, look. The bed.
He was asleep. I strangled him. I left no trace.
Yes. Dead. France is free at last. Well, there's no need to wait now. We can put our plan into action at once. Remove those beads, Andre, and meet us in the courtyard. There's no time to waste.
Hurry, Andre.
Father, you were wonderful.
It was a great effort. I never felt less dead. Andre, the plan they spoke of. What plan?
To depose Louis and place Gaston on the throne.
Ah?
The Queen Mother and the Queen are on their way to the Spanish border tonight.
To visit her brother?
Yes, but in reality they carry a treaty, a private treaty.
A signed treaty?
Yes, signed by Barada, Gaston, and the rest.
Ah, the fools. They put their names on paper, their signatures.
Armand, what is it?
Victory, Joseph. You'll come with me. Quickly, my carriage, my fastest horses. Send gallopers ahead on the route to the Spanish border to warn my men at every village, every tavern, to look out for a royal carriage bearing the Queen and the Queen Mother. At last, their signatures.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. So ends Act Two of Cardinal Richelieu, with George Arliss and our all-star cast. We'll go into Act 3 after the short intermission, during which Mr. DeMille takes us behind Hollywood scenes and introduces our guest of the evening.
Hollywood can boast of many researchers and many costume directors, but as far as I know, Edward P. Lambert is our only expert equally at home in either field. 25 years ago, Mr. Lambert helped in costuming and research for The Birth of a Nation. His silver anniversary finds him manufacturing costumes for another picture based on the war between the states, Gone with the Wind. Now with Selznick International Studio, this versatile gentleman worked with George Arliss at 20th Century Studio when Cardinal Richelieu was brought to the screen. Our play tells us about Richelieu the statesman. Can you, Mr. Lambert, shed any light on Richelieu the man?
Well, it's interesting to note that this most important man in France was quite proficient on the lute,
and would play tunes by the hour. His favorite pets were kittens. When they grew up into cats, he'd get a batch of new ones. Richelieu seldom showed it, but scarcely a day went by when he was free of pain. He suffered almost constantly from terrific headaches.
You probably acquired one or two yourself, prying into the court secrets of the time.
But it was worth it to learn such facts as these. King Louis was very fond of cooking, but often his own dishes gave him such indigestion he'd have to leave the table and go to bed. Silk stockings were very fashionable for both men and women, but were so costly that the Queen of France never hesitated to wear ones that had been darned. Here's a beauty treatment of Richelieu's time. To keep skin white, ladies used a mixture with the following ingredients: fowl's flesh, goat's milk, lemons, camphor, borax, white lead, rose water, and essence of bean flour, and newly laid eggs.
Wow. And how did the men look after their looks?
Listen to what the Duke of Buckingham wore at a ball in Paris. A satin suit with a beautiful gold lace collar and embroidered with bands of pearls. A chain of pearls hung 6 times around his neck. A jewel girdle worth 30,000 crowns. And in his ear, a huge diamond which nobody could see because his long curls covered it up. In connection with costumes, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to say a word about Lux Flakes. Lux is one of the standbys of my department. Costumes, while they're made originally for one picture, may be worn by other players many times. We've found that regular care with Lux Flakes keeps them in the finest condition possible. They last longer and look better, so I can personally recommend Lux Flakes for regular home use. There will be about 5,000 new costumes in Gone with the Wind, and all the washable ones will soon be introduced to Lux.
What's your biggest problem in manufacturing costumes for Gone with the Wind?
So far, the corn shuck hats. During the war, Southern ladies were so impoverished that they made bonnets of green corn shucks. When it came time to make them for the picture, I discovered that California's crop had all been harvested. After traveling all over the state, we finally found a little Mexican who had planted his crop of corn so late he couldn't get rid of it. He was tickled to death to sell us all the green shucks we needed. And that, sometimes, is how hats and motion pictures are made. Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Shucks, Mr. Lambert. Goodbye. We set the scene for the third act of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrell. Carrying a secret treaty with Spain, Marie de Medici and Queen Anne race madly toward the border, the royal coach swaying and bouncing on the rutted road. A few miles behind, another coach, bearing the arms of Cardinal Richelieu, races in swift pursuit. At all costs, Richelieu must gain possession of the treaty, bearing the signatures of the traitors to the king. Leaning from the window, Richelieu shouts to the coachman.
Coachman!
Yes, my lord.
Tell the outrider to take the horse trail that goes through Fleur de Cumia. The innkeeper there is one of my men. Have him make some excuse to delay the Queen's coach.
Very, very good, my lord.
More delay. Anne, did you notice that rider who came up on the road and then passed on?
Only some lackey asking the way.
And shortly after, there was this delay.
There's nothing mysterious about it. The innkeeper told us the roads are unsafe after the rain. Come in.
Your Majesties, there's Cardinal Richelieu.
Richelieu?
Yes, he requests an audience with you. He says...
Here that my regiment of guards is well looked after. Feed them well. Your Majesties.
My Lord Cardinal.
Your Majesties, I'll not waste words. You know why I'm here.
How dare you?
What do you mean by breaking in upon us like
You're
this?
carrying a secret treaty to the King of Spain. I want it.
Your mind sees intrigue in every corner. I have no treaty.
Why fence with me? Where is it?
We have no treaty.
No? Well, I have a warrant for your arrest on a charge of high treason. A warrant signed by the King. Unless you surrender the treaty at once, I shall order my guards to enforce it. Give it to me.
I will not.
Then you have it. If your names are not signed to it, why not give it up and save yourselves?
Because I will not betray those whose names are signed.
They're already betrayed. You might as well know that your plot will be blown to the skies. Baradar will be taken prisoner. The Dukes of Normandy, Lorraine, and the others are in full flight. And Gaston, your favorite, may have to face his brother on a charge of regicide.
There's nothing of that in the treaty.
You have the means of proving that. Come now. The treaty is in this box here, isn't it? Why not give it to me? You'll find it better to have me your friend than your enemy. Well,
devil,
but still your friend.
Take it.
Thank you, Your Highness. Ah, the names. Baradar. Gaston's signature wobbled nervously, and no wonder. Your Majesties, I will send my guard to escort you unofficially to Spain.
We have our carriage. We shall go back to Paris.
I would spare the king the surprise of your sudden return. His heart is weak, and the surprise of my return will, I believe, be as much as he can bear. You see, the noble lords have already told him that I am dead. They'll be gathering soon in solemn council, hovering like vultures round his throne, smirking behind his back as they wait for him to sign his own death warrant. And that mustn't be for Louis or for France. And so, I know you'll excuse me. Good night, Your Majesties, and a pleasant trip to Spain.
The king will be here at any moment, gentlemen.
Has he been informed of Richelieu's death?
Baradar saw to that. It was for the good of the country. Didn't you know? Richelieu was plotting the king's death.
We knew, didn't we, Gaston?
Oh, yes, we knew. Well, gentlemen, the stars tell us of great changes this month, eh?
No need for stars to tell us that, Your Highness.
The king's throne. It looks very comfortable. I wonder what it would feel like to sit in it.
Your Highness.
Oh, there's no harm, Baradar. Coming events, you know.
His Majesty, Louis, King of France.
Your Majesty. My lords, overshadowing all events of the day is the news of Armand de Plessis, Cardinal Richelieu. With his death, many changes will come into effect at once.
Oh, yes, brother.
Already we have decided to revoke the edict confiscating your lands and rely on the loyalty and service of the feudal lords. We ourselves intend to rely for advice and guidance on our good friend, Count Baradar.
Your Majesty.
And upon the services of our brother, Gaston.
You may depend on me so long as you reign.
And we rely upon you, my lord, for advice in your various offices. If we seem to pass over the death of the Cardinal lightly, it is that we have evidence that he was planning something of such treasonable nature that were he alive today to answer for it, his life would be forfeit.
His Eminence, the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Your Majesty, my lord.
Richelieu! How comes this report of your death?
Sire, the attempt was made. It was well conceived and well planned. But Providence elected I should be spared to be of service to you once more.
You deny this plot against my life, against the throne?
Not only do I deny it, sire, I am here to inform your Majesty of the details.
His Majesty is already informed of the details, my lord.
His Majesty is too wise to take the word of an assassin or the word of a traitor. I speak of Count Baradar and the Duke d'Orléans.
You dare accuse my friend and my brother? Where is your proof?
Where is theirs?
His whole life, Your Majesty, is all the proof you need.
Cardinal, we have suffered too much from your arrogance. I'll tolerate it no longer. I believe implicitly in the devotion and loyalty of my friends. I order the arrest of the Cardinal Duke de Richelieu.
Sir, I have here a treaty.
Gentlemen, the king's order. Arrest him.
Stand back.
Take him, I tell you.
Back! Stripped of all rank and authority, I carry still a mightier power. I face you now as a priest of God, round whom I draw the circle of sanctuary of our solemn church. Set foot upon that holy ground, and on your head, even though it were a crown, I'll call down the curse of Rome. Your Majesty, you believe me guilty. If I have conspired, as they say, against your life, what punishment, sire, would you declare fit for the instigator of such a crime?
A sentence of death.
Then read this, sir. Read it. A treaty with Spain, a treaty which would ultimately depose your majesty and set your brother on the throne. And see, there, whose names are signed to it.
Armand, you have served me again.
Your Majesty, may I have leave to speak from beside your throne? My lords, nobles of France, from this day forward and forevermore, France is united into one great kingdom. All power is vested in one central authority, one absolute ruler, His Majesty King Louis XIII. And I am his shadow.
Armand, I am going to the chapel.
Your Majesty, I shall go with you. We'll pray together, my son. And for thee and for France, make me merciful and strong, kind and just. In thy blessed name I ask it, for the glory of God and the glory of my country.
So ends tonight's presentation of Cardinal Richelieu, starring George Arliss, who returns in a moment for a curtain call. But before he comes back, I want to ask you a question. How do you judge a woman's age? Well, here's how one man answers that question. He's Ned Wayburn, the famous theatrical producer who has launched hundreds of stage and screen stars. He says your hands, more than your face, tell your age. Stop and think for a moment. He's right, isn't he? Don't smooth white hands look a lot younger than rough red ones?
Yes, they do, Mr. Ruick. But think of all the women who wash dishes every day. Doesn't that roughen hands terribly?
Yes. When you use strong soaps that contain harmful alkali, your hands are apt to get rough and red, all right. But there's no need for that, you know. Why not take the advice of beauty experts who recommend Lux for dishes? Because it protects your hands in the dishpan and leaves them soft and smooth. There's no harmful alkali in mild, pure Lux flakes to irritate your skin and roughen your hands. And it costs so little to use these beauty suds for your dishes. A little goes so far, Lux is thrifty. So why not use it for all of the soap and water jobs you have around the house to give your hands the protection they deserve? Buy the economical large-size box of Lux flakes. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
In all his brilliant career, George Arliss has performed for radio audiences only 3 times, and each time on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's with pride, then, as well as gratitude, that I extend our microphone so that we may hear Mr. Arliss now as himself.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'm sure you'll all be glad to know Mr. DeMille is once more looking himself. Since we gave our last broadcast in this theater, my wife and I have been on a visit to England. In returning to the Lux Hour, we have a pleasant feeling that we are meeting our last year's audience as old friends. The enormous number of people that may listen in is still rather awe-inspiring to me, and when Mr. DeMille whispered to me just before we began that he estimated our audience at well over 15 million people, I found the thought staggering. On many evenings, I have listened to the Lux Radio Theater and have been gratified by the fact that this theater has faithfully lived up to its great responsibilities. I feel a certain satisfaction that the sponsors of the Lux Radio Theater selected Richelieu for this evening because a play of this kind has the added value of stimulating an interest in some of the most dramatic and entertaining periods of history. May I extend my affectionate regards to my old friends, my audiences of the stage and screen. Good night.
Our producer comes back in just a moment with grand news about the stars and play you'll hear a week from tonight. In Cardinal Richelieu, you heard Ivan Simpson as Joseph, Doris Lloyd as Queen Anne, Walter Kingsford as Gaston, David Torrance as Marshal Lemoyne, John Burton as Brugnon, Dennis Green as Lorraine, Eric Snowden as Oliveris, Frank Nelson as Guard, Lionel Belmore as Innkeeper, John Toty as Coachman, and Lou Merrill as Usher. Cesar Romero, a 20th Century Fox star, is seen shortly with Shirley Temple in The Little Princess. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of the same studio, where he directed music for the new film Jesse James. Heather Angel's new picture is Paramount's Bulldog Drummond's Secret Police. Join the March of Dimes and help to stamp out infantile paralysis. Just put 10 cents in an envelope and mail to the president at the White House to fight the terrible disease. Your dime and the dimes of millions of others will help crippled children walk again. Mr. DeMille.
That sage of the hinterlands, that cracker-barrel philosopher, that champion of the folks back home, stars next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Bob Burns. We'll hear the horn-blowing pride of Van Buren in his most recent and best-loved screen portrayal, The Arkansas Traveler. Our play is the homespun story of a wandering printer. And starring with Bob, as she did in the picture, is one of Hollywood's most popular and talented character actresses, Miss Fay Bainter. And also from the original cast, the dainty and delightful Jean Parker. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Burns and Fay Bainter in The Arkansas Traveler with Jean Parker. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight's presentation came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those mild, pure soap flakes, safe for anything, safe in water alone. Be with us then next Monday. Be part of the large audience that gathers each week to hear Hollywood's favorite stars in the most popular plays of stage and screen. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
They say you can take the boy away from the farm, but you can't take the farm out of the boy. And it's a good thing this is true, because there are times when the men under my command who are farm boys have to help out in different places for one reason or another. This time it was to do most of the harvesting of the wheat fields outside of Central City. The farmers in that area were stricken with a particularly violent type of influenza, and 90% of them were in bed or in the hospital. The wheat had to be harvested, and ripe grain doesn't wait for anyone. Well, I think I've said enough. Now, let's see. Suppose we call this story The White Fields. Now, let me have your attention, fellas. Men, we're faced with another serious problem in the farming country, as you well know by this time. I've been asked to send some more help, as I've done before, and I've agreed to do it. However, the forest is pretty dry because of moisture shortage, so I can't send all the men I want to. To start off the loan of manpower, I'm sending Marty Nelson, Larry Fleming, and Morgan Connors to help harvest the wheat. You see any problems in this move?
Yeah, boss, I got an objection.
Okay, let's hear it, Lefty.
The rest of us that helped out 2 years ago are going to miss some powerful good grub. Boy, can those farm women cook. Man alive.
Well, I'm sorry to have to abuse your stomach so badly, Lefty, but I just can't risk sending any more men.
Okay, Bill, you're the doctor. I'll have to talk to my breadbasket and explain how things are.
Marty, Larry, Morgan, you fellas had better start for Central City as soon as possible. Take a ranger car and report to the county agricultural agent as you did before. The rest of you can head back to your posts and starve to death.
How's your water supply, Morgan?
I've got plenty, Larry. Help yourself.
I don't know what's the matter with me today. I'm like a thirsty sponge.
We're not used to the heat and dust of the wheat fields. Except old Marty. He keeps going. Boy, he eats it up, too.
Yeah. Whoops, almost spilled some of it. Maybe he ought to get back to the farm.
He'll never change. Too solid. Too much of a family man.
Yeah, and he likes the security of a government job. Well, thanks for the water, old bean.
Don't mention it. You know, I'd say we're really covering acres with these combines.
Ought to. We eat lunch out here, and we're going from the time the dew dries off in the morning until almost dark. And that's what we came for, combine grain. See you later.
Sure enough.
How'd it go, fellas?
Okay, Marty, how about you?
I finished 100 acres.
Good going. I didn't quite make that much.
What, 3 inches short of it or something like that, Morgan?
I guess so. Well, let's eat and take a cat nap, huh?
You said it, man. No time to waste, John.
Right. Wheat's getting riper every day.
Say, I must have really dropped off. What time is it, Morg?
Oh, just about.
Where's Marty?
Oh, over yonder a piece.
Didn't he take a snooze?
Nope. He pretends to. And after we've dropped off, he gets up and wanders off a spell and just stands there looking out over the grain fields.
Huh. What do you know about that? I wonder why.
Maybe he's got something on his mind.
If he has, you can't tell it by his work. The man's a fiend for work.
Well, I guess it's about time to get back to work, eh, fellas?
Yep, up and at 'em. Marty, what's bothering you?
Let him alone, Larry. It's his business.
Hey, Marty.
Huh? What's the matter?
That's what I'd like to know. You've kind of been in a fog since you came out here. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. Everything's fine.
We know it's none of our business, and you can tell us to mind our own if you like. We've been wondering if you need help.
No, fellas, it's nothing like that. I've been sort of daydreaming.
Well, I know you like farming real well.
Been dreaming about having one of your own?
Well, not exactly. But yet it might be.
You really aren't thinking of leaving the Forest Service, are you?
Oh, no, I'm all right. Really, I am. Now, let's get back to cutting grain. Then said he unto his disciples, The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest.
Mommy, come quick. Yes, Betty, what is it?
Daddy's coming up the trail. He's coming home.
Oh, wonderful. I'll call Danny and we'll go meet him.
Hurry, Mommy, hurry.
I will, dear. Danny, come quickly.
Yes, Mom, what is it?
Daddy's coming up the trail.
Hot dog.
Daddy,
Hey, you two, cut it out. Take it easy on your old dad. He's sore from riding tractors.
Did the tractor kick, Daddy?
No, but the bounce and lurch and jiggle. And Daddy's black and blue and sore all over.
I know where you're sore, and it isn't all over.
Daddy.
How are you, dear?
Oh, it's fine. Come along and I'll fix a hot bath for you and your black and blue mark.
Sounds wonderful. Oh, I'm sure glad to be home.
Daddy?
Yes, dear?
Did you buy me something, Daddy?
Yeah, Dad. Did you?
Say, what kind of hijacking is this? Every time I go away, you youngsters expect me to come back loaded with stuff.
No, but you said you might.
You sure did.
Well, now, if I were you, I'd take a look at my saddlebags, and you just might find something in there that you'd like to have.
Oh, boy, let's go.
Hey, take it easy. There's a package there for your mother, and I don't want it ruined.
How does it feel to be so popular?
Oh, wonderful. Say, what happened to that hot soaking I was promised?
Well, I'll have to heat the water unless you want to sit on top of the stove.
I'll get Jenny unsaddled and my gear put away while the water's heating.
All right, it won't take long.
Oh, by the way, Irene.
Yes?
After the children are in bed this evening, I want to have a long talk with you about something very important.
Night, Daddy. It's sure swell to have you home.
Good night, dear. It's good to be home.
Same for me, too, Dad. Good night.
Thanks, son. Good night.
Night,
Good night,
Mommy.
Mom.
Good night, honey. Don't forget to say your prayers now and have a nice rest.
Come on, Danny. Last one to hit the hay is the doodle.
Children.
Yes, Mother.
No pillow fights.
We won't. Good night.
Now,
Race
get
up
there
the
first.
stairs.
Come on.
Oh, those 2 fireballs. Where do they get the pep? What do you put in their food that you don't put in mine?
I've wondered the same thing myself, dear. Where do they get their zip? The supply never seems to run out.
I'll say it doesn't. I suppose you're wondering what's on my mind.
Yes.
Well, Dear, I believe the Lord's calling us to the mission field. I know this must come as a shock, dear, but I know definitely that He's called me.
I wasn't silent because of shock, dear. It's simply that I was amazed at your remark because I felt the Lord talking to me about the mission field, too.
You have?
Yes, very definitely, and especially since you left to help harvest the wheat.
Oh, the Lord works in wonderful ways to accomplish His plans. You know, Irene, when I was out there, I'd look out over the white fields, and I didn't see heads of waving grain, but
I saw the faces of millions of people crying out for the news of salvation. John 4:35 kept running through my mind constantly.
Say ye not, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already unto harvest.
Yes, and then there are the words spoken to Paul. Come over into Macedonia and help us. Dear, I know now that the Lord has called us beyond any doubt.
What do you mean? Weren't you sure before?
Yes, and no. I was concerned about you.
Marty, I'm surprised at you. Haven't we always worked together?
Yes, that's very true, dear, but when you married a ranger, not a missionary, I prayed that the Lord would speak to you about this, and, well, I know now that He's answered my prayers, even as I was saying them.
And I know now why the Lord was talking to me while you were gone.
Oh, yes. Well, let's pray about it before we turn in. In the morning, I'm going into headquarters and tell Bill about it.
Oh, I wonder what he'll say.
I don't know. But if the Lord prepared you for this, well, He can also prepare my boss. Hi, men.
Hey, look who's back home. Well, if it ain't the old wheat harvester himself. How are you, Marty?
Just fine, Stumpy. How are you fellas?
Right, tolerable.
Well, where's Bill?
He and Grey Wolf are out on the North Range checking fire lanes.
And we're loafing, which, of course, is plain to see.
I don't envy anyone loafing a spell in this game, because you more than make up for it shortly afterward. When do you think Bill will be back?
Well, that's hard to say, young feller. Possibly 2 days if everything goes all right.
Well, I guess I'll just have to wait and see him then.
Well, why don't you sit a spell and spin yarns with us? Henry, see if there's any coffee and biscuits left.
Sure. I think the coffee's still hot, too.
Sure. Thanks, fellas. I don't mind if I do have some coffee and a roll. Then I'll have to be heading back up the trail. I've got a lot of work to catch up that piled up while I was gone.
Smells good, that does. Think I'll have some varnish remover, too, Sonny.
Okay.
Thanks. Marty, Bill's mighty pleased with the job you're doing up at Straight Up Mountain.
Has he been up there?
You know, Bill, he's always moving around, and he sees, but he doesn't look, and he hears, but he doesn't listen. The two of us were by your station about a month ago, and he sure was pleased with the way things are shaping up. Good men are hard to come by nowadays, you know.
I didn't know that.
Yep, that's the truth. Bill will stop by and tell you what a good job you're doing, but I thought it might help jack up your morale to hear it sooner.
Thanks, old-timer. I appreciate your telling me. Sort of puts a new light on things.
What do you mean by that, Marty?
Oh, nothing really, just thinking out loud. Well, thanks for the eats. I've got to be running along.
Okay. Glad you stopped by.
So am I, Henry. Enjoyed the visit.
Marty!
Yes, old-timer, what is it?
Are you sure everything's all right?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't it be?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
What do you want to talk to us about, Daddy?
Yeah, Dad, what's cooking?
Well, you see, your mother and I are thinking seriously of going to the mission field to preach and teach the gospel to those who've never heard it.
Aren't you going to take us with you?
Of course we are, dear. But we wanted you to know what we plan to do. We want to know how you feel about it.
Will we go on a boat? I'd like that.
How about you, Danny?
Sure. Can I tell the boys and girls about Jesus?
Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to. After a while.
Well,
Why can't I do it right away when we get there?
Well, we'll have to learn their language first.
Oh. Well, that's okay by me. Wherever you and Mom go, that's okay with me.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way about it.
Can we be excused?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Danny. Help me fix my doll buggy.
Okay, come on. I'll race upstairs.
You seem rather glum since you came home, Marty. Did Bill take the news badly?
No, it was worse than that.
What do you mean? What did he say?
Nothing. He's out on the trail with Grey Wolf, and they won't be back for 2 days. Stumpy was telling me how pleased Bill is with my work and how nicely things are shaping up out there since I took over the station.
Well, it's the truth, dear. You have worked hard. I don't see why a pat on the back should make you glum.
It's going to make telling him that much harder. Bill's a good boss. He's not only that, but he's a good friend. Won't make it any easier for me to tell him, that's for sure.
Oh, I know it won't, but it's one of the many problems we're going to have to overcome.
I know that, but you don't understand. We're going to have to leave before the end of summer because we're going to have to go to school for a while, and well, that's going to put Bill in an awful spot. And I don't like putting him in a spot. You know, Bill's a different kind of a guy than the usual, and you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. The way you've worked out here and applied yourself mentally and physically told me you were happy with your work, and that meant you had a wonderful boss. I know it won't be easy for you.
No, but, well, I guess we'll have bigger problems than this. And the Lord's promised to give us strength to overcome them. Well, we'll pray about it, and I think I'll go in town late tomorrow afternoon and talk with the pastor.
I think that's a fine idea, and I'm sure Bill will be all for us 100%.
Oh, sure he will. I'm just letting old Satan get me down. I'll finish writing those letters to the mission boards and see what they have to say.
Yes, Mrs. Jones? I'm sure it will, Mrs. Jones. Uh-huh. Well, thank you for calling. Goodbye.
You need a telephone secretary, Pastor.
You're not joking, Marty. Hazel, will you take any phone calls for a while? I'd like to talk to Marty without interruption.
All right, I'll listen to the phone.
Thank you. Marty, a good wife is a priceless possession.
I know what you mean.
Now, let's see. Where were we? Oh, yes. So you feel the Lord's called you to the mission field.
I not only feel it, I know it, just as sure as I'm sitting here talking to you.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Knowing the Lord's will is a problem for a lot of Christians. I think it's because they won't sit still long enough so the Lord can talk to them. He wants undivided attention when he's speaking, just like any of the rest of us.
You know, I never thought of it that way. But it's true. I'll try and remember that for future use.
Fine. Remember one thing, Marty. Don't let Satan weigh you down and sap your spiritual strength with discouragement. He uses that weapon very effectively, even on strong Christians. The Lord is your strength, and on him you must rely. And then you can say as Paul did, I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me. Put your hand to the plow and never look back. Never.
Oh, I appreciate your words more than you know, because, well, I've already had problems since our decision to go to the mission field.
Problems, yes, you'll have lots of them. The Lord never promised us a bed of roses, but he did promise to give us the grace we need from day to day. And remember, Marty, he'll never fail you. God bless you, Marty, and your family. I'm honored to have you in my congregation.
Oh, thank you. Well, I must be going. Oh, there's just one thing that puzzles me about what you said.
Yes? What's that?
Well, you haven't really said whether you thought our going to the mission field is a good idea or not. Or whether you agree with our decision.
Marty, the Lord has spoken to you, and he'll speak again and again. In your case, there's nothing for me to say. Who am I to add to or take away from the Lord's decisions? If God has called you, you'd better go.
Marty, Irene.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Hello there. How are you, Betty, Danny?
Fine, thank
I'm
you.
swell.
The pastor told me about your decision to answer the Lord's call to the mission field. And I want you to know that I'm thrilled. My prayers for you will never cease.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
I'll bring this up before the church board at the next meeting.
I wish you wouldn't. Just yet, Mr. Reed.
Well, why not, Marty? It's definite, isn't it? You probably don't know yet just what field, but it's definite that you're going, as I understand it.
Oh, that's true, but... Well, I haven't told Bill yet, and he's my boss.
Well, tell him then. Bill's not a hardhead. In fact, he's one of the finest Christian gentlemen I've ever met.
Oh, I know. That's the whole trouble.
Oh, hello, Marty. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Say, the county agent says you fellas did a bang-up job getting the wheat in. Thanks very much for putting you back to the wheel.
Oh, don't mention it. I was glad to do it.
I've got some good news for you, young fellow.
You have?
Yes, sir. Colonel Anders has asked me to recommend one of my men to be foreman of the tree farm, and I've picked you. It'll be a good promotion for you. You'll have 50 men under you and a raise in pay, and Irene won't have to live out in no man's land 10 months of the year. Well, what do you say? What's the matter, Marty? Don't you want the job?
Sure. I mean, I might... I might not...
Marty, what's wrong with you? Are you in trouble?
Oh, no. Well, I really don't know yet. Look, do you mind if I give you my answer in a couple of days?
No, I don't mind. Take all the time you need. There's no big rush.
Thanks much. I'll be going now.
What do they say?
Oh, they're sorry, but they feel I'm too close to the maximum age. In other words, too old.
Oh, well, there are more letters.
Let's see here. They feel that I've got too much experience in my present field, and they don't have a field where they can send me to use my experience and education in forestry and related fields to maximum capacity. What does all this gibberish mean?
They could be right, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I suppose this one is more of the same.
Read it, Marty.
I can't. You read it. Here.
All right. They haven't any openings at the present time, and they feel it would take too much training to do you over.
Yeah. I'm beginning to think so, too.
What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of going back into town in the morning and accept the job at the tree farm.
No, Marty, you can't do that. You can't fail the Lord.
I won't fail him. We can be missionaries here at home.
But what about the white fields?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Say ye not, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest.
It's a good job, Marty. A promotion with a raise in pay.
Put your hand to the plow and never look back.
Irene won't have to live in no man's land 10 months out of the year.
We're thrilled about your decision to go to the mission field.
It's a good job.
Okay by me, Dad.
Never look back.
Good men are hard to come by.
God spoke to you.
Lord, please. Lord, speak to me now in this time of indecision and weakness. Show me thy will. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Hold on, Irene. Marty's here now. Marty, it's Irene. I don't know if anything's wrong. In fact, she sounds like she got some good news for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello, dear? Yes. You don't say. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, I'll be home in a little while. Bye.
Good news?
I'll say.
By the glow on your face, I'd say it's very good news.
Yes, it is. Bill, I've got something to tell you.
Okay, shoot.
I hate to say this to you, but, well, the Lord's called Irene and me to the mission field, and she just called to tell me that a mission board's accepted us, and we're to leave later in the summer for school. Like
I'm glad you decided to accept, Marty. May the Lord's richest blessing go with both of you.
You're not angry with me for leaving you in a spot?
No, why should I be? We all must be in the center of the Lord's will, or we won't be happy Christians. I wondered how long it would take you to tell me.
You knew all along?
Sure I did.
But how?
I have a very good friend on that mission board who asked me for a reference.
And you didn't block it?
Of course not. You see, Marty, I've seen the white fields, too, only I've seen them from a different view than you have. Go out there and begin the harvest, young fella. The Lord does indeed work in strange ways to complete His plans, but He gets the job done. You think about our story today and see if it fits you anywhere along the line. Profit by it. By all means, talk to the Lord and make sure you're in His will. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Abbot Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Bea Benaderet, Hal March, Marvin Miller, Harry Lubin, and the Amadent Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amadent Toothpaste. Well, last week, George wrote a song, which he thinks will be as big as his last hit, In the Heart of a Cherry. We find him now entering the offices of a recording company where he intends to put his new song on wax. If he does, I hope somebody lights the wick.
Excuse me for staring, but you look familiar.
Ever listen to the radio?
All the time.
Ever hear Burns and Allen?
Sure. Do you know them?
Yes.
Do you know the dumb one in the act?
The dumb one?
Yeah. He thinks he can sing.
Yes, I know him. I happen to be George Burns.
No kidding.
The dumb one, yes. Listen, for your information, I once made a record for this company. Two sweethearts nestled closely, honey, for quite a while.
Yes, I remember.
Mr. Davis, the president of this company, signed me personally.
Yeah. Mr. Davis will never forget that.
By the way, how many records did you press?
5,000.
How many were sold?
How many did you buy?
2.
That's how many we sold.
What happened to the others?
You know those flying saucers you read about?
Yeah. No.
They weren't.
They weren't.
Excuse me, Miss Harris. I washed the windows and scrubbed the floors.
Oh, good. Now put some clean towels in the washroom.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis.
I phoned to tell you about the dinner party we went to last night, Blanche.
Oh, I'm anxious to hear about it, Gracie. Were there lots of celebrities there?
Oh, yes. And you know how I hate gossip, Blanche. But listen to this. There was one woman there all the men kept flirting with because she was so pretty. And her husband was furious.
Really?
Yes, during dinner he kept kicking her in the shins under the table.
Oh, the poor girl.
Yeah, my legs were so bruised I could hardly walk home.
Oh, it was you.
Oh, excuse me, Blanche. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, fine. How's your wife?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Sit down. I'll be with you in a minute.
Who came in, Gracie?
I don't know.
Gracie, you shouldn't let a strange man in your house when you're there alone. He might be a burglar.
Oh. Mister, are you a burglar?
No, I'm a theatrical agent.
Oh, no, Blanche. He's a theatrical agent.
Oh, well, I didn't miss it far. Well, I'll speak to you later, Gracie. Goodbye.
Bye.
Perhaps I'd better introduce myself. I'm Al Kingston of the Kingston Agency.
Oh, how do?
How do you do? I wonder if I could interest you and Mr. Burns in an engagement.
Oh, it's too late. We're already married.
I believe I'll drop back sometime when your husband is here.
Oh, I expect him any minute. Oh, while you're waiting, would you like a cup of coffee?
Oh, I'd love a cup.
Maybe you'd rather have tea.
No, thanks.
Glass of milk?
No.
Hot chocolate?
No.
Tomato juice? Buttermilk? Ginger ale? Root beer?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't have anything.
Mrs. Burns, how about a cup of coffee?
Oh, thanks. I'd love one. I'm sorry you won't join me.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Well, Al Kingston.
Hello, George.
Oh, did you get to see your friend Mr. Davis at the recording company?
Yeah, I saw him.
How's he doing?
He's cleaning up. Al, what can I do for you?
Well, I've got a little business proposition to discuss with you, George.
Okay. Gracie, why don't you make Al a cup of coffee?
No. We've done that bit.
Huh?
Well, if you two men are going to talk, I'll get back to my baking. By the way, George, where's the hammer?
Under the sink. What do you want with a hammer?
Well, we're having pound cake for dessert.
Well, Al, what's up?
Wait a minute.
Your wife is going to make pound cake with a hammer, and you don't say anything?
Al, how long have you known Gracie?
5 minutes.
I've been with her for 18 years. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, George, you know the famous play Dulcie, the one about the scatterbrained wife?
Oh, sure, by George S. Kaufman and Mark Conley.
Yeah.
It's a great play.
Well, I'm going to produce it this summer, and I want Gracie for the title role.
You want Gracie?
Yeah, she'll be great. I'd like to try it out at Laguna Beach for 2 weeks, starting in March.
And it's Gracie you want?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Al. Gracie's tired. She's been working too hard.
Oh. Well, that's a shame, George, because you'd be great as Dulcie's frustrated husband.
Oh. I'm in it, too.
Sure.
And when do we open?
March 1st. And you pack 'em in, George. Wait till you see the billboards I've got planned. Dulcie starring Gracie Allen in blue letters against the red background.
Hold it. Dulcie starring Gracie Allen?
Yeah, in blue letters against this red background.
I'm sorry, Al. Gracie's tired. She's been working too hard.
Oh, what billboards. Dulcie starring George Burns and Gracie Allen.
When do we open?
March 1st. Now, George, at Laguna there's only one dressing room for the star. And I thought, if you wouldn't mind...
Gracie's getting tired again.
Well, I thought, if you wouldn't mind, we'd build another star dressing room.
When do we open?
March 1st. You know, George, I've thought it over, and that billing is absolutely right. Your name in the middle with Dulcie on one side and Gracie on the other.
Sure.
And a sandwich, that's where the ham belongs.
Come in.
Sam the tailor at your service.
Oh, hello, Sam.
Your lovely wife gave me a jingle on the telephone.
Gracie, Sam the tailor is here.
I'll be right out.
Well, I'll run along, George, and send those Dulcie scripts over.
And Mr. Kingston is leaving.
Ask him if he wants a cup of coffee.
18 years, what a man. So long, George.
Grace, you'll be right in. Sit down, Sam.
You're kind.
How's business?
Mr. Barnes, these days a man is lucky if he can make one end meet.
Things are tough, huh?
Not only that, I've got a problem at home with my wife. The little lady's having a rough time of it.
What's the matter?
I treat her like a dog. I'd like to pet her.
Oh, I see. And she's having a rough time?
I forget to put down my needle.
Hello, Sam. Here's the gown I want you to shorten for me.
My pleasure, Mrs. Barnes. Come by the shop Friday and we'll try it on.
All right. But you look silly in it.
He means for you to try it on.
Oh.
My, what a beautiful evening gown. I like the way it sparkles, all covered with Seagrams.
Sam, that's sequins.
Okay, so you finished public school.
Goodbye, Sam.
Toodle-doodle.
Toodle-doodle. Gracie, I've got some great news. How would you like to play Dulcie?
Oh, I'd love it. Get out the cards.
Dulcie is a play, honey, a very famous play, and they want us to try it out in Laguna. We'd open there March 1st and run for 2 weeks.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
It's the story of a frustrated husband and a scatterbrained wife.
Who else?
Who else?
Yeah, where's the part I play?
Well, they would like you to play the scatterbrained wife.
Oh, well, that's very flattering, George, but I'm not that good an actress.
I think you can handle it, kid.
But there are so many actresses who are that way in real life. Like Barbara Stanwyck.
Stanwyck is scatterbrained?
Well, now look, don't let this go any further, but I was in the garage the other day when she drove in and asked them to put a muffler on her car.
What's wrong with that?
It was a very warm day.
Honey, with the right makeup, I think you can play a scatterbrain.
Oh, no, George, I just don't fit the part.
That's your final decision?
Yes, I can't do it.
What a shame. The show was a hit. They're bound to make it into a movie, and in a movie, Cary Grant would play your husband. I can see him now coming down to breakfast, grabbing you in his arms, kissing you and kissing you.
George.
Yeah?
When do we open?
March 1st.
This is Bill Goodwin, folks. Tonight I want to talk particularly to you mothers and fathers. While Amident toothpaste anti-decay action can be a blessing to everybody, I think it's the youngsters who stand to gain the most by using it. A mother writing about Amident says, I feel so good now knowing that every time my youngsters brush their teeth, they're helping to reduce tooth decay. That's a pretty good feeling for this mother to have, isn't it? Now, how about yourself? Are you doing all you can to help your children avoid the pain and grief of tooth decay? Such a little thing, changing to Amident, yet as the years go on, it can mean so much. If your children are like 4 out of 5 who used Amident, they can reduce tooth decay by an average of almost 50%. The dentists of America recommend Amident toothpaste and tooth powder to their patients more than any other brand. So take the advice of these men. They recommend Amident because it's ammoniated and because they know its proven record of decay reduction. Don't let your youngsters miss out on this first really revolutionary advance in home dental care. Your children will love Amident's flavor. It really tastes delicious. And you'll love the brightness and luster it gives their teeth. So, Mother, give your children a chance that you never had. Go to your drug counter tomorrow morning and say, a tube of Amident, please. Amident. Amident ammoniated toothpaste.
Dulcie's a wonderful play, Gracie. You'll have loads of fun doing it.
Oh, I hope you're right, Blanche.
Gosh, how I envy you being in show business. It's so thrilling.
Blanche, would you like a part in the play? Just say the word and I'll arrange it.
Oh, Gracie, I'm no actress. Besides, Harry wouldn't let me.
Well, I can tell you how to get your husband to agree to anything. Just use my crying system.
Crying system?
Oh, sure, I have different cries for different things. Now, when I want a new hat, I use the whimper.
Is that all? Just...
It never misses. And for shoes, I use the sob. It's very effective.
Well, what if you want a new dress?
Oh, for that, I use the heartbreak. And boom, you're in Bullocks.
What a system.
Oh, you should have been around the day I got my new fur coat. You've never heard such crying in your whole life.
Oh, let's hear it.
Oh, it wasn't me. It was George.
Well, thanks for the system, Gracie, but this stage is not for me. I'm no actress. By the way, you met George on the stage, didn't you?
Oh, yes. We were on the same bill together in vaudeville. George did an act with a seal. And you know he actually taught that seal to carry a tune?
Well, they're easy to train. A seal will do anything for a fish.
He'd do anything for George, too. Oh, I wish you could have seen George in that seal. The name of the act was Sugar Throat and Funny Face.
Oh, that's cute.
And then later, after the seal died, George took the name of Sugar Throat.
Well, Gracie, I've got the Dulcie script. Oh, hello, Blanche.
Hello. I'll be running along, Gracie.
Bye, Blanche.
Gracie, we've got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yes, I've got a dozen things to do before we open at Laguna Beach. Memorize the play, have my family move into our house, get my clothes in order, arrange...
Hold it. What was that second item?
Get my clothes in order?
You know, have your family move into our house.
Oh, well, that's a good idea. I'll do it.
Oh, no, you won't.
Well, not the whole family, dear. Just Uncle Fred. He can take care of our house while we're away. You know, that's how he makes his living.
What?
He won't go into a house unless the people are away.
Oh, yeah, that's the uncle I call second-story Fred.
Yeah, but he's not really that tall.
He's a little shorter, yeah.
He's very clever, you know. He invented a burglar alarm.
Fred invented a burglar alarm?
Yeah, at midnight it wakes him up to go to work. Uncle Fred is the perfect one to watch our house. You know, for years he's been attached to the police force.
Only by a pair of handcuffs. And I don't want Uncle Fred here.
But while we're gone, he can paint our house.
Uncle Fred isn't a painter.
He certainly is. And he'd still be painting if it wasn't for that stupid contractor.
What happened?
Well, the contractor took him to his house and told him to paint 2 coats.
Yeah?
After he painted the coats, he started on the contractor's pants, and that's when he fired.
Well, your family is not going to live here.
No!
Hey. What's that for? You just got a dress last week.
I know, but I haven't worked out a cry for my family yet.
Well, work on it, kid. And you better start reading that Dulcie script. It's right there on the table.
Oh, all right. Oh, my goodness. Blanche Borden left her purse here. I'll phone her.
Hello?
Oh, Blanche, this is Gracie. You left your purse over here.
Oh, thanks, honey. I'll pick it up later. Harry just came home from the office, and I've got a roast in the oven.
Oh, he likes you nice and warm, huh?
Yeah. I'll see you later, Gracie.
What did Gracie want?
I left my purse over there. I guess I was excited about Gracie's news. She's going to act in a play called Dulcie.
The title sounds familiar.
It's the story of a rattle-brained housewife who gets her husband into trouble.
For this, she has to act?
Now, don't start in on Gracie. It's bad enough that she has to live with that no-talent schmo. The way he's taken advantage of Gracie, why, it's enough to get him sent away.
Are you kidding? George Burns made Gracie Allen what she is today. What am I saying? That can get him sent away, too.
He's lucky he fell in love with Gracie.
I happen to know it was Gracie who fell in love with George. And what's more, it was love at first sight.
It had to be. Who could look at him a second time? What a face. He looks like he took dope.
When he said I do, he did. Do you have any idea what he's gone through?
Yeah, every penny she's earned.
Listen, one time in vaudeville, George was trying out some new lighting effects, see? He told Gracie he wanted to work with a red spot on him, so she poured ketchup on his shirt.
I don't believe you. And for once, I'm going to find out if you're telling the truth.
Find out, fine.
Hello?
Gracie, this is Blanche. Is it true that in vaudeville George once wanted to work in a red spot and you put ketchup on his shirt?
It is not.
You see, Harry, it's not true.
It was a blue spot, and I used ink.
I knew Harry was wrong. Goodbye, Gracie.
Bye, Blanche.
I wish Blanche Morton would leave you alone so you could finish that Dulcie script. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello,
Hi,
Bill.
Willie.
Say, Bill, a girl telephoned here for you about an hour ago.
Oh? Oh, well, I guess it's because I haven't been home all day. What'd she want, Gracie?
Well, she said she left her lipstick in your pocket last night, and she wants to know if you found it.
Well, if she left it there last night, it's got to be in this pocket here. I'll empty it.
So many lipsticks? Bill, how did you get so many girls?
Well, I'll tell you, George. Walter Pigeon had a sale.
Say, Bill,
Yeah?
what happened to that girl you were engaged to last week? You know, the one you met in the phone booth?
Oh, I had to get rid of her, Gracie. She was too high class. She won the Nobel Prize.
That girl won the Nobel Prize?
No bill.
Oh, no bill.
Yeah, I never saw a girl who could say
No
bill
bill,
so
so
often.
Bill, why did the girl keep saying no?
Gracie, go in the den and finish what you're reading.
That's no way to speak to a great actress. Farewell, and give this beggar a fortnight.
What's the matter with her? She been out in the sun?
Nah, she's doing a bit of acting. You see, we're going to play Dulcie for 2 weeks.
Oh. Hey, George, there's a part in Dulcie that's a natural for me. The young millionaire.
I'll talk to Al Kingston for you.
Boy, I'd love to be that millionaire. You know, I wouldn't even mind being one in real life.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. Then I wouldn't have to take orders from our sponsor. I could tell him off.
You tell the sponsor off?
Well, you bet. He's been making me say that Amident toothpaste is good. If I was a millionaire, I wouldn't say that. I'd say what I really thought about that toothpaste.
Bill, wait a minute.
I'd say that Amident toothpaste is not good. It's wonderful.
That's what you'd say.
Well, sure, the sponsor's holding me down, forcing me to describe Amident toothpaste with puny little words like refreshing and delightful. Well, that's like saying the Grand Canyon is cute. He should be ashamed of himself.
Okay, don't get so excited.
I want to say that Amident is the greatest discovery in the history of the world. Not only a grand wake-up toothpaste, but sensational anytime. George, do you realize that Amident is recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice?
Bill, let go. You're choking me.
I'm sorry, George. When I realize how they've made me undersell that magnificent toothpaste, my blood boils. I wish I was a crocodile.
Crocodile?
Then I'd have more teeth to brush with Amident.
You really love that toothpaste, don't you?
See, I'd rather talk about Amident toothpaste than eat.
Well, that's good. Because if you stop talking, you stop eating.
Well, let me know what Al Kingston says. I'll see you later, George.
Wait a minute. Take your lipsticks.
You want some?
No, you haven't got my shade. I use Rosy Future. Goodbye, Willie.
So long, Sugar Throat.
Goodbye. Women will be the death of that guy. But what a way to go. Well, Gracie, did you read the play?
Oh, yes, and I've got some wonderful ideas for improving it.
Improving it?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, this play was written by George S. Kaufman and Mark Conley. It's a classic.
Well, if it's so good, why do they chase us out of town after we do it?
Who said that?
You did. You said we'd open and play in Laguna Beach and run for 2 weeks.
I didn't mean that. And the authors won't allow any changes.
Well, wait till you hear them. Now, instead of New York, I'm having the scenes take place in Laguna Beach. That'll make it more interesting to the people there.
But in the play, I manufacture jewelry. That wouldn't fit in Laguna Beach.
So, instead of jewelry, you can manufacture fish.
You don't manufacture fish. You pull them out of the water with nets.
All right, you can carry a net. And you know there might even be a cute little scene where you drop the net over me.
That the authors would go for. Look, honey, in Dulcie, I'm trying to put over a business merger to get rid of jewelry that's been laying around for a year.
Well, my way, you'd have fish that's been laying around for a year.
But it has to be jewelry.
You'd be more anxious to get rid of it if it were fish.
Gracie, Kaufman and Conley won't let you change one word of this play.
Then I can't do Dulcie.
Okay. I'm not going to talk you into it. We'll just forget the play.
Good.
Good. Hold it. Who are you calling? Al Kingston?
No, Cary Grant.
Cary Grant?
Well, sure. I'm still going to make the picture.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin and the Amadent Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amadent, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder, recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Harvey Helm, and Stanley Shapiro, and produced by William Burns. And now here are our stars.
George, I spoke to Cary Grant on the phone and asked him about making the picture and
Oh, turned you down, huh?
No, he said to come over and talk to him.
Then why are you crying?
Well, I can't go to see Cary Grant without a new hat.
Good night, folks.
Girls, ever hear of a short order shampoo?
You're joking. Shampoos take ages.
Used to, you mean. Now there's Minipoo, the dry shampoo that cleans your hair in 10 minutes. When time is short, when you have an unexpected date, whenever your hair needs freshening, use Minipoo. And quick like a bunny, your hair is clean and lustrous.
But my wave.
Intact. Minipoo cleans your hair without wetting it, and it's grand for oily hair. Ask your druggist for Minipoo. MINIPOO.
Heart disease is the most challenging problem in public health today. You, your family, and friends are among its potential victims. More than 600,000 Americans, children and adults, die every year from diseases of the heart and blood vessels. The aim of the 1950 Heart Campaign is to raise funds needed for research, education, and community heart programs. These are science's weapons in this all-out attack on heart disease. This fight is for the protection of you and your loved ones. It's your fight, too, and you must share in this fight by giving so that heart disease may eventually be controlled. Send your contribution to HEART, H-E-A-R-T, HEART, care of your local post office. Open your heart. Give to fight heart disease. Look for the Amadent ad featuring Myrna Loy, starring in If This Be Sin, a Gregory Ratoff production released through United Artists. Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to the Amadent Show starring George and Gracie. Good night.
Stay tuned for the Lum and Abner Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Corpse That Wasn't There. The Green Hornet strikes again. Miss Case and Ed Lowry were returning to the Daily Sentinel after lunch. The streets were crowded, and as they took their last corner, a man hurrying from the opposite direction ran into them.
Oh, excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Hey, why don't you watch where you're going, you...
I tell you, Casey, sometimes I think they need traffic lights on the sidewalk, too. Are you okay?
Yes, except for my handbag.
Oh, wait. Here it is on the sidewalk. Hey, this yours, too?
What?
This letter.
No, it's not mine. It's already been mailed, hasn't it?
Yeah. Mailed and unsealed.
Lowry, never mind your reporter instincts. It's not right to look at other people's mail.
Nuts, I wasn't going to open it. Well, what do we do with it? Throw it away?
It may be important.
Mr. Ernest Kegler. It's probably the joker who bumped into you. Well, why should we bother with it?
Give it to me, Lowry. I'll call him up from the office. Gosh, look at the time. We'd better hurry.
Hello, Miss Case.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Anything important?
No, it's been pretty quiet all morning. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, let's... Wait, this one. This isn't mine, Miss Case.
Oh, yes, that's a letter that someone dropped on the street. I've been trying to reach him by phone. Do you mind if I try now?
Oh, no, go right ahead. I'll glance at my letters.
Hello, switchboard. Yes, this is Lenore, Helen. Will you try that number again? It's Yes, that's right.
Here's a letter from Clicker Benny. She's a second officer on the wax now.
Uh-huh, in North Africa.
We'll have that posted on the bulletin board, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, Helen. Oh. Hello, Kay, thanks. Maybe he does work in a factory or someplace. No, I won't bother. Goodbye. Well, still no answer.
Why not just put it in an envelope and send it to him?
I guess that's the easiest thing.
Hey, wait a minute. Is this the address?
Yes.
Oh, that's right in my way home. I'll tell you what, Miss Case. I'll drop it off there myself. How's that?
There's house. I come back in one moment. Mr. Britt.
Well, that didn't take you long. Cato, you've still got the letter.
Mr. Britt, please. I see something through window. You come look.
What's that?
Please, you come with me.
All right.
Look there. You see?
I'll be... Cato, try the door.
Oh, it's unlocked, Mr. Britt.
Come on. Watch out. Easy now.
What do you think, Mr. Britt?
Oh, it's obvious. All we needed was one look. Where's the phone?
On table. Oh, what's the matter?
I don't get a dial tone, Cato. That's odd. Oh, I thought so. Cato, this telephone wire's been cut.
Oh, that's very bad.
I'll get to the nearest phone and call the police. You stay here, Cato.
Oh, this is very sad. Too bad for him. Yes. Oh, that's Mr. Britt. Hello? Mr. Britt? Mr. Britt, that's you? Mr. Britt.
Get him.
What?
Oh. I'll get busy.
Cato, you're all right. Come on, you're all right. That's it. Come on now.
Mr. Britt, what happened?
That's what I want to know. I found you in the hall when we got here. You've got a bump on the top of your head like an egg. Looks like a blackjack. Who was it?
I don't know.
What happened?
Well, I wait in the room, like you say. Then I hear a door close. I think it's you. I call and come out. Mr. Britt, I hear voices. Voices back in the room. Who are they?
Well, they're just the police, Cato. They're checking on the body. Forget it. Now, go on. You came out this door. And then what?
Somebody close by me say, get him. I try to see who it is, but something hit me on the head. That's all. Oh, that's all except... Where's the letter?
The letter we came here to deliver? Well, you had it.
I have it no more. Letter's gone.
So that's what they wanted.
Hey, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
Yes, what is it, officer?
Hey, what kind of a joke is this?
Joke? Murder's no joke.
Sure, that's what I mean. What was the idea of calling up the police and having all this?
What are you people doing in my house? What are those cars outside the door?
Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I? I live here. My name is Ernest Kegler. What does this mean? I come home.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Kegler. My name is Reed. I'm publisher of the Daily Sentinel. Tell me, what's a dead man doing in your living room?
What kind of privacy can I put? What's that? A dead man in my living room?
Yes. Murdered.
Murdered? But
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Mr. Reed, if you're playing a joke, you're carrying it too far.
Joke? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Take a look in that room. There's no murdered man. There's nobody at all.
That's right, Miss Case. I hadn't noticed myself. When I got back there, Cato was lying in the hall. I didn't go into the living room at all. The police went in.
It's the strangest thing I ever heard of, Mr. Reed.
The body was gone. No trace of it. If it hadn't been for the broken telephone wire, I might have believed it was a dream.
And Cato and you both had the same dream. Well, what are the police going to do? Take you to a psychiatrist?
Oh, not quite. After all, they realized I wouldn't phone about nothing. They've decided that Cato and I walked in on a practical joke.
Someone was just playing dead.
That's it.
And got up and beat it after Cato left the room, I suppose. And what about using a blackjack on Cato? Was that to make the joke more practical?
Well, they haven't figured that one out yet.
Oh, good grief. All this because you delivered a lost letter.
Well, that reminds me. The letter was gone, too. Cato had it, and then when he...
Hello, boss. Hi, Casey.
Hello, Laurie.
Well, Laurie?
I feel blank, boss.
You stayed with the police, didn't you?
Sure, and like you said, I hung right on their shoulders while they checked up on this Ernest Kegler guy, the one who owned the house.
Well, that's on the level. It is his house?
He's on the level all the way. His name's Ernest Kegler. He does own the house, and he's even got fingerprint proof of identification.
Fingerprints, Mr. Reed. A criminal record.
That's Casey. Don't jump the gun. This guy works in a war plant. That's how he had fingerprints.
Oh.
Simon Pure, huh?
As the driven snow. I don't know, boss. Maybe you and Cato walked in on a fraternity initiation.
Yeah, it seems so. Now, somehow I was sure that when the police investigated Ernest Kegler, they'd run into something. Lauer, you saw Kegler.
Yeah?
Did he look like the man who bumped into Miss Case on the street?
Well, I don't know. I didn't get a close look that time. I asked Kegler about a letter, and he said, yes, he'd lost one, but it wasn't important.
Well, it looks like the end of what might have been a good story for the Sentinel. I'll see you later, Miss Case.
But, Mr. Reed, you just arrived.
And now I'm leaving. I'll tell you something else. Kegler and the man I saw lying on the floor looked almost like twins. Goodbye.
Holy mackerel. Say, Casey, maybe the boss is crazy.
Mr. Britt, I think about it all day. If it were not for a bump on my head, I would not be sure.
You and I are the only ones who are positive, Cato. And with that letter missing...
Yes?
There's something strange going on, I'm sure of it.
Yes, sir.
Well, we've been wrong before. We may be wrong again. But at least we're going to find out. There's no use sitting around talking about it. Maybe we can use the role of the Green Hornet. Get the mask and the gas gun. We're taking the Black Beauty.
A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then dropped into place as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
Same place, kiddo. To Kegler's home.
Where is this?
Kegler's house is down at the far end of the block. We can leave the Black Beauty here in the alley. Here's the street. It's good and dark. We won't be... Cato. Did you see that?
Yes, sir. Somebody go in Kegler's front door.
It looked like Lowry. I might have known. Lowry's a swell reporter. He always keeps digging.
Yes, but in this case, that's not so good for us, no?
It might turn out all right, Cato. In fact, it might be very helpful. Come on. We'll get into that house quietly. We'll be there when Lowry leaves. We might get something.
No, there isn't anything special I want to see you about, Mr. Kegler, but I just can't help feeling that the boss did run into something. He's a level-headed guy.
Yes, I understand. I read the Sentinel myself, a good newspaper.
He just stopped off to do you a favor and return that letter.
Huh?
The one you dropped when we bumped, remember?
Oh, yes, but it wasn't important. Please, why don't you forget the whole thing?
Oh, you know us reporters.
Maybe there was somebody here. I don't know. Maybe it was a practical joke. But whatever it was or wasn't, it's over and done with.
Okay. Say, you've got your letter, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, good night.
Here, I'll show you to the door.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Go speak sometime.
All right.
Go into the door, Cato.
Yes, sir. We learned nothing yet.
Cato, back behind the drapes.
Hello. Kegler talking. A reporter was here. I'm worried. But all right, if you say so. Yes? Yes, I understand. Yes, nothing to worry about. The what? All right, I'll destroy the letter at once. Goodbye.
Okay, Kegler, hand over that letter.
Good. Look out! He has guns.
In a house in the suburbs on the other side of the city from Kegler's home, a man named Bolton hung up the phone and crossed to another room.
That on the phone, Bolton?
It was Kegler.
Oh?
Yeah. Reporter from the Sentinel was nosing around again. I told him to forget it. Nothing's going to go wrong.
He's nervous,
Well, you can't blame him. It was pretty close.
Yes. It's a lucky thing that fellow we sloped had the letter. I lifted it right from his hand.
Yeah, I told Kegler to burn it. We read it already.
Say, we've got to do something about, that dead man.
Sure.
Maybe they'll ever...
Oh, shut up, will you? I'm thinking. Oh.
Hey. Where now?
I want to double check. I'm going to call Kegler and make sure he burned that letter. It's 5 minutes. He's had plenty of time.
That letter would mean our finish if it got in the wrong hands.
Yeah. funny. No answer. Wonder what happened.
Still no answer?
Yeah, still no answer. How many times is that?
I don't know. 10, maybe.
It's been almost an hour.
Maybe he went out?
Sure he went out. But why? It's almost midnight. He said nothing to me on the phone about going...
Hey.
Yeah, come on. Hello, so you came here.
Yes.
Well, where you been? I've been calling you.
I didn't burn the letter, Bolton. And there's somebody who knows about it.
Now, what's eating you?
Come in here. It's dark out there. Come on in.
Yes.
All right, now let's have it. What happened to the letter, and what do you mean somebody knows about it?
I can tell you, Bolton.
Well, you're masked.
The Green Hornet outfit. Leave it there. Reach for that gun, and I pull this trigger.
Hey, what's this all about? Kegler, you pulling a fast one?
Don't blame him. He shot at me. It's just his tough luck that he missed, that's all. Now, how much is this letter worth, Bolton?
Nothing. Why?
And what happened to the man who was killed in Kegler's house? What about the
Button
man?
your lip, Mannheim.
Don't kid me, Bolton. You've covered up pretty fast, but I've got ways of finding things out. Who was that dead man?
You're off the beam.
Was he somebody who knew your setup? Or maybe this Kegler's a fake. Maybe the dead man was the real Kegler.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
The police might think so.
Don't give me that. You were the Hornet. You wouldn't go to the police.
If I can't get it from you, maybe I can get it from your stooge here. Come on, Kegler. Come on, we'll let Bolton think about it.
Stay here, Kegler.
He's coming with me.
No, he's not. I don't think you can handle him the right way. Me and Mannheim can do that. We'll take... Now, get that gun.
She's on side. I can't shoot. You won't get a chance. I'll take it one side, Kegler.
Gas. Mannheim, get him. Gas. Get him.
That gun, it didn't make a sound.
Okay, Kegler, come along. And close your mouth. You look like a fish. Hold it. What's back there?
The garage.
All right. You go first. We'll take the driveway.
Hello.
Right here.
I find out
Just a
something.
moment. Kegler,
Yes?
walk up to the garage. Stand there with your back to us. And remember, you make a perfect target against that white background. So don't try anything. Well, what is it?
Mr. Britt, I look in the garage.
Well?
I look in the back. There's a big, heavy trunk. You were right, Mr. Britt.
It was, huh? Fine. That's all I want to know. Now we'll leave a note for Bolton and Mannheim. And we'll see that Kegler gets back to his home and keeps his mouth shut until tomorrow night.
Mannheim, wake up. Come on, snap out of it. Come on, wake up.
Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Oh, it's you. Is he gone?
Yeah, him and Kegler both. I found this.
It's got the Hornet seal on it.
That's right.
I'll give you one more chance to talk money. Don't try anything till I call. You will be watched.
I guess he means business.
Yes. What about the garage?
Well, we better do like he says, Mannheim. We just sit tight and wait.
Hello? Yes, this is Kegler. No, I'm sorry. I won't be to work today. No, I'm not feeling well. Goodbye. I'm not feeling well at all.
City room, Ed Lowry talking. What's that? What? Yeah, what about Kegler? Huh? Say, who is this? I said, who?
What is it, Lowry?
Some guy said if I wanted a story, I should go see Kegler again.
Again?
Yeah, tonight around midnight. And I don't even know who called.
Hello? Is that you, Bolton? I saw you last night, remember? That's right. Sure, stick around. I'll see you again. I'll say around 9 and 9:30. And no tricks this time.
I've been watching from the windows. I haven't seen a thing.
He'll be around. He said so.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I get the money for him, but
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I wish we'd taken care of that, you know, in the trunk in the garage.
And have the Hornet find out about that?
Maybe he already knows.
Maybe. I'll tell you one thing we gotta do.
You mean Kegler?
Yeah. He's scared silly. He's already talked to the Hornet. How much we don't know. But he might talk to the police if the pressure gets strong enough. We gotta take care of him.
Kill him, huh?
Yeah, we gotta do it soon. We can't go...
That's the back door. The Hornet?
Yeah, who else? Keep your gun out of sight, man.
Don't worry. I don't take chances with that fella. Well, what are you waiting for? Open the door.
Look at the glass, Mannheim.
It's his shadow.
No. Looks as if he's leaning right against her.
You can't tell. It's that glass that you can't see through.
There's something peculiar. Oh, well.
Look out! Bolton, it's the body from the trunk in the garage. Propped up against the door.
Who put it there? How did it... I did, Bolton.
The Hornet.
You know about it.
I want to know a lot more. This man's dressed something like Kegler. He looks like Kegler. Who was he? What was his name?
Forget it, Hornet. This doesn't concern
Am I
you.
mixed up in something? I want to know all about it. Oh, come on, who was he?
He's Kegler.
Kegler? Oh, I get it. You mean the real Kegler?
Yeah.
Your friend who calls himself Ernest Kegler? Never mind, I can figure it. He took this man's place, didn't he? Took over his home. This man was kept a prisoner in his own house, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's it.
And when that newspaper publisher told the police he found a dead man there, this was the man he saw.
Yeah. That was while we were out of the house getting a car. And when we got back, we slugged the man we found there.
And took the body out fast. What was the reason for all that, Bolton?
I wanted our man to get a job in a war plant. And by using this one's references, he got a good job.
Preparing for sabotage, eh?
Something like that.
But something went wrong, and you had to kill him.
A letter came with a code message. Somehow the real Kegler got hold of it. He got out of the house and was on his way to the police. He saw us trailing him and got scared. He dropped the letter.
We caught up with him a couple of blocks further on and took him back to the house.
So that's why the letter was important.
Yeah. Look, Hornet, there's two things we gotta do. We need that letter, and we gotta take care of this body.
It'll cost you money.
Here. There's plenty. Now, I'll give you...
I'll take it all. Thanks. But what about your partner?
Kegler?
Okay, we'll call him that for convenience. He's nervous. He might spill everything.
Certainly. We got to get rid of him.
Shut up, Mannheim. I was working on that, Hornet. I haven't got any ideas, but...
I have an idea, Bolton. I might as well earn this money. It's a good idea. How about making it look like murder and suicide?
Murder?
Yes, with your friend as the murderer who commits suicide. I'll explain it later.
When?
When we get to Kegler's house, of course. Now, suppose you take this man over there in your car. Now, no tricks. I'll be driving right behind you.
You're close now, Mr. Britt.
Yes, they're turning the corner. Now, don't follow them. Turn here in the alley. They'll stop at the house, all right. Now, come on. We'll go into that house the back way and be very careful. Lowry ought to be prowling around nearby.
Lowry, isn't that Kegler's house?
Yeah, Casey. It's too early for me to make my call. It's...
Well, look. There are two men going toward the front door. They're carrying another man.
Say, that guy's either had one drink too many or... Holy mackerel. Wait here, Casey.
Lowry, where are you going?
I'll be right back. I'm going to look in a window. Casey.
What is it? What did you see?
Plenty, they're inside now. That man they were carrying was dead. He's on the living room floor. And the Hornet's there, too.
Good grief.
I'll keep watching. You get to a phone and get the cops here as fast as you can.
I don't understand why you brought him back here. I don't see why
Okay, Kegler, I'll clear it up for you. Mannheim, give me your gun. Wipe the prints off first.
Here you are.
Thanks. Kegler, this is the gun Mannheim used to kill that man. The idea is to use this gun on you, and then leave it in your hand.
No.
Yes. It'll appear that you murdered that man, and now that you've committed suicide.
No. Bolton, don't let him.
Shut up, Kegler. That's the way we want it. It makes us safe, get it? Then the Hornet gives us that letter, we burn it, and... Hey, what's that?
Police cars, they're outside.
Police? Hornet, hurry up, shoot him. Shoot him.
I will, Bolton, but not with your gun, with mine. Take it, Kegler.
Hey, what good's that? It's just gas. He'll wake up and...
Bolton, he'll wake up and talk to the police, and you'll go to jail.
Bolton, we've been fooled. Get him,
You're too late.
Shot, I can't breathe.
Hurry, Mr. Britt. Police.
Yes, Cato, out the back way. Remind me to send this money to the USO.
Break the door down.
All right, come on.
Once more.
In here, this room.
Well, I'll be... Are they all dead?
No, just one of them. I saw the whole thing from the window, Sarge. And unless I'm nuts, you'll have a spy story that'll hit the headlines.
That's fine. But what happened to the Green Hornet?
You have just heard the adventure, The Corpse That Wasn't There. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. 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 Network.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the government found it hard to enforce its laws in the vast new territory. The local sheriffs gave the marshals their cooperation, but the man who did most to bring law and order to the frontier was the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he led the fight for justice, and the stories of his daring and his courage have come down to us through the generations. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Rio Grande! Hello, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto learned that some smugglers were active near the Mexican town of San Sebastian and rode toward the border. Night fell before they reached the Rio Grande, however, and the ranger called a halt at the first ranch house they came to.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
We can find out from whoever lives here who the sheriff is.
That's right.
You can wait here in the saddle, Tonto. I'll go to the door.
Stand right where you are until you elevate your hands, mister.
What's the matter?
You're covered. I saw you coming. Just push the door open and walk in slow with your hands raised.
Oh, you're at the window there.
And sighting this rifle on you. Come on now, I've been watching. That's it. Now kick the door shut with your heel and see to it that you keep your hands above your shoulders. I reckon Paul'll be right pleased when he gets back.
Just who is your father?
As if you didn't know. I guess you've crossed trails with him many a time, mister. Now take that mask off and we'll see at least one member of the dope smugglers.
Dope smugglers?
That's right. Take that mask off.
But you're making...
Come on, quick.
You put rifle down.
What the...
Me take him.
Let go. Let me
Take
go.
him. Get
Oh, I should have known you wouldn't take a chance in coming here alone.
Now, take it easy. I came here to find out who's sheriff of this county.
You know blame well it's my pa.
Your father?
Yes, Pigleg Sanders.
I didn't know.
Mean to say you aren't one of the smugglers that's driven Pa almost crazy these past weeks?
I am not.
And you masked?
I'm not even an outlaw, Miss Sanders. I have my own reasons for being masked. Now, what's this about smugglers?
If you don't know, you just ask anyone in town. For 6 weeks, some crooks have been bringing dope over the border. They've made Pa's life a misery by laying out false clues for him all the time.
They have?
Keeps him busy 24 hours a day doing nothing but following folks that he has reasons to suspect are smugglers. You aren't one of the gang. What are you doing here?
You say there's dope being smuggled and the smugglers keep the sheriff following false clues?
Yes, they do.
Then, Miss Sanders, to answer your question, I think I'm here to help your father.
That paint horse.
Come on, Tonto.
You cussed beast, I'll learn you. Him hit paint horse. Back there. Me fix him, him.
Tonto. There. Steady, Tonto. You hit that man pretty hard.
Him hit paint horse.
No, Tonto. Don't take the last to him. You've already knocked him out.
You look.
His gun was drawn. He was going to either shoot your horse for letting us know he was here or come into the house and cover us. Perhaps it's a good thing you acted as you did.
I've got you covered again. Now raise your hands.
To the saddle, Tonto. The girl won't shoot.
Let me do
I just lift him. I'm not fooling, stranger.
Ready, Tonto? Head south. Learn more about the smuggling.
Did you hear what I said?
You'll not shoot. Come on, get him up, paint horse. Come on there, fellow.
Not shoot.
Tonto, when we get near town, we split. Learn all you can about the smuggling. Meet in our last camp.
Not good. Hadn't you better be getting back home, Pegleg? Maybe there'll be another clue there.
All right, barkeep. Never mind trying to be funny. The only way to run down these polecats that are bringing in the dope is to follow every lead I get.
First, you follow a medicine man, make him unload all his stuff in the wagon. Then you tail a sky pilot over the border. Next, you suspicion a couple of old half-breed women of being men in disguise.
I reckon maybe the U.S. Marshal is right after all. I'm a doddern old fool that ought to resign from office.
Oh, shucks now, Pegleg. I didn't mean to rankle you that much. Why, land's sakes, you was never one to take a thing to heart.
Barkeep, I've had a good record for the 12 years I've been in office.
One of the best, Pegleg. And the man that says different has me to fight.
Now along comes these smugglers, and along comes a new U.S. Marshal, and along comes government orders to get them smugglers or get out in office.
No. Is that what you was told?
Same as. Drat it, I'm willing to resign, barkeep, but I'd like to step out in my office with the record clean. As it is now, these coyotes are making a monkey out in me.
What happened tonight?
Same as before. I got what I thought was a good lead. Left yesterday afternoon and followed a couple of men south.
Yeah?
Spent last night across the border. Then picked up them 2 men and followed them back again. Got 'em on this side of the border and searched 'em and got 'em mad enough to foam at the mouth at me.
There wasn't smuggling, eh?
No. Not only that, there was government men working again the smugglers, same as I was doing. Seems they got the same sort of false lead I did.
It's a doggone shame, Pegleg. Oh, what'll it be, Indian?
You fix some food. Me take out.
Want a supply of victuals, eh?
Here, this.
I'll send it back to the kitchen.
That good.
Well, I reckon I better be getting back to home. I left Betty there.
You got good hands there, Pegleg. They'll take care of the place.
Yeah, but I better get back anyhow. I'm tired. Evening to you, barkeep.
Evening, Sheriff.
When the sheriff reached home, his daughter told him the story of the masked man and the Indian.
And you don't have no idea who these 2 are?
No, I don't, Pa. I almost got to see the masked man's face, but that Redskin took the rifle away from me before he took his mask off.
I see.
Even then, I might have seen it. Buck Rookin was sneaking to the house to cover those 2, but the Indian's horse gave him away.
Then what happened, Betty?
They left after knocking Buck down.
Wonder if they might be connected with this smuggling.
I thought at first they might be, but if they were, they'd have known your name. Seems the only reason they came here was to find out who the sheriff was.
Looks to me, honey, like these smugglers was too doggone slick for me.
Paul, you can't give up.
Like as not, I'll have to. If the smuggling ain't put to a stop soon, I don't know.
Who's that?
It's me, Buck Wilson.
Come on in, Buck.
Evening, boss. Glad to see you got back.
What's been happening on the ranch, Wilson? I ain't give much time to it since this smuggling business started.
Oh, the ranch is going all right, boss.
Heard you got knocked out.
Yep. And maybe that was the luckiest thing that ever happened to you.
Well, how's that?
What do you mean, Buck?
I think maybe I got a clue to this smuggling business.
Yeah?
When that Injun knocked me down, I was sort of stunned for a time.
He was out cold, and it took you most 10 minutes to come to.
That's where you're mistaken, Miss Betty. I was on the ground, but I wasn't knocked out. I seen something fall from that masked man's pocket as he hit the saddle.
You mean to say you was conscious and never lifted a hand to stop those 2 men?
That's right.
Well, why did you let him get away?
Boss, I figured them for crooks, and figured that the paper they dropped might be important. I wanted to get it without them knowing that I had it, savvy? As things turned out, it's doggone good I done so.
Why?
That paper has some plans writ on it.
Plans?
What sort of plans?
Smuggling.
Let me see it.
You sure about that, Buck?
Sure as I'm sitting here, Miss Betty. Now, if only the gang goes through with the plans without changing them, there'll be a darn good chance to corral the gang.
Where's the paper?
Here.
What's it say, Paul?
Biggest load yet. Fetch enough over the border so as we can drop operations for a few weeks and let things cool off.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
It can't refer to anything else but the dope, can it, boss?
No, sirree.
Says there that they figure on loading up below the border tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And cross the next day. Boss, I know you had a lot of false clues, but I'll bet you this one is straight.
It's the first one that ain't give me someone that I was supposed to follow and search.
Yep.
The biggest load yet.
And the last load for a time.
If I don't get them crooks this time, it's likely my last chance to get 'em will be gone.
That's what I figured. Now, look, boss. Other times you either worked alone or took a deputy with you.
Yeah?
Now you can't even trust a deputy. Tain't for me to try and tell you how to run your business, but...
Go on, Buck.
Well, that is, if you wanted me and some of the boys here to go along with you...
By thunder, that's what I'll do. The work on my ranch can wait.
We're right handy with 6 guns.
I know you are, Buck. I wouldn't have asked you to go, but I'm doggone glad to have you now that you've offered.
I'll tell the boys about it, and we'll clean up our 6 guns and get ready for a showdown.
Thanks, Buck. If we get these crooks, I'll see that you boys share in the reward.
Oh, that's all right, boss. See you in the morning.
Right. Now, by ginger, I'll bet we get somewhere.
I wouldn't be too sure of it, Paul.
Now, what do you mean, Betty?
Oh, Paul, every time you get a new lead, your hopes rise up like smoke from a wood fire. The higher you get to hoping, the more of a letdown you have when you come back empty-handed.
I got a feeling, Betty, we won't come back empty-handed this time. Call it a hunch if you want. But there's something tells me that this time we'll corral them smuggling polecats for good and all. Well, look at this letter. The biggest load of all. The last trip for some time.
I know. I read it.
Only thing that'll make us fair will be if that crook that come here changes the plans after finding he's lost the letter.
But...
Well, what's the matter, girl?
You have a hunch that you're going to get the crooks.
Just so.
Well, I got a hunch too, Paul.
And what's that?
I can't somehow feel that the man who was come here was a crook.
Well, sure he was. This letter proves it.
Have it your way, then. But I still can't think of that masked man as a smuggler of dope.
Hey, what are you doing there?
Well, that's Buck Wilson.
Hey, fellas.
Someone's out there.
Well, let me get out.
Up! Here we are, I'll fire!
Drop him, Buck. Who is that?
Oh,
you missed him. Do it again, Buck. Get after him, boy.
Come on, Silver! Come on there, old boy! Thomas waiting at the camp! Hi-yo, Silver!
So you learn, Tonto, the different people have been giving the sheriff false clues.
Not right.
I see.
What you hear?
I followed Sheriff Sanders when I saw him heading for his home. Took some time to sneak up close to the house.
You hear him talk?
Buck Wilson was in the house by the time I got there.
Oh, him foreman?
Yes, the man you knocked down. Buck found some sort of letter. I don't know where he got it, but he was offering to go along with the sheriff tomorrow.
Another lead?
Yes, Tonto. And from what I heard, it's to be the last trip of the smugglers. Furthermore, the sheriff is not going to take his deputies with him this trip. He's going to take his own ranch hands and leave the deputies here.
What we do?
We're going to take those deputies.
You got math
They'll
on.
follow me, Tonto, if they think that there's a chance that I might be the smuggler.
Oh.
If they do follow me, they'll be on hand when they're wanted.
Not right.
Get your horse hinched up. We're going to start right now.
Me do that.
I'll go on ahead and locate the deputies. When they're aroused to the point of chasing me, I'll head south.
Here, paint horse.
Yep. And I'll meet you, Tonto, south of the town. Come on, Silver.
Hey, Sam. Sam, come fast.
What's up?
Come on, we got a lead on the smuggler.
Well, where's he at?
Jake Barton's house. Jake's trying to keep him there till we come. Jake sent his brother to tip me off.
I'm with you. Let's get going.
He was sounding Jake out, seeing if Jake wanted to buy some dope. He's masked.
Lead me to him. Do we walk?
Bet your horse, you may need it.
Ain't but a step down the road.
Come on there.
Hey, there's someone running out of Jake's place.
That's him. He's on, we're after him.
Firing on him. Get along there. Get up, get up.
There he goes. Get going, horse. Get after him.
He's our man, all right enough. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Come on, boy. There's Tonto waiting. You come. Come on, Tonto. Get off, paint horse. They're after us, Tonto. That's what we wanted. Now to head for the border. Hi-yo, Silver. Away.
With the Lone Ranger racing for the border, sheriff's men pursuing him, the curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. We will continue in just a moment. Now, to continue our story. On the same day that the ranger led the deputies from town, the sheriff and his ranch hands arrived in the Mexican town of San Sebastian.
We may as well stop the cafe there, Sheriff. Someone there will know about all there is that's going on in town.
Yeah, I reckon so. This is where you generally spend the night when you're here, ain't it, Sheriff?
Yep. Town seems quiet enough.
It always is. And yet it's a dead sure bet that this is where them smuggling rats work from.
Ah, senor. You're come back quick, huh?
Oh, there, Pedro. Any strangers around the town?
No, senor. Only some of your friends.
My friends?
Who does he mean?
Si, amigo, at the table?
My deputies. Well, I'll be doggone.
What are they doing here?
I'll darn soon find out.
Senor, you spend the night, yes?
Yeah, I'll be here for the night. So these hombres.
Si, senor. I give you the same room as before, eh?
Yeah. That back room on the first floor.
Bueno.
Tain't easy for me to travel up and down stairs. Come on, Buck. We'll see what Sam and Leif are doing here.
Sheriff Sanders.
Yep, it's me.
Gosh, how'd you find out the masked man was around here?
Have you seen him?
We seen him all right. We trailed him here.
The masked man? Riding a white horse?
The same.
Who told you two to come down here?
We didn't need telling. We're after the reward money that's up for the smugglers. And that masked man's the critter we want.
Where's he at now?
We lost him. It started last night in town. He was sounding Jake Barton out, seeing if Jake wanted to handle dope.
He was?
Yeah, and before we could get him, he learned we was after him and hightailed down here. He's still in town somewhere.
You sure of that?
Dead sure. We got a couple of gents we know watching the trail north.
Good. I'm glad you're here. We'll team up.
But what brought you here?
Buck Wilson found a letter this masked man dropped. It said that the gang was due to bring the biggest load of dope they ever toted over the border.
Well, boss, I'd like to speak to you alone.
What's the matter, Buck?
Let me speak private. Just step over here, won't you?
Be right back, boys. Well?
Don't team up with them.
Well, why not?
Don't you, Savvy? Maybe they're the ones that are carrying the dope.
My deputies?
Why couldn't it be? Ain't they giving you some false leads?
There's something to think about there.
Sure there is. And it'll be best if we work separate. And me and the boys will keep an eye on them two.
Good idea, Buck. Good idea.
Somebody better be there because we can't stay here all afternoon.
Sam, I'd soon we didn't team up with the sheriff. How's that? I got my own ideas. Pegleg has been here every time there's been a load of dope took over the border, ain't he?
Yeah.
Well, put two and two together. What'd he get?
Meaning to say that you suspicion...
Everyone but you and me. And maybe I ain't even sure about you.
Here comes Pegleg back again. Boys, being as you come here by your own selves, maybe it'd be better if you worked that way.
Eh?
You do what you can to catch this masked man, and we'll do the same.
That's a prime idea, Sheriff. First-rate notion. Yes, sirree.
It suits you all right, does it?
It sure does. Maybe we can do better working alone. I got a blame good idea as to who a couple of the smugglers are already.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I have, too. I'll see you by and by.
What'd I tell you? Sam, that was a dead giveaway. It's easy to see why he don't want us around. We'd cramp his style considerable.
Just so. By thunder, now I know who to watch when he starts back to the States in the morning.
Hey, what the?
Who tossed that bullet through the window?
What sort of warning is that?
Look, there's that masked man outside.
Great Scott! He throw that cartridge in here.
Maybe he wants to be chased.
Well, he sure blazed to be accommodated. Let's go. Sam, I never did see such a roundabout trail. Where in Tucker do you think that masked man is heading?
Headed for wooded land, that's sure. Can't be much further away.
How's that?
Grass still springing up where he rode, see?
Gosh, we must be close onto him then. You reckon this might be some sort of a trap?
There he is. Hoist your hands, mister. We got you covered.
I'm close to the camp. I've been waiting for you.
What's that?
I said I've been waiting for you.
Oh, there. Waiting for us, huh? Well, just keep them hands high and take that mask off.
1 minute. Get off those horses. I led you here because I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah? Well, we want some words with you, too.
Did you examine that cartridge closely?
For what?
If you did, you'll have a fair idea who you're talking to.
Let me see. Hey, this is a silver bullet.
Yes.
Then
you don't mean
Now,
it.
will you talk without demanding that I keep my hands up and unmask?
I don't know. This is a swell chance to have a look at your face.
No, it isn't. Because you're being covered.
Covered?
Me watch you.
What the?
The redskin. That's the one we heard about. Dead
Never mind, Sam. You win, stranger. What's the play? What do you want us here for?
In the first place, I wanted to make sure you weren't the smugglers.
Wait, what?
I wanted several people to think I was a smuggler.
You want them to think you were?
Yes. The real smugglers would know I was not and wouldn't waste their time in trailing me.
And we trailing you. Convinced you we wasn't in the gang. Is that it?
If you had been in the gang, you'd have been so busy getting ready to take that load of dope across the border in the morning that you wouldn't have wasted time trailing me.
Well, now that you're convinced, suppose you show us that you ain't a smuggler disguised like the Lone Ranger and sporting silver bullets and a white horse.
I don't need to convince you.
We're deputies.
Not in this country. You can't make an arrest here.
By thunder, that's right.
You'll have to wait until you've crossed the border into Texas.
Well, when we cross the border,
And
then
the best
I'll
way to be sure I'll be at hand to search will be for you to travel with me.
With that Injun holding a gun on us?
No. Come on out, Tonto. They'll not use their guns. Let me watch 'em. All same.
You seem blame sure we won't use guns, mister.
I'm sure because neither of you men are foolish. If you arrest or capture me now, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. If you let me go where I please and go with me, you'll be free to act as you please when we reach Texas tomorrow.
That's the deal, then.
Good.
It's a truce until tomorrow. But mark my words, mister. No matter what you do tonight, as soon as the Rio Grande is behind us tomorrow,
We're searching you and that redskin with a fine-tooth comb. Mister, I most saw you reaching the Texas side of the Rio.
Why?
Just last evening when we met up, I've sure grown to like your style.
Me too. I'd hate like sin to find your saddlebags loaded down with drugs.
Just so. But mind you if they are, stranger, you're slated to hang.
Very well. Here's the shoreline. Come on, Silver.
That's a powerful-looking paint horse the engine rides.
Him plenty good horse.
What'd you call the horse?
Him not got name.
No name? Sakes alive, seems to me that horse should have won his spurs afore now.
I wonder if it's likely to rain afore night.
I don't know. Them clouds off to the west look heavy.
Yeah, you sure do.
Sam, study that formation of clouds east of here.
Yeah, the sky is sort of gray looking.
Dad, rat it, they ain't taking their chance to break loose.
Why didn't you highball it while we was studying the paint horse in the sky and not looking at you?
Why should I?
Blast you. We thunk up that scheme, figuring if you broke loose, we'd be able to drill you and know that you was in the smuggling gang.
Someone else thinks I'm in the gang, too.
Yeah?
Look south. There comes the sheriff.
Sure enough.
Buck Wilson and a couple other men with him.
Now you can wait until they close in, and you'll have help in searching for the dope.
Help in splitting the reward if we find the dope.
I don't think you'll have to split any reward.
Why not?
Let's wait for the others. Oh, Silver.
Why won't we have to split no reward? Is it because you ain't got anything for us to find?
Well, the reward, I'm sure, will be paid. But wait just a minute. Other fellers close now.
Yeah.
There, deputies. Hold them, we're coming. We're waiting for you, Sheriff.
Well, mister, so we meet again, eh? Yes, Buck, we do.
Steady, paint horse. What's the matter with that horse? Down, paint horse.
Hold your horse in, Tonto.
What ails that critter?
Here, I'll help. Down there. Steady, boy. Buck, that horse doesn't like you. You have any idea why?
Now, hold on. Never mind that horse. We're here for a showdown. You just heist your hands, mister, and stand for a search.
You needn't search me, Sheriff. Search yourself.
What's that? The sheriff?
You're the one who's smuggling dope.
That's a downright lie.
Wait. You brought dope over the border every time you crossed. That's why you were given all those false leads.
Blast you for that, I never did.
Wait. The sheriff didn't know he brought the dope over. He always used a room on the first floor of that hotel in San Sebastian. While you were asleep, one of the gang stole your wooden leg, which was hollow. It was replaced by one which was filled with the dope.
My leg? If that's the truth, Let me see.
You'll find that the bottom unscrews.
Here, give me a hand. Sam, you take a look at the peg.
I sure will.
And when you got back to your home, the leg was taken and replaced by another hollow one. You were given another false lead to follow.
Look, here's the stuff.
Well, Sheriff, I darn to think that my own boss was
I didn't know nothing about it. Now, look here.
Wait till I finish, Sheriff.
There's the dope all right enough.
This trip was to end the smuggling for a while. It will end it for all time. The crooks wanted to bring a big load of dope across the border this trip. Wanted to pack their saddlebags with
Who?
That's why they wanted to travel in your protection. No one would search the men who were with you.
Sheriff, we can back what he says.
We was with him all night. We figured he was just pulling wool over our eyes when he let us travel with him to stand watch over your room. And we still ain't sure that he ain't the smuggler.
No more am I. Maybe he's trying to frame me.
Frame you?
To clear yourself. Just what we hanker to find out, Sheriff. He maybe let us see part of the smuggling game to throw us off of suspecting him.
You men were with me when that half-breed switched peg legs.
Yeah, but
You know that I had no chance to touch the saddlebags of Buck Wilson and Scar Granger.
All right, Scar, he's wise. The guns.
You're covered. So you're the crook.
Yeah, but you won't live to make an arrest. Paint horse, that horse! That's enough. Cover the
Hands up.
Down, paint horse. Down. Down, paint horse. Down. Steady.
He's tore the saddlebag loose. Look, he's stopping at that saddlebag. He split it open. Get your horse away. He's pounded that saddlebag to dust. It's full of that white stuff.
Down, paint horse. Down.
There, Sheriff. That saddlebag is evidence against Buck Wilson.
So it was him that arranged them false leads. And we vouch for the masked man, Sheriff. Wilson's the smuggler. Yeah. What about it, Wilson?
Don't let that devil horse at me.
Tie him up, boys.
The half-breed is already in custody in Mexico.
Gosh, I wonder what made that horse act loco.
He probably scented the drug when Buck Wilson lashed him, and he associated the scent with something he learned to hate.
Horse has more sense than some people.
But how'd you know about Wilson?
Wilson didn't bother to trail the man who tossed a silver bullet. Your deputies did.
Stranger, that Injun's horse has sure saved us. If it hadn't been for him, we'd have...
Ain't horse plenty good.
Injun, he's sure enough won his spurs. By thunder, that horse is a sure enough good scout.
Good scout. That good Tonto Lake scout. Get him up, scout.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Sure enough?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young mother and a grandfather. And here they are, Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt and Mr. Frederick Hall. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. A young mother and a grandmother. A young mother and a grandmother. No, a grandfather, huh? Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt. That's a pretty fancy name, isn't it? How old are you, Sherry?
18.
18, huh? And a mother?
Mm-hmm.
Land sakes, these new inventions they have today. Grandpa, Frederick Hall is your name. Is that right?
Right.
Frederick. Where are you from, Pappy?
I was originally from Massachusetts, born in Rockport, about 36 miles north of Boston. Came to Los Angeles in 1910.
Well, you're really an old settler, huh?
Almost a native son.
How old are you?
I'm 73.
73? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 60. What sort of work do you do, Mr.
Well, I'm at present practicing law. For 18 years, I was serving the city of Los Angeles as public defender up to 48.
Well, the city of Los Angeles can use all the defending you can get. Huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Sherry?
He's a machine operator for a television antenna manufacturer.
You say he's a machine operator?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And how'd you meet him?
Oh, we were
Was he operating at the time? You met in school?
Yes.
You happily married?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, that's unusual. As a young mother, did you have any children?
Naturally.
Naturally, you say. Well, I'm glad to hear it. What you meant was that you couldn't be a mother unless you had children. Isn't that it?
Of course.
Well, that's not quite true. I've got children, and I'm not a mother. How many whippersnappers do you have? How many children do you have?
One. A girl.
A girl? Mm-hmm. And how old is this little girl?
1 year.
Did you give up a career to get married?
School.
You were glad to get out of the classroom, huh? What was there about your husband that swept you off your feet?
Oh, he was...
Could you talk a little bit louder?
Mm-hmm.
You look beautiful, but they'd also like to hear what you're saying out there. Huh? You'll either have to talk louder or do grinds or something. He was good looking?
Had a nice car. He was real smooth.
He was smooth, eh? What do you mean by smooth? You mean he hadn't started to shave yet? Grandpa, you're still over there, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Glad to hear it. It isn't often that old granddad lasts this long. Well, that's not the point. Let's get back to where we were, huh? Do you have any children?
4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Uh-huh. Grandchildren?
8.
Mm-hmm. Were any of your grandchildren named after you?
No, they were not. My younger son married a bishop's daughter, and so they took the names of their children out of the Bible. They have Peter and Matthew, Luke, and Mark.
Well,
now, the next one maybe Hezekiah. I don't know. Might be Rachel.
How long have you been married, Fred?
46 years.
Have you been happy all that time?
Absolutely.
46 years of marriage, 2 wars, a stock market crash. Yes, we have no bananas, and the thing. And through it all, I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you, why didn't you shoot yourself?
Well, I never was able to get a gun that I thought I could hold.
Now, what are the problems that confront a year-old bride?
Oh, mostly that she can't find any friends that are married that are that young.
Grandpa, are you still happy?
Still here.
What do you suggest? How can Sherry find some friends her age?
Well, I'd suggest perhaps joining some club, youthful membership.
You mean like the Campfire Girls?
That'd be good, yeah.
I was a Campfire Girl until my voice started to change right in the middle of Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. You belong to any clubs?
Yeah, I belong to the Elks.
The Elks, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so. How long have you been an Elk?
30 years.
Well, you're a fine-looking specimen. How much would you charge to hang over my fireplace?
Well, I might do it for consideration.
Now, what is the purpose of the Elks Club?
Well, primarily charity, and this year we're adopting the program nationally of cerebral palsy. We initiated a program which we hope will be carried out throughout the United States.
Well, all this world needs is more people like you, Fred. Grandpa, you're still happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, still happy.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
Well, I'm
confidentially now, in all your years of marriage, have you ever kissed anybody besides your wife?
Well, not seriously.
Well, you've got a wonderful opportunity right now, eh, Sherry?
Oh, boy.
Sherry, you wouldn't mind kissing a man who's old enough to be your great-grandfather, would you? No. Okay, here we go. Fred, you can take the other side, huh?
Okay, I'll do that.
Well, now let's get down to serious business. As though that wasn't, eh? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, there's an important matter I want you to know about.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, revelation is the word to describe the pleasure you'll get driving as well as riding in the great new 1951 DeSoto. All across the country, in every state and every city, car owners are proving this to themselves by getting behind the wheel of this proud new car. They're experiencing for the first time what riding comfort there is in DeSoto's brand new Oriflow shock absorbers and spring construction, as these wonderful new features level out the bumpiest roads. They're experiencing the thrill of the new higher-powered DeSoto engine with its extra get-up and go. They're relaxing on DeSoto's luxurious chair-high seats and knowing an entirely new feeling of security because of DeSoto's bigger brakes that stop you quickly and easily. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So no wonder, all over the country, they're buying
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it tomorrow, for sure.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar words beginning with the letter C. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
You're partners in this together now. $10? What do you call a student in a military or naval academy? It begins with the letter C.
Cadet.
A cadet is right.
You have $30.
You're flying high here, Pappy. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
Well, we ought to try about 20, don't you think?
All right. What do you call the freightman's car that is attached to a train? It begins with the letter C.
Caboose.
Caboose is right.
Well, you're climbing. You have $50 now.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much are you going to try?
45. That's right. Okay.
45. What do you call a crested bird of the parrot family? It begins with the letter C. Cockatoo is right.
Now you have $95.
Grandpa spent a lot of time in the woods, I think. He wasn't chasing elks all the time. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Okay. 80
How
bucks.
much?
80 bucks.
$80. What do you call the little colored pieces of paper thrown at parties and parades that begins with the letter C? Confetti is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $175.
Stick around, Sherry. I'll see you later.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still shoe. We invited some chefs from Mexican restaurants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Roque Valdivia. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. You're the housewife, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? That's
Corsicana, Texas.
Corsicana, Texas. It's needless to me to ask you what nationality you are. I mean, way back, I know you were born in this country. Kathleen Duffy is really a good old Irish name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak Gaelic at all? Speak English?
A little.
Oh, that's enough for me, huh? Now, where is your native habitat?
I just told you.
It serves me right for using words I don't understand. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a personnel manager for CPS.
CPS? Now, what is CPS?
Well, that's California Physician Service, Blue Shield.
Well, how'd you meet him? Were you introduced to him?
Well, there was more to it than that.
Well, I hope so, but... how'd you meet him, Katie?
Well...
I'll call you Katie, huh?
All right.
I named you after a railroad.
I was coming home one
I'll
afternoon.
make tracks for you later.
And as I came up the front walk, I saw this very nice-looking young man coming out the front door. And as he started down the front steps, I noticed that he had all of my silverware in his hands. And he explained to me that his mother had been having a dinner party, or was going to have one. She had called my neighbor and had asked if she could borrow the neighbor's silver. So he had come to what he thought was the neighbor's house, but had gotten into my house by mistake, and had picked up my silver and started out the door with it, and he wasn't a burglar at all.
Were you disappointed?
No.
You'll have to pardon me for being a little confused tonight. Somebody gave me a new boomerang for my birthday, and I've driven myself crazy trying to throw the old one away. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Valdivia? Is that
Mexican restaurant.
You're from a Mexican restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Well, buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, señor.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien. ¿Y usted?
I'm fine. I speak Spanish fluently, eh? So be careful what you say. Where are you from, señor?
Yo vengo de la República Mexicana, León, Guanajuato. Mexico.
Well, is that with coffee or just plain? What is the name of your establishment?
El Coyote Spanish Cafe, 105 North La Brea, Los Angeles.
Well, what do you serve in your restaurant?
Mexican food, dishes. Where's Mexican?
Mexican dishes?
Real Mexican dishes.
Could you serve me a tall one who likes the smell of a good cigar? I mean, specifically, what do you serve? Like chili con carne?
Enchiladas, chili rellenos, tacos, and huevos y jamón.
What time do you stop at Acapulco? Now, let's take them one. Did you ever hear the Mexican weather report? Chilly today and hot tamale? That's an old joke. Senior, why is Mexican food so hot?
Well, it runs back to the history of the Indians that started growing the chili. The chili is very hot. The country is very warm. And
the country, so Mexico is a hot country?
It's a very hot country.
That's odd, because some of my friends recently went to Mexico because it was too hot for them here in L.A. Well, thanks to you, too, I know a great deal about Mexican food. Now, let's see if you know a great deal about these questions. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. Penniman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the
young mother and the grandfather won $175.
I can give you $20. You selected fictional crime solvers. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to go for? Talk right up, Katie.
No, not too high. $10.
$10. $10? $10, huh? All right. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created what detective?
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, you got $30. You're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to bet?
25.
Talk up.
25.
25.
25. How much would that be in pesos?
Oh, that's a big figure, mister.
Well, you got a big figure, too. How much would that be in pesos?
I have to get my pencil. That's,
You have to get your pencil. What kind of problem? How much is that in pesos?
$1 is $8.
No, you figure it up. I'm not from Mexico, huh?
A lot of money.
Oh, it's a lot of money, huh? No, I'll damn biggest. Oil Dab Diggers created a portly Chinese detective who was the father of a large family. Who is it?
Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan is right.
Now you're trying to $55.
All right, you got $55. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet? 50. Talk up, Katie.
50.
This is really the melting pot, isn't it?
50. 50.
$50 you're going to bet? Now, how much is that in pesos? All right, Dashiell Hammett created a tough private detective with a secretary named Effie. He was also on the radio. Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Sam Spade is right.
Now you have $105.
That little Irish lass is a pretty shrewd cookie. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet at 105? The what?
Oh.
Oh.
Yes. Oh. Won't we bet off?
No. I want to have a car fare to go home.
I'll give it to you. Let's bet it off.
Katie will give you a car fare to go home.
Yes.
How much you going to bet? Okay, how much?
Where do you live?
Where do you live? He lives in San Diego.
All right, let's bet it off.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to bet $105? Now, how much is that in Mexican peso?
Want to figure?
I want you to figure that
that's
out.
860 pesos. And, let's see, it's 860. It's 900 and close to 1,000 pesos.
That is...
You'd be loaded in Mexico, huh?
I'd be a man over there.
You'd be a big
mister,
shot over there.
Mister.
Okay, you'd be a mister. Here we go. Earl Stanley Gardner created a lawyer who solves crimes. His secretary is Della Street. Who is it?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason is right.
You also won $210.
How much is that in pesos?
I'm going to have to get my pencil.
All right, we'll see you later, kids. You stick around now, huh?
Groucho, secret word is still shoe. We invited some airline hostesses and some jockeys to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Goff, Mr. Gordon Glisson, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. If you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. An airline hostess and a jockey, eh? Miss Dorothy Goff, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Uh-huh. And somebody out there from Spokane. You live in L.A. now, Dorothy?
Yes, I do.
Which of the airlines do you work for, Dorothy?
I work for Western Airlines.
Uh-huh. You're the jockey, Gordon? I'll call you Gordon, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Winsboro, South Carolina.
Are you married?
No, sir.
How old are you, Gordon?
20.
20, yeah. What's your age, Dorothy?
I'm 22.
You're 20 and you're 22, huh? You want to know how old I am?
Yes, how old are you?
I'm not going to tell. No, I just wanted to see if you cared. How tall are you, Dorothy?
I'm 5'4.5".
Uh-huh. And you, how tall are you, Gordon?
I'm about 4'11".
See, you're just about the right size for each other. It's amazing how I get these perfect matches. You're a very attractive girl, Dorothy. Are all airline hostesses as pretty as you are?
Well, the company makes it a point to hire girls on the attractive side.
Well, I don't know which is your attractive side, but there's nothing... There's certainly nothing wrong with the one I'm looking at. Why do the airlines insist on attractive hostesses?
Well, they think it's good for business.
Well, it is. There's nothing like an attractive hostess to keep a man up in the air. Now, is there anything about your passengers, Dorothy, that annoys you?
Yes. Passengers who don't abide by the rules,
Such as what?
Not fastening their seat belts and getting on board with liquor, smoking cigars and pipes when they are only supposed to smoke cigarettes.
You mean I can't smoke my cigar on your plane?
Well, we use discretion and...
Well, I use tobacco. I find it's far superior than discretion.
If you don't annoy the lady passengers, you may.
You mean I can smoke cigars if I don't annoy the lady passengers?
That's right.
Well, in that case, I won't smoke my cigar. I'd much rather annoy the women passengers. I didn't know there was a choice. By the way, Gordon, where do you do your riding?
Right now I'm riding at Santa Anita.
Uh-huh. Did you always ride at Santa Anita?
No, sir, I have ridden in practically every track in the country. And
Is that so? I'd like to see you ride the Santa Fe track to Albuquerque. Now, as a jockey, what about you, Gordon? I presume you've had many thrilling experiences, haven't you? What's the biggest thrill you ever had?
I guess one of the biggest thrills I ever had was being leading rider of the country last year.
You were the leading rider of the country?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, well, I'd have much more respect for you had I known that.
And
I thought you were just an apprentice jockey. How about it, Dorothy? Are you beginning to feel romantically inclined towards this young squirt? Am I doing a good job of bringing you two together?
I think I like him a little older, a little taller, and more in my line of work.
I see. Gordon, is there good money in horse racing? For example, how much does a top jockey earn in a year?
Well, most of the top riders earn anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 a year.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that, Dorothy?
No, I wasn't.
Gordon, as far as Dorothy is concerned, you just aged a couple of years. Added a couple of feet in height, and she just loves horses. Dorothy, I'm only kidding. I know you're not interested in a man who makes a paltry $100,000 a year.
No.
It's just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. Paltry $100,000. Just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. If you think you're going to escape from that joke, you're mad. By the way, that's some animal crackers. The Mexican weather report, chilly today and hot tamale. I didn't get any laugh at all. Didn't get much better this time either. I guess there's not much interest in the Mexican weather up here. Well, thanks to you two, I know all about horses and airplanes. And in the future, I'll be sure to keep both feet on the ground, and I hope you two are very happy together. Let's see how well you make out on the quiz. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's ought stage to remind our listeners.
The Mexican chef and the housewife are leading with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected capitals of states. And here is Fenneman, the Valiant. Now, how much are you going to bet on the first question?
$5.
$5? What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver's right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $25.
Remember, now you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $15 you're going to bet on your second question?
No, 25.
25 they have. How much are you going to bet on your second question? Shows you how much attention I pay to you.
20.
20?
What's it? 15.
15. What is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia.
Columbia is right.
You have $40 now.
$40. Here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
How much about 40?
20.
20. What is the capital of New Hampshire? Talk it over.
I don't know.
You've been flying the wrong route.
I have.
I'm sorry. It's Concord.
You now have $20.
Oh, well, you only got $20. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. You're coming on the rail now. You're on the inside, and you're coming through there. Gordon, here's your last chance. What is the capital of New York?
Albany.
Albany is right.
You wind up with $40.
You wound up with $40, and that means that the
Mexican chef and the housewife with $210.
How much is that in pesos?
Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
See you later, kid. Stick around for the big money,
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you, DeSoto.
Yes, here's a car that's really different this year. The 1951 DeSoto. With more new beauty, more new power, more new riding comfort than ever before. Every luxury, every convenience, every economy has been designed into this finest of fine DeSotos to give you the driving pleasure you've always dreamed about. Yet the new DeSoto, the car that's really new and different, costs very little more than the very lowest price cars. And it lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you chair-high seats, big 12-inch brakes, waterproof ignition, new type automatic choke, increased visibility, and most wonderful of all, the ride's a revelation, thanks to the amazing cushioning action of the new Oriflow shock absorbers. The news is getting around fast. DeSoto is the really new car of 1951. That's why folks all over are flocking to see
The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the great new Plymouth.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho. The Mexican chef and the housewife all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
You know, if you should win this money, you're going to have to tell me how much this is in pesos. Well, maybe you better throw it. All right, here we go. Here we go for $1,500. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and no help from the audience. Here it is. A girl named Mary Ball became the mother of a famous American. For $1,500, tell me, who was Mary Ball's son?
All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Douglas Burbank, Jr.
No, I'm sorry. It's George Washington. You're away off. The correct answer is George Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Start your car with your garage doors open and warm up outside. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hey, mate, I managed to get what you were asking for. You mean you got the file? Yeah, I got a file, so we should be able to use that to help get it out. How did you get a file into the jail cell anyway? Well, here it is. Is it hidden? Is it hidden in these papers? Oh no, that's the file. What? It's our police file. See you next time, folks.